Everybody could take your seats, please. I'm calling the meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of the governing body, February 8th, starting at 5:09. We'll begin our proceedings. If you have a cell phone, please silence it. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilwoman Villarreal, salute to the New Mexico flag by Councilor Michael Garcia, and then invocation and remembrances from Councilor Rivera. Please stand. You could please stay standing while we do the invocation and remembrances. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. In Psalm 65, 9 through 11, it says, "You care for the land and water it, you enrich it abundantly. The streams of God are filled with water to provide the people with grain, for so you have ordained it. You drench its furrows and level its ridges. You soften it with showers and bless its crops. You crown the year with your bounty, and your carts overflow with abundance." God's intention and desire is that our land prosper so that we prosper, so that our community prospers. He desires this because he is a good father who loves to bless his people. I would like to pray for this meeting tonight, that as we make decisions on behalf of the city, as well as all the people that live in it, we pray that we can do so with knowledge, wisdom, good intention. We pray for those that are here tonight to address us, that they can do so with dignity, with respect and honor. I also want to pray, Mayor, for those brothers and sisters that we have in Turkey that are dealing with a horrible earthquake now, and also pray for our neighbors in Moriarty that are dealing with the death of 3 young children, 3 young people in their community, for their parents, their friends, their classmates, just that they know that their neighbors here in Santa Fe are thinking about them. I'll turn remembrances to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there others who wish to remember someone we've lost? We have several hands. Councilor, and then we'll come to you. Go ahead. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Rivera. I just wanted to remember my grandfather. This on the 12th will be the 17th anniversary of his death. As I have mentioned every year that I've been up here, my grandfather was also a public servant in Palm Springs, California. And there has not been a single day that has gone by since I took office that I did not wish that I could speak with him. So I remember him every day. And today I am honoring him even more. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to remember and acknowledge that tomorrow, February 9th, it'll be a year that our great friend, colleague, and former mayor, Javier Gonzalez, was called to his greater rewards. We miss him tremendously, and it's hard to believe that it's been a year, but I would say what Jav always said: be grateful for today. Thinking of the Gonzalez family and many, many folks in Santa Fe who miss that guy that made every one of us feel like we were his best friend. What a great guy. We miss him.
Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilor Lindell, for that memory. We were just talking about Mayor Gonzalez today, about his contributions in a meeting. I'd like to recognize the life of our city employee that passed away suddenly, Gil Martinez. He was a dedicated employee. He was our graphic designer, but also took the lead role as the AFSCME union vice president. He was also very involved in the community, from Easter seals to supporting the disability community, and just a very creative person, very soft-spoken, but a lot of community drive. Like he came from a place of drive to support his community. And so I just wanted to recognize Gil and his family and all of the contributions and love that he brought to the city family and also to our community, and just wanted to send blessings to his family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Others? I'd like to call to mind Regina Wheeler's mom. Regina Wheeler, who we all have a great deep affection and respect for, lost her mom, Adrienne Simoneau, a granddaughter of French, Canadian, and Czechoslovakian immigrants born in Massachusetts. Regina says she was a fearless and intelligent woman who made a great impact on those around her. She was a devoted environmental and women's rights activist who lived life true to her values. She gave everything she could to the less fortunate and found time to help in soup kitchens and with refugees. She loved to travel and spend time with her daughter, a truly wonderful person. Regina adds, one lesson I'd share with all is appreciate and hug your mother as often as you can. Forget about conflicts or differences of opinion, because in the end, they don't matter, and you'll just wish you hugged and appreciated her more. So we send our thoughts to Regina and her family. Also, I'd like to call to mind Pete Reed, the Ukraine country director for the Santa Fe-based humanitarian aid organization, Global Outreach Doctors. He was killed Thursday when his vehicle was reportedly hit by a missile near Bakhmut, Ukraine. He was 33 years old. And I too send my thoughts to the Gonzalez family. Mayor Gonzalez was a phenomenal leader, a great member of the community, a spirit of great indomitable will and tremendous commitment to this city and to everyone who lives here. And a year ago, we lost him, but we remember him and we send love and all of our best wishes to his family. And to those who are suffering in our community, those who are dealing with loss, those who are struggling to make ends meet, dealing with hard times, let's take a second and bow our heads and think of everyone in Santa Fe who could use our help and our support. Thank you, everybody. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor Weber,
Present.
Counselor Cassett,
Here.
Counselor Chavez.
Here.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Here.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Present.
Counselor Lindell. Here. Counselor Rivera.
Here.
Counselor Mayor Worth.
Here.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Present.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
Mayor, if I could, we do need to make one amendment to the agenda, which is to remove item 16B, introduction of legislation prior to the approval of the agenda.
So that item is not ready for introduction, so we will take that off the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
There's a motion, there's a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. I need a motion to, Madam Clerk, do we have things taken off of consent?
Yes, Mayor, we have one item removed from consent. It's item 9A. It was removed by Councilwoman Villarreal.
9A, very good. So can I get a motion to approve then the consent agenda as amended?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Did you were you able to record that? It was a photo finish.
I have Counselor Cassett with the motion and Counselor Marworth with the second.
Okay,
Oh, it was opposite.
reverse that.
Reverse that.
Could you call the roll on that motion, please?
Yes, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Consent agenda has been approved as amended.
Very good. Now I would entertain, since we have some very significant guests and visitors in the audience tonight in the auditorium, I think given their schedule and the need for some of the young people to be somewhere else at a relatively early time, I would entertain a motion to change the agenda such that we bring the petitions from the floor both now and later, but let the young people who are here for the item they want to bring to our attention have the opportunity to do that now rather than waiting for 7 o'clock.
So moved. Second.
Okay, so the Madam Clerk, did you have a finger you raised in my direction?
Mayor Weber, councilors, what I'm hearing is we're still doing petitions from the floor close to 7 as well.
Yes,
correct?
we're
So
gonna
we
have-
don't need to waive the rule because we're going to still apply that rule.
We're going to bifurcate
yes,
our
okay.
petitions. We've got a large number of people who have a commitment later this afternoon, this early evening. We'd like to give them a chance to be heard in a segment of petitions from the floor. For anyone who is used to the 7 o'clock slot, we will repeat petitions from the floor at 7 o'clock.
Thank you for the clarification, Mayor.
And there's a motion, there's a second. Do you want to please call the roll?
Was the motion by Councilwoman Villarreal?
I think it was actually.
Garcia.
Yeah.
Okay. And. Yep, perfect. All right, Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Great. So what we'll do now for everybody who's here with us and came to speak, I have a hunch, something to do with hockey. If you could, as you wish, in whatever order you want, create a line so that you can bring yourself to that podium. And we'll ask everybody to limit your comments to 2 minutes. The city clerk will keep a clock so that at 2 minutes, it's somebody else's turn. And state your name and we'll start the clock after that. So just please line up and feel free to tell us what you're here for and what you want to talk about. Sir, you have the first ups.
Mayors, member of the council. I am John McPhee. I was a member of the original Think Rink group. We spent more than 10 years assembling the design to do the rink. We are currently working on other rinks, one in Cloudcroft and another one we're proposing for to completely expand the network. It includes also Las Vegas, of course, and Las Cruces and Los Alamos and Taos. We could work together. We have tournaments together. What was about the soccer of the season for the children in the middle of the winter. It's in the adult hockey. I'm set old on the old. Operations for adults in the winter because we have so little time to accommodate just the children alone, plus all the figure skating. Also, you understand the figure skating is also in lockstep with the Olympic skating in Colorado Springs, where I grew up with the Olympic team. And that was our original vision for the Chavez Center. And it is way too busy in order to accommodate an indoor soccer. Now, there is a suggestion also that they take the 3 basketball courts in the Chavez Center and instead build an arena there that they can use in the winter time. I mean, there's 50 other places to play basketball. There's no other place to ice skate in the city. And the same as with soccer. I was a Division I soccer player. I love soccer. I think it's wonderful. We have at least an 8-month season outdoors. Really, we don't see the need to accommodate or go to the expense of having indoor soccer on the ice rink. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Ann.
Just to be clear, folks, I know you want to support the speakers. We neither applaud nor boo. It's decorum and respect is just let people speak their piece, but no clapping, no noise making, please. Thank you. You have the floor.
Mayor, city councilors. My name is Ann Killoy. I am the president of Santa Fe Youth Hockey. I'm here to express our association about the city's proposal to bring a for-profit adult indoor soccer league to the. This is already Ice Rink's busiest time of the year, and I want to stress we can play to place. Object to the appropriation of a public for a commercial gain, along with this secrecy and lack of public input on this issue. Since the opening of the rink, youth hockey has been dedicated to promoting the sport of hockey to Santa Fe. We understand hockey is a unique sport in New Mexico, but we have dedication of all volunteer coaches, parents. We offer programs for preschool through high school age athletes and play teams in New Mexico, as well as Texas and Colorado. Kids from all over New Mexico, Albuquerque, Los Alamos, Taos, Las Vegas, Chama, and other surrounding communities come to play hockey at Genevieve Chavez. Weekends are the busiest part of the winter for us. It's where all of our hockey games are played, and it's a prime time for kids and families to skate. So the impact of ice not being available every other weekend for 6 or more weekends would have a huge effect on not just Santa Fe hockey, but all sports, all ice sports in New Mexico. We're a huge group of skaters who humbly ask you, the city councilors, city manager, and mayor to reconsider any future thoughts about taking this incredible resource away from the thousands of skaters who use the GCC area every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Zachary Chandler, and I'm gathering facts about the soccer team at the ice arena. I recently called the Amarillo, Texas Civic Center. The number is 806-378-4397. They host an indoor soccer team in this league and a semi-professional hockey team. I spoke with Mr. Christopher Post, the director of operations. I asked, how long does it take to convert from ice to soccer field? He said 8 to 9 hours. I understand city officials are meeting with Santa Fe ice users next week. I request that city officials call Mr. Post to gather more facts prior to this next meeting. Mr. Post also said he has a crew of up to 20 people for some of the types of conversions. There's also a company called Covermaster quoted in the paper saying it will take less time. You'll see the screenshot that I've taken. You see people laying out the tiles. You'll see there's a type of forklift. I request that city officials call Covermaster prior to its next meeting with the Santa Fe ice users to gather facts on how many forklifts or other heavy machinery are needed for the conversion process. City officials should start to gather quotes and estimates on the price of buying forklifts. Finally, I call the Amarillo and Rio Rancho Arena teams in this indoor soccer league. Both serve beer during games. Officials immediately contact local anti-DWI advocates and give them notice that the new Santa Fe team will likely be asking for beer sales at the Chavez Center. If beer sales is a deal breaker for advocates or for the team, city officials should be gathering these facts up front right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine, can you also turn the overhead off there, please?
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Taylor Dickey and I love to skate and learn with my coach, Lisa. If you cut ice sports, you are making it hard on a lot of people. They would have to go to Albuquerque for ice time. Kids and adults like me who like to skate in the early mornings at 6:30 a.m. when it's not so crowded would have to leave around 5 in the morning to go to Albuquerque. It's not fair to skaters and hockey players that you would interfere with our ice sports. You don't do this to other sports. Please stop this. Here are 2 suggestions. 1, make a permanent field in the old Kmart. Use an indoor basketball court. Remember, soccer already has several fields to play on. There's only 1 ice rink. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Wendell Moore. I'm here to talk about why I think the soccer plan should be vetoed. My whole team loves playing hockey, especially the weekend games. If soccer starts, there will be no weekend games. And how can soccer players play on ice? Won't they be cold and need more beer? They will also have a problem with getting and hockey boards and glass. Overall, I think that soccer on the rink is a bad idea. I would not have won these medals if the rink was not open on weekends. Therefore, I think it should stay open so more kids like me have the same opportunities that I got. For example, I got on the travel team that gets to represent New Mexico hockey because I started at this rink on weekends. I think that soccer should not continue on ice. Thank you.
Thank you. If you want to put the mic back up a little higher.
And I am currently a leader of the Old Timers Hockey Association. We've rented the ice every Sunday available in 2000. So that's worth of old timers hockey. Very important days a week is going to be the beginning of the end. Times a year. You get more problem. Tension. I've been hockey, the figure skated. I had figure skating lessons right here. And because of the existence of because Jackson not please, we feel something's being taken away. And I personally think, I don't buy this thing of it being a very temporary, small incursion on the ice rink. It appears to me that it's going to be the beginning of the end of major disruption of our ice facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Because we're having mic issues and I know Mike is tied to YouTube, and for record keeping purposes, should we figure out a better situation for the mic? I know we in the room can hear folks, but anybody on YouTube is not able to hear folks, or if we go back for the record.
Yeah.
So, can we,
Let's see if we can make sure that the mic is properly positioned to pick up everybody's comments.
Yeah. Just in case.
Oh, substitute mic.
Should we? Yeah, no. Check, mic check, 1.
Are we good? Okay. Counselor, I think
right.
we're back in business. The mic has been switched out. You have the floor.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and venerable council members, I really appreciate your time. I wanted to kind of highlight what a gem that we have with the ice rink. Recently, I was doing scorekeeping for a tournament that brought in people from surrounding states, and everyone who came through.
Excuse me, I'm not sure we got your name, sir.
I am so sorry. My name is Avery Pearson.
Thank
I
you.
live on Monte Azul. As they say, born here all my life. What I want to highlight is when I was doing the scorekeeping for this wonderful tournament, everyone who's coming from surrounding states commented on what a wonderful rink we have and what an amazing facility this is. I also spent a large portion of time in Lawrence, Kansas and Austin, Texas. I have yet to see a facility of this caliber or quality elsewhere. I think this is one of the most amazing things that we have in our community, and the Genevieve Chavez Center as a whole is so much better for it. On a personal note, as a lifelong soccer player, watching the community come around the hockey team and watching my son grow in that hockey team, I don't think I've seen a more lovely, wonderful, or welcoming community. When we first started, they gave us all of the gear that we needed to get started and helped us gently onto the ice. I had less favorable experiences playing soccer, and I love that sport. It's an incredible community, and I think it would be a huge disservice to not just the local community here, but our community as a whole. This is a very special thing, and we should be very careful and treasure it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Christine, we may need some mic help again or not. You got it? Okay.
My name is Dylan, and I really want that ice rink to stay the way it is because I really like it, and it's my favorite place to go skating. And also, it's my favorite place to help myself learn ice hockey, and I really like ice hockey. So I really want that place to stay the way it is.
Thank you, Darren. You need to get the mic a little closer to your mouth.
Mayor Weber, council members, Madam Clerk, my name is Joshua Myers. I'm the captain of the Santa Fe Blue Jackets varsity team. And I'd like to say on behalf of a lot of the team, if not the entire team, that this rink means the world to all of us. Learning how to skate on that rink from being such a young age, I started playing when I was 3, and I started learning there. Playing on the weekends, every single weekend I could on that ice. I've played all over the country, and that is still by far the best ice I've ever played on. Removing that removes a piece of the community. We've had great attendance at the last season for the JV team for our games, and now for our varsity team. We get kids from all the high schools in the city and some from out of the city to come and watch us play. We have a game Friday night at 7:15 against Los Alamos. I would love to see all of you guys there to show some support and see what hockey truly means to us in this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name's also Dylan. And my family has always been linked to ice skating and hockey. And it's one of my favorite sports. And it's just brings such a big community together. Like if I'm sitting home on the weekends, I can always be like, oh, I'm going to go skate. And I always see my friends. And I've made actually so many friends playing hockey and watching these varsity games, all these level games. It's just awesome. And I love growing up with this program. And and I hope that maybe we can find an alternative for the soccer field. And because it's very hard to create the ice rink we have made. So our city and everyone should be very proud of this. So hope you have a great night and thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Keelan Smith, and I play hockey on the Santa Fe Capitals JV and Bantam. And my grandpa is up there in the stands and he plays old timers, and he taught me how to skate about age 4 or 5, and I've loved it ever since. I also play soccer. I love soccer. Last year, I took a break from hockey. I wasn't feeling it and played indoor. We played at Schelleberger. That open tennis rink is now shut down, abandoned, just sitting there. And that would be a great place for it. It's in central Santa Fe. I'd love that. I love soccer. I love indoor soccer. Just hockey is so fun. It's very important to me and my family. My dad also plays hockey, so it goes my grandpa, my dad, and now me. And I hope to pass it on too. And I don't want to take it away from anybody else who loves this sport. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is William Alfaro. I am a part of the varsity hockey team, the Santa Fe Blue Jackets. I feel that ice is a very scarce resource, and it benefits the community with a diverse set of activities that help enrich the culture of Santa Fe. The ice has communities that have established around it for various ice sports that thrive at the Geneva Chavez Center. What benefit is there to uprooting such a close-knit community that is already established? The rink has been an important part of my life for a long time, and I hope that the ice will help many other people make memories. I play soccer as well, but I feel that the rink is like a key part of Santa Fe. It would be very detrimental to take away such a resource from the people, and it would make us less unique as a city. Thank you.
Thank you. You can get up or get the mic down to you or you up to the mic, either way.
This is Mason Peterson. He's 6 years old. He's been playing for 1 year and absolutely loves it.
I need this hockey rink now.
Okay. Thank you. Man, a few words. Thank you very much.
It's hard to follow up after that.
Yeah, I think you're in tough competition, but you do have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time today. My name is Marina Manikas. I'm born and raised 5th generation from New Mexico. And I grew up here at the Chavez Center, and I was here since day one when it opened. I watched it get built, and I was part of the first program that was ever here. And in fact, that's the jersey I'm wearing today. A lot of the banners you see in the rink, I was a part of. And I went on and I played in college, all because I loved the sport the most. And it taught me so much. It kept me out of a lot of trouble, probably way more than I can ever care to share. But I now coach. I've returned home. I went to college. I played NCAA 3 and I returned home. And we now coach. I coach the U19 girls travel team here in the state, New Mexico Mustangs. And last year was the first year our girls team has ever been to nationals in this state. And it's part of the ice. belongs to us. We skate here Tuesday nights. It's really hard to get ice time as it is. We bring girls from everywhere. So we bring out-of-staters as well as in-staters from all over the state. This is our only indoor rink we have in northern New Mexico. So all of our girls from Taos, Los Alamos, Santa Fe, everywhere else combined. This is, like everyone else has mentioned a number of times, the best ice we have in the state as well. So I just want to give a shout out to everybody who's been a part of that since day one, because hockey, as you can see, this is a huge community. It's not just about hockey versus soccer or skating versus soccer or ice versus turf. This is a community that we have all band together. The volunteers who come in and coach like I do myself, we don't get paid anything for this. We're just here to raise youth. And it's not just about the hockey or the skating. It's about what they do outside of hockey too, right? We do a lot of life skills that come into this. So I just want everyone to consider the fact that this ice time, I know it may only be 6 proposed days, but that ice time, those 6 days do make a difference. And we do bring in a lot of people out of state for those weekends. That is also revenue here in the city, whether it's for hotels or for gas or whatever it may be. But there is a lot of other income that comes in from that as well. So I just want that to be known. And like I said, thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Michael Manikas. That's my daughter. She was that size when we started at the rink. Right. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time telling you how much we need this rink, but we've skated all over the country and in Canada. This is the nicest ice I've ever skated on. Right. The logistics of what you guys are proposing here is going to be difficult. I just spent a half hour on the phone with a gentleman who sent you an 8-page letter. But the second thing that was up on that photo up there was how you put that subflooring in, how you put the carpeting in, the forklifts and all that. Okay. He said each one of those 4x8 sheets weighs 150 pounds. There's over 250 of them. Right. I read in the paper you have to have 1,200 people to support it. There's only 863 seats in there. You're not supposed to drive one of those forklifts onto the ice. There's not a door big enough to bring it in. And all that sheeting and then the carpeting, which is one huge roll that has to be rolled out. There's no way. We have 5 employees. This gentleman helped put in the subflooring and the carpeting in the Columbus Blue Jackets rink back in Ohio. It took 20 to 25 skilled professional floor installers to put that thing in there. And it took them 8 to 9 hours. Right. So if you want to put this in for a Saturday, you're going to be doing it all day Friday and then all day Saturday night and all day Sunday just to get in and out. If you can do this, you'll have to build a building for the forklifts. You have to build a building to store all that. Where are we going to put all this? The other thing is the bathroom upstairs next to the stands. There's 2 urinals for the men and 2 stalls. If you put 800 people in there, 1,200, it's going to be very difficult. We're not going to have the facilities for those people. Okay. So I just hope that we can all commingle and get along with this. You want to put it in, fine, but it's going to be very difficult. Thank you for your time, gentlemen, and ladies. I hope that we can all commingle with this and make this work.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is one of the original jerseys from the rink too, just so you know.
Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
folks. You have a
Thank you.
My name is Adar. Thank you for allowing the opportunity to make comment today. It seems clear based on all of the public comments that this rink has a benefit to the community that would be hard to quantify or measure. When it comes to the chart report, although this has been conducted, I would like to say that it would also be impossible to quantify or measure the 50+ years of Indigenous voices speaking against the presence of the obelisk that celebrates the murder of Indigenous people. And beyond that, the hundreds of years of resistance against
Seriously,
oppression and
folks.
genocide.
No clapping, no
And
booing,
one
just
more-
listen.
So other
Please.
than asking that more consideration and weight be taken to the years and years of Indigenous voices speaking against this statue, also to bring into question whether or not the city manager of the municipality that we call Santa Fe is the right person to be given this decision, which will have the weight of history bearing down upon it once this decision is made. Personally, I don't think that it will look kindly to Santa Fe for 50, 100, however many years to come if this obelisk is reinstated. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for being here tonight. My name is Lucy Ranney, and my son spoke before me, and I wanted to follow up on a few things he said, but also to share a couple things. I'm not an ice skater, but I've seen what it has done for three people that I live with. My son, Keelan, who's 14, my husband, and my dad, who is 80 years old and still skates every single week. And so that's 3 generations in one family that it's really a part of their well-being and livelihood. And I'm sort of imagining if that's my story, I think that this room is filled with many others who also have that, the impact that it is just on their daily lives. The other thing I'd really like to mention, because I don't think it's been mentioned enough, is I'm an educator in the Santa Fe Public Schools, and I don't work just in one school. I'm actually a teacher that moves throughout the district. So I work with a huge population of different young people. And I really have seen what happens for kids when they move their bodies, and to have access to a community center like the Chavez Center that has the facilities that have been mentioned that we do have is incredible. Kids share with me all the time, I'm going to a pickup game after school. I can't wait. I've got a hockey game tonight. I've got basketball. I've got swimming. I've got diving. We are so fortunate. And I remember when this facility was built, I didn't grow up with it. I'm a native Santa Fe girl. I didn't have that as a teenager. I didn't have a place like that to go. I also grew up far out of town, but I have really seen what it has done for young people, and not just in my family. I've also seen what the place offers for older people. And coming out of the pandemic, I think this is critical.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Mayor, councilors, thank you for your time. My name is Devin Killoy. I am a junior varsity and varsity coach of the Santa Fe Capitals, and I'm here to discuss the impact that it could have on our future generations, the young guys here that are just starting off, getting going. I started skating originally in 2002 in men's league, long before my son was born. And after he was born in 2007, in 2011, he started skating and has been going nonstop since he was 4 years old. He is now 15. I would hate to see a for-profit sport come in to take away from the youth, that we are fully a volunteer organization, and these kids would be denied an opportunity to get their full chances to skate, much like the kids that many of them spoke that I coach right now have had the opportunity to do. And I feel that this coming in, much as George Jackson said earlier, I do not feel that we've been told truthfully how this would go along, how it would impact our skating for those 6 weekends a year, which again has been mentioned many times, is our busiest time of the year that is full in our season. It also affects the communities of Taos, Los Alamos, and many others, the Mustangs. They would affect all of these people's ice time. I would again hate to see these children be denied an opportunity to grow up and play a sport that is truly amazing and fun and is really the greatest thing I've had in my life other than my family. So I hope you guys could really reconsider what we have, and please, please, please reconsider and keep our ice for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name
Hi.
is Mary Beth Worley. I am a recent transplant from Las Cruces, New Mexico to Santa Fe. I moved here a year and a half ago. And then last summer, my granddaughter, Gemma, and her dad moved up to Santa Fe as well. And when she moved here, she didn't know anybody but myself here in Santa Fe. And so in August, I signed her up for lessons at the skating rink with Judy Pearson. And in that short amount of time, since August until today, she went from barely being able to stand up in her skates, barely being able to walk in her skates, to now being able to do amazing turns and jumps and even the splits. It's crazy, but she's learned so much at that ice skating rink, and it's been an amazing improvement in her confidence. And she's found a place in Santa Fe that she loves. And an important part of this journey for her are the weekends, the Friday nights and the Saturday afternoon skates, public skates that she attends to, just to improve her skills and just to have some fun. So I hope you reconsider taking away those Saturdays from the skaters of Santa Fe, because it's an important part for so many kids and even adults. I go out and skate with her too on occasion. And Gemma would like to say a few words as well.
Hi, my name is Gemma and I love skating. My coaches come to Santa Fe to see me skate with me on the ice weekends. Please keep the rink open to skating on the weekends. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Hi, my name is Patrick. Patrick Goldbogen, and I want the ice rink to stay because I have a lot of fun skating. When I first started, I could barely stand up, but now I'm fast and I can do really good turns. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. There more?
Hi, my name's Elliot, and I really want to try skating with the other kids. So please don't flip up the field, the ice arena for a soccer field.
Thank you. Very nice. Thank you.
Mayor, councilors, thanks for having us. My name is Sean McClellan. I'm the head coach for the Mites here. About 5 years ago, my wife, Hannah Hausman, wanted to move back to Santa Fe. She grew up in Suzuki, and I had one question: is there an ice rink? Because that was seriously my deal breaker. I wanted to give the sport that I've played since I was his age back to my child, Soren. Our rink is quite simply a crown jewel of this area. With most of these players out here, I play men's leagues, I play tournaments with them, and now last year I became the coach of the Mites and now the head coach. And with that, I got to say to the Mites, our practice starts in 40 minutes, so we got to get rolling.
Thanks, Coach. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. Thank you so much for your time and thank you for moving us up like this. It's so appreciative. Katie Fitzgerald, I just wanted to merely speak. I am the scheduler for this great organization, working with everybody from the little guys all the way up to our high school, Taos, Los Alamos, the Mustangs. I am the one who has to work with all the various leagues to plan the games that take place on these weekends. And I've noted before, and I just want to make it heard tonight, that I appreciate that it's only 6 games, but again, it's the December through February proposed game schedule that will absolutely obliterate our season. We cannot fulfill our league requirements for our games, which is great for the city, by the way. We bring in all kinds of parents and kids who eat and stay the night and do various things through our city, but we cannot fulfill our commitments to be part of these leagues. And if we can't be part of these leagues, we have nothing to offer our children. It will absolutely go away. So that November, really it's November through February. It's just, it can't happen. Even 6 games will destroy what we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors. I'm Ed Ranney, an 80-year-old skating enthusiast, and I've been skating here for over 20 years. And as you can see from this, I'm a member of the old timers, probably the oldest old timer. I would like to know if any of you have ever skated on the rink. And number 2, if any of you have seen the incredible crowds that frequent the rink. You can hardly find a parking place on Saturday, Sunday mornings because of the games and the people who want to exercise and to participate in skating. I think you have a choice here that's really important. Do you want to include in the Santa Fe mix one more spectator sport that probably will not draw that many people? Or do you want to support a community that can be actively involved in an athletic undertaking? Skating is one of the most incredibly sort of productive activities, I think, for children as well as adults. And I think to lose the rink, even for the short period of time that you're talking about, would change the nature of the rink and would definitely take away the feeling of community and the support for a jewel that we have here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Ben West, and I just wanted to say my support for everything that has already been said. So I don't need to repeat it all, but I do want to make clear that how much the hockey rink or the skating rink, I shouldn't just be biased by my hockey thing, is important to our community, as Ed has already said, how much of a community it's drawing. And that's perhaps the criticism or the fervor that we have is this is actually a community, and we didn't really know about this change till it was happening. And that's a little disappointing because there's a lot of good people and a lot of great facilities, and it'd be nice to kind of keep it going and then include soccer in another area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. And thank you, counselors and mayor.
You're going to have to get a little closer to the mic or get the mic a little closer to you.
Absolutely. Thank you. First and foremost, I heard the word.
And sir, we need your name.
Oh, Duke Kelly, Cerritos, New Mexico.
Thank you. You're fine.
Down here a couple of years ago. And one of my main points of contact with the community here has been through that hockey rink. I am all for professional sports, and to see something like this, of this nature, coming to this area, I think it could be a good thing anywhere but the ice rink. To cover up that ice, which the employees of the GCCC work very hard to maintain, and they've done an amazing job. It's some of the best ice I've ever skated on. I've been skating since I was 5 years old, grew up in New Hampshire, played college hockey, played junior hockey, and also played a form of semi-pro. And I am absolutely blown away by the care and the beauty that we have here in the ice rink as part of the GCCC. And I'm going to keep it short and sweet, but I just wanted to reach out here real quick and say thank you for everyone that showed up to support the hockey rink. And also thank you to anybody that came to support what they believe in, if that is the soccer as well. And a quick show of hands for the people who are here to support. No, can't do that.
No.
Well, I will just say, looking around here, I see a lot of hockey jerseys, and I know that I wanted to just show my support. And I'm looking around here. There's so many people here to support the ice, and for to stay ice, and for that to not be impacted. And I want to say thank you very much. Thank you for your time. And thank you all for supporting the beautiful rink that we have here in Santa Fe, the only rink we have here in Santa Fe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, Councilman and Mayor. My name is Declan Killoy, and I've been the goalie on the Capitals JV team this past season, and the other goalie on the varsity team this season. I've been playing hockey for 11 years. My mom is the president of the association. My dad is one of the head coaches, and all in all, our family has been very tied in with this sport and this rink. I have spent almost every single weekend of my winter through my whole life at this ice rink, whether game or not. If I don't have a game that weekend, I'm there public skating for fun, or I'm playing with all of my teammates who've been there throughout my whole career at hockey. And I understand that the rink staff has worked very, very hard and very, very long hours, because we're there till 9:30 at night. There before the Chavez Center even opens in the morning. They work very hard to keep this ice arena nice and beautiful for the people of Santa Fe. And as it is, they're overworked as it is. But with adding another sport on top of this to this arena would have such a big impact. It would basically just erase one part or the other, whatever that may be, would be just gone because of how much work it would take to be operating with two sports. And I just want to support this rink I've spent my whole life playing on, and all the people and all my teammates who have come to support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn Utzi. I've been playing at the Chavez Center rink for most of my life. I joined the team when I was really young, and I've been playing there for almost as long as I can remember. The Chavez Center has held a dear place within my family. Me and my brother both play there all the time. My teammates have been a phenomenal part of my childhood, and most of my memories, I'm there with them, and they've been there and we've been supporting each other throughout our lives, making each other feel better, supporting each other through wins and losses throughout all of our games. The Chavez Center has mean such a big part of my life, and it's a very big part of this community. Taking that away could impact lives of this could impact our lives and future generations of our families. If we decide to stay in Santa Fe, this could affect a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening, mayors and councilors. Thanks for having us. My name is Angela Gutierrez. A little bit of my background. I grew up in Los Alamos, playing hockey in the 90s, actually, when there really wasn't much women's hockey available. And New Mexico, in general, is not necessarily known for hockey, but I think as you can see tonight and hear from everybody, it garners a lot of passion. I also love soccer. I was a high school and college soccer player as well. So there's definitely an equal support for both. But I'm actually currently the president of Land of Enchantment Hockey, which is the affiliate for USA Hockey. And so what I would ask you guys to consider, just from like a more broad perspective, is the effect that this will have on scheduling, like regionally and from like a state perspective. And then the other piece I want to touch on is, post-pandemic youth sports. I help coach soccer right now and help coach some hockey. And it's kind of like economics, coming out of it, it's a rebuild. And to lose these dates, especially for Santa Fe's association at this particular time, would be fairly detrimental. And I think, this is a community center, right? And so my thoughts are, what really needs to be considered is how are we serving the community, right? If we go this route with soccer and then lose all these scheduling dates, the amount of people affected is fairly large. And I think, considering the health of the youth and then all the passion and, families and things like that, would be, my suggestion as to what to focus on, when you're really thinking about making this decision. So thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Yes. You can take the mic down if you'd like. Make it a little easier. There you go.
My name is Nolan Allen Richardson. I love hockey. It's a really fun sport, and it's also fun for other kids. If you take a sport away from a kid, it's not going to be fun.
Good point.
But hockey is
You're done. Just hold them.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All good. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you.
Jeff, we're both going to go, but I'm going to let him go first.
Okay.
My name is Theo. And hockey is fun. So if we leave a sport and then we do another one, it's fun.
It's fun regardless.
Yeah.
Do you have any more to say? Okay, what else?
Hockey is fun. So if we leave if we take away the ice cream, that'll be not fun.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay, well, it's my turn. I know that you're having fun with the microphone. Hi, my name's Charlotte Romero. I am one of the co-managers of the Mites and the Mini Mites team here in Santa Fe. We actually have to like head out here soon and get geared up to go hop on the ice because ice time to us is precious, right? And I know in the statement, it says a minimum of 6 games, right? A minimum says a lot of things. It's very transparent, honestly. Even a minimum of 10 hours is a lot of ice time that could be used for our teams. And it's not just hockey. There's the curlers, there's the old timers, there's free skate. The ice rink is literally one of the only things in Santa Fe that you can take your kids to do. This town has a very minimal amount of options of things that are affordable that you can take your children to do, to enjoy, that's not putting them in front of a screen, that's not, you know, it's getting them out there, it's getting them to use their bodies. I know that there's things saying that bringing a semi-pro league is going to be great for the children, but I don't see 8-year-olds playing semi-pro anytime soon. I think that, you know, it's important that we keep these times in place for our skaters, not just for hockey, but for everybody that uses the rink. And I think that there was a very big misunderstanding about how much we actually use, because just between the Mites, we're there, what, 2-3 times a week? We're requesting more time during the summer because it's so popular and so many kids want to keep doing it. And that's just our like 8 and under group. We have kids ranging from like 4 years old to teenagers that go and use this ice rink. And it's absurd to say that it's not going to be detrimental to say a minimum, right, of 6 games. That's going to be huge because that's going to take away time, not just from them, but from everyone that uses the rink. Sorry. And on weekends, that's the only time that parents can take their kids skating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Hello, my name is Jax Marty, and I'm here to represent the Capitals. All of us love our ice ring, and it's been a wonderful place for me to make friends. And I've really connected with my hockey coaches and just the sport itself. So hockey has made the biggest impact on my life because it's fun and it's exciting. And I don't think I would be playing it if it wasn't here. I've never been much of a speaker, but I'm just here to represent the Capitals. And thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name's John Utzi. I'm a hockey dad. I don't want to reiterate a lot. I think what we've heard tonight is there's a lot of passion. And what we haven't heard said is there's a lot of fear about the future of the rink. A large part of that fear comes because people don't believe this is temporary. It might become more permanent. And so I'm a really inquisitive guy. There hasn't been a lot of facts. I've been doing a ton of research. I've called other rinks that have these, how they turn the rink. I've called 3 different companies that produce boards that cover the rink. One thing I found is it's very expensive. And I start to think about 6 games versus the cost of this equipment per year. I've also done a lot of looking into the MASL2 league. I watched the 2021 championship and the 2022 championship on YouTube. I challenge you, find those games and watch them. While it sounds like a lot of fun, they are selling less than 1 in 5 seats in the stands. When the camera pans and the championship game has 300 or 400 people in attendance, none of them are children. The people are holding beer, so they're in a venue that has a beer license, and we just don't have that at the Chavez Center. I'm not sure it's going to draw the kind of crowds we think it will. If it was going to fill the Chavez Center and bring happiness and joy, it'd be a great thing. But I think we ought to investigate really heavily before we commit taxpayer resources to not just the cost of buying the decking, the cost of buying the turf and the cost of the labor to turn it. I mean, if we're going to turn the rink to a turf for a game and turn it back, there has to be enough ROI. There has to be something in it to pay for all the labor that it's going to take to change it and change it back. I don't see there's any way that even at $20 a ticket and 800 tickets, we could make it work. So I'm very, very concerned, and I hope you all do great due diligence before approving something like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, council people, thank you for your time. I'm talking to you as Kevin Flores from Santa Fe, as a dad and as a business person. I've got two small kids, one who plays hockey. He's doing it for his second year. And my daughter, Leah, she's 9 years old. She's been skating since she can practically walk. It's just amazing to watch them progress and enjoy the sport, enjoy the facility. My concern is that, as everyone else has been saying, it's going to take away a community asset and reallocate the use of that asset for private use. I'm all for soccer and other sports utilizing it and stimulating the economy, but I feel that an organization such as the soccer team should invest their own resources into the facility. I use the tennis facility across the street as an example. They raised quite a bit of money in order to build that facility and did it themselves. And I hope the soccer team could do that as well.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Good evening. My name is David Ennis. I live here in Santa Fe. I'm part of the hockey community. I had something written out that I was going to say and changed my mind after seeing this flyer that's going around the back. It's the scoop on ice and turf. No one seems to know who produced it or when, but it has the City of Santa Fe stamp on it. So I'm going to assume it's a City of Santa Fe flyer. And what I want to talk about is the process here. This, in also the press release released in December of 22, seems so pre-decisional. It came out as a press release that this is a done deal. It's official. It uses words like this is official. Santa Fe is officially MASL2, and they will play games at the Chavez Center. And now this flyer says, why not use another location? There's not another location in the city that would meet the size, seating, or specifications needed for an indoor soccer arena. This seems like the cart before the horse. Before anybody in this community of ice skaters was consulted in any way, this is being crammed down this community's throat. And there's no opportunity. It seems like there's a lot of skullduggery and backdoor deals going on here, that this is a done deal. And I don't think there's anybody in this community that believes this statement, that will the ice rink be permanently removed? Absolutely not. I don't think there's a soul in here that agrees with that. In June of 2020, it was well documented that recreation managers at Chavez were thinking and looking into the costs to permanently convert that. And 3 years later, here we are fighting this again. In both processes, no transparency, no public input, done deal. And we fought it then, and we're going to continue to fight now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes. Please don't applaud or boo, or it's just not how we conduct these meetings. You have the floor.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
My name is Joe. I live in Santa Fe County. I'm concerned about the chart report and also about the way that it was released or is being released. We were told that there would be a public comment tonight on the plan to rebuild the Soldiers Monument. And I would like to note that the public was only given 1 day's notice for this meeting, which the city claims to be following a lengthy public engagement process. Also, the public was given the wrong Zoom link tonight. So there's a lot of people who were not able to access. I'd like to say that my personal opinion, if you really cared about engaging with your community, then you would have given more time and more notice for your community members to come and speak. Indigenous people have been calling for the removal of the Soldiers Monument for more than 50 years. And if you want to show your community that you actually care about how we feel about this oppressive monument, then you would give more notice for public comment. There are surely community members who care about this issue who have not been given a fair opportunity to speak. Santa Fe needs to focus more on real community reconciliation by investing in infrastructure, fixing roads, making sidewalks safe, wheelchair accessible, investing in mental health services, and feeding and housing our unsheltered neighbors, instead of rebuilding a racist monument celebrating the murder of our Indigenous peoples. Indigenous peoples of this region have lived with the trauma of the racist history that this monument celebrates, and I hope that it is torn down every time it is rebuilt.
Thank you for your comments. I would point out that if there are people who are here for non-related hockey comments, there'll be another comment at 7 o'clock tonight, our usual time for petitions from the floor. So if people want to speak to other issues at 7, that opportunity will also be available. We're moving up petitions from the floor now because we have a lot of young hockey players who are headed to a practice very soon. You have the floor.
Hello, my name is Lila Wagner. I play on 4 teams at the Chavez Center. I had open heart surgery in 2018, and I started playing hockey 2 months after that. Ever since then, the rink has been like a second home to me, and the community is absolutely amazing. They're the most supportive community I've ever been a part of. It brings families together on the weekends, and our team, the bond is amazing, and I would not have the friends I have today without that. Hockey has changed me in so many ways, and it's made me such a better person overall, and it's given me so many more opportunities. It gives me something to look forward to every single night. Every time I go to practice, I'm happy and looking forward to it. There's never a bad day. I think there are many ways to bring soccer into Santa Fe, but I do not think taking away our ice time is the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Hello, counselors, mayor. My name is Eli Rockstro. I haven't played hockey since the 2018-2019 season. This is my first and last year back. I'm a senior in high school and will be going off to UNM next year. So therefore, I will not be able to play hockey here in this level. If you let this intrusion of this soccer field happen, I will lose about half of my games and time on this ice in this last year of my child life. Now, hockey, since this is my first year back, before that, I was struggling with depression. I was in and out of the hospital several times. And hockey has really, helped me get the exercise and just enrichment I need. This really isn't an issue of that our teams here are stingy or anything like that. This is an issue of that we genuinely cannot support this, and cooperation can happen. It's not that we don't like soccer. We just want both rather than one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's next? Okay, you have the floor.
Kendall Springer.
You're going to have to get a little closer to the mic, sir. Move the mic up or you down, either way. You can just lift the whole thing up.
All right. I'm Kendall Springer. My wife and I moved back here recently. I'm retired, and Santa Fe has a great rink, and it was one of the reasons why we chose to come back here, for me anyway. I would say that, I'm looking at what's being proposed and everything. I think there's many of us that support soccer, but not here. I mean, I don't understand why so much money is being considered to support six days of pro games during prime season, when that money might be, put towards getting, addressing an indoor soccer need that the youth here need. I mean, you guys are talking about helping out this professional team, but I hear there's a need in the community for indoor soccer arena. So I don't understand why we're not discussing, ways of getting them an indoor soccer place that makes sense. It just doesn't make any sense. You have a 16,000 square foot rink with flooring that weighs 20 to 30 tons. It's going to have to be put out there and taken back out, between games. That just makes no sense. That's going to take a lot of time, a lot of people and a lot of money. Anyway.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Greg Shotwell. I'm a captain in the men's league. We're actually playing tonight. I'm also a regular at Old Timers Hockey, which is on Sundays. And I just want to say for both the men's league and for Old Timers, both are a tremendous community building activity. Old Timers, for one, has men and women ranging from teenagers all the way up to about 80 years old. And those are the kinds of that kind of team building type thing is something that you wouldn't find otherwise in the community. I might not get a chance to meet those guys and outside of hockey, great team building. And I think there's better ways to bring soccer to Santa Fe. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes, you have the floor.
Good afternoon.
Gonna have to get a little closer to the mic.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Bernadette Trujillo, and I'm coming to you as a hockey mom. My son started playing last year. Before he even knew how to skate, that's what he chose. And so I took him to the ice rink, and he was slipping and sliding all over the place and said, "Oh, I don't know if I can do it." And he kept going. He joined the team. He fell in love with it. And not only did he fall in love with it, but our family fell in love with it. And it means so much to us to be able to go and cheer him on and have these family moments and these road trips and all of this, and it would be really heartbreaking to see that getting taken away. We have 2 other kids who chose their sports, and we were able to go and cheer them on and be there for them. And I just want to bring you back into your heart and remember, that this is a community asset. And when it comes down to the individual and the family connections and the community connections that it creates, I would just really ask you to look at what's really important here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Keith McGregor, and I'm a former contract employee, actually, of the city of Santa Fe as the head referee for the adult league here in town. And I've also been the head referee for USA Hockey for 3 years in the past. And I see some other referees out here as well. And I'm pointing that out because we ref everything from the mites, as some of the mites moms has come. We do mites all the way up to adult. And there are now adults who we refed as kids that were in Bannerman High School who have come up into the adult league. They've maintained their relationships. They have new relationships with other people in the hockey community, like the officials. And I also have dear friends of mine that use the rink for ice skating lessons for their little kids. Some do hockey and ice skating. And I just wanted to add to how, hockey having been here for so long and ice skating having been here for so long, people in this community, I moved here 20 years ago from Canada, and the relationships that have gone for a decade or two from youth all the way up to adulthood is remarkable. If you happen to know any of these people. And the friends that I have that bring their kids to the community center for ice skating, they're also members of the Chavez Center. So they're paying $618 a year to come and be a member of that whole facility, largely to come to the skating and to take advantage of other discounts around the building. So I don't know how big those numbers are and what an impact that is. But just to have, for myself as a hockey player and a former referee, just to have the scheduler come up here from youth hockey and say that interruption in their schedule pretty much packs in the whole year for those kids, I can't imagine the social impact. And so I just want to ask the council to consider not only the fiscal ROI, but the social return as well, because it is a community center and we're here to serve the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Ian Taylor Booth. I'm also a men's league user. I just wanted to kind of add to the logistics that we've heard from a little bit. We already had an MSL2 team here, New Mexico Elite, and they folded after 2 seasons. 70% of the teams in the ASL2 have gone defunct. So there's already precedent that this city doesn't support the league. Not to say that I've been a lifelong soccer and hockey player. I think we should look for other avenues to provide these people a place to play. And as you can see, I don't think we're a vocal minority here. I'd say the vast majority of us are in support of the rink. And yeah, I don't think you should side with 20 semi-professional players over the hundreds of rink users that you've heard today.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Annika Graham. Thank you for your time and moving us up. My son won't let me leave until I talk because we've told him that you have to talk when you have an opinion. You don't let your voice be heard. And he was very disappointed I hadn't talked. So he's going to help me with all of his medals. I don't know how a shy introvert raised such a confident extrovert, but here we go. I'm a hockey mom, and I had this whole thing about the win-win solution that I've been hearing a lot of language about. And I think it's pretty clear that there are a lot of people who think that they might be losing something from it. So the current proposal, more like a win-lose right now. So I hope that you'll go back and find a real win-win solution. And I also told him I was going to change some of my words. What I'd like to tell you is, as a parent, hockey has been really important in our lives to build his confidence. And I can't believe this is the first time I'm coming to a city council meeting, because Santa Fe is not a place I thought I would raise a child, because it wasn't really a family-friendly place. And things like the Chavez Center and the ice rink are what made us stay, because you have invested so much in youth programming, in your libraries, your parks and rec, your ice rink. And that's what families need. And that's what kept us here. So I hope that you will continue to support it, as you always have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maddie Miller. I haven't been playing hockey very long. In fact, I just learned how to ice skate this year. This team gives a lot of people a chance. This also offers diversity and allows women and girls to play with this team. And this gives them a chance to join the community that we all love. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Mayor, Council. My name is Darren Smith. I have agreed with everything that everyone has said here so far. I think one thing that probably needs to be reiterated is the amount of money that is generated by visitors that come to play here. What happens on any given weekend is you have teams from Taos, Albuquerque, Alamosa, and some of those people are spending the night. So when you're having 50 people spend the night for one age group, and you're having hundreds of meals being bought in local restaurants, you're having all sorts of expenses paid here in town. So when you take Santa Fe out of the loop of those games, then what you're doing is you're actually taking visitors and money out of local vendors' pockets. So just something else to consider if that season is closed down and we are not part of that loop of games, then you are taking a huge amount of economic windfall for this city away.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Marcela Ortiz. I'm a skate coach, figure skating mom, a hockey mom, and a Santa Fe Skating Club board member. This is not us versus them. This is about multiple long established and popular youth ice sports programs being put in jeopardy to benefit a private entertainment venture. In this case, children and families being pushed aside or squeezed out in favor of a currently non-existent, unnamed adult indoor soccer team, or basically 18 sweaty men running around on a very expensive and elaborate specialized subfloor and top turf every other weekend, all winter long, which is youth ice hockey season and peak time for learn to skate, all at taxpayers' expense. Winter sports' busiest time is in winter. There's only one ice rink in Santa Fe, one frozen gem at the GCCC that is home to the Santa Fe Capitals Youth Hockey Organization, the Mustangs girls ice hockey team, and of course, the Santa Fe Skating Club, who runs the very popular Learn to Skate program, having taught over 500 kids how to skate and still counting how to skate since 2017. January through March is our peak time of the year. We simply cannot maintain an effective or successful program every other weekend. Our contribution to the community should not be minimized or ignored. Our youth hockey teams will not be able to schedule games against the other 4 New Mexico youth ice hockey teams and Durango. That is age groups from toddlers to teens, being expected to essentially give up their season for the benefit of a niche private business on the city's dime. Children shouldn't be asked to sacrifice for adults. Every parent knows this. We are not anti-soccer. We are anti having a private business experiment being allowed to cut kids' programs and then expected to foot the bill.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm Lisa Shu.
Can you change the mic a little bit?
Oh.
There you go. Much better.
And I am a skating mom, a hockey mom, a soccer mom, a basketball mom, a baseball mom, every kind of mom. I love all sports, and I really want every sport to be here for all of these kids that I've taught. I keep communicating with all of you to find out exactly what's going on. And we don't exactly know, so we're making assumptions. We want indoor soccer, we want indoor skating. So I keep asking, and you are still exploring the opportunity. It's 10 months away that the first game is supposed to be here. So I ask you, why is there not another location in Santa Fe that would meet the size, seating, and specifications needed for an indoor arena? It looks like your decision is already made. Thank you. I hope you save our rink and find another location for this wonderful, wonderful event.
Thank you.
Our rink.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Dick Goldsmith. I'm a grandfather of a 12-year-old skater who belongs to the Santa Fe Skating Club. I sent each of you a letter. I just wanted to highlight what was in that letter. First of all, do you really want to spend $250,000 to $500,000 of public funds on a private enterprise? A private enterprise that frankly is a gamble. As I proposed in my letter, I think better use of public funds would be building a multi-purpose arena in the South End. I think they need it there. They would welcome it there. Also, to remind you that this December timeline is not your timeline. You are the decision makers. I hope you take time to study, to analyze all the implications of this. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for.
You may have to pick it up and get it a little bit closer. There you go.
Thank you for listening to all of us tonight. It's great to see everybody come out. My name is Patrick, and I run the curling program at the Chavez Center. And the curling program has always been what I call like the bubble sport. We get the last available slot at the worst time. Mainly because we don't have the numbers that hockey and figure skating have, but we do have a group of dedicated curlers that can only curl on ice. And we actually didn't even get to start curling again until May of this year, just because, like I said, we're the last group to get ice time. And so right now we curl on weekends. So if we lose those 6 weekends, that's pretty much the end of our program, because we rely a lot on momentum, and it's the middle of curling season. So it's not good for any ice sports. And it would make sense if this was a football stadium that sat empty for half the year, but considering it's probably one of the few places in town that's populated every hour of every day, so there's not any extra time to add more programming. So we should keep ice sports on the ice. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can hand the mic on, please. Thank you.
Good evening, counselors, Mayor Weber, most of you. Many of you know me. I'm Tammy Berenson. I'm president of the Santa Fe Skating Club. The ice rink community is not here tonight because we object to 6 soccer games. We're here tonight because those 6 games will cause us to lose ice for at least 6 weekends during the rink's busiest time of the year. This will kill the winter learn to skate session, will stall the development of our figure skaters, will risk the youth hockey season, will disrupt adult hockey and curling, and will make it harder for the general public to discover what a wonderful place the rink is. We've all had to rebuild after the disruptions caused by COVID, the rink essentially being closed for a full year, and then the capacity limits that were in place for months afterwards. While Chavez Center staff has been great at providing as much ice as possible for users, we are not back to pre-COVID ice availability. And we are now facing a future where it will be even harder to get the ice when we need it most. Mayor Weber keeps asking ice rink users why we can't find a way to have both ice sports and soccer. You simply can't do both on the same day. It will take substantial time, staff, and resources to change over from one surface to another. It will hurt us all to accommodate another user that doesn't even need ice. Putting indoor soccer at the Chavez Center rink will be converting a world-class recreational facility that people asked for and love into a subpar event center with bad ice and not enough parking. Taxpayer money will be better spent fixing existing problems than in subsidizing a private enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Enrique Agner Herrera, and I'm 17 and I've been skating regularly for a year and a half now as figure skating. Let's see. Figure skating has been really become a big part of my life and development, and like this soccer rink will have a big impact on that. It would put a damper on my learning and development, and let's see. And especially in this winter is like a very special time for figure skating. Let's see, Saturdays in particular bring in like large crowds to the ice rink, and I can tell you firsthand that those crowds are really valuable, and it's really great to see the public, like from people from all walks of life, being there and enjoying that space. Let's see. This soccer rink being put in place, we would lose at least half or more of that special time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Anissa Berenson. For almost 14 years, I've been proud to call the GCCC my home rink. For 14 years, I have poured my blood, sweat, and tears into a sport very dear to me. I've spent countless hours there after school and on the weekend. I've won multiple competitions there, taught dozens of kids to skate there, but most importantly, I've learned lifelong skills like perseverance, teamwork, and discipline that will continue to serve me for years. While I recognize that the plans currently state the rink would only be transformed every other weekend, it isn't feasible. New skaters won't be able to progress if there is only ice time 2 weekends a month in the busiest season for winter sports, not to mention the fact that public ice time will be even more limited because existing user groups will be fighting for remaining ice time. Current users will also be discouraged and ultimately put more stress on other facilities. Other facilities in aren't located in Santa Fe, instead a minimum 60-minute drive away, driving revenue and business to other locations. Indoor soccer, however, has a variety of complexes in the area. Forget indoor soccer. Soccer soccer was a sport that was made to be played outside, anywhere with anyone at any time. It was a sport designed to bring communities together, not drive existing ones apart. So I invite you to watch a hockey game or practice, curling on Sundays, a freestyle skating session, or learn to skate. Give us a chance to show you what you are taking away and meet with the people your actions affect.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Scott Dobling. I'm the president of the New Mexico Mustangs Girls Hockey Association. So we're a nonprofit that operates hockey programs for girls and young women ages 4 through 19. And from my view, this is not about soccer versus hockey. It's not about one sport versus another. It's about a facility that was built for the purposes of ice sports. And as has been said, we're talking about 6 weekends, but we're not talking about 6 weekends out of 52 in a year. We're talking about 6 weekends out of 12 to 14 during a season, because the season for indoor soccer and the season for hockey and figure skating are all at the same time. And that's really the conflict. We would love to have a world where we can all share the same thing. But right now we're talking about trying to do the same thing at the same time in the same place. And that's just not possible. So I'd ask you to consider to keep the Chavez Center for the ice facility that it was built to be.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Ellen Stone, and I'm actually here for the Southside Open Space, but my partner's son, he played hockey for quite a while, so I've seen a lot of you guys play, and I didn't know that this was happening today, and I don't know all of the details, but I am shocked to hear what I have, how much taxpayer dollars could go to this for a private entity. And I cannot help but draw the parallels between this situation and the Southside Open Space. It feels like
That's not in order. Sorry.
way, I feel as though the community does need to be listened to. I don't know who this team is. Who are they? Why can't they go somewhere else? I went to the College of Santa Fe when it was the College of Santa Fe. The Schelleberger Center actually would be perfect for this. That was a fantastic idea, whoever mentioned it. There has to be another way. It's wasting our money on this 6-weekend event. And then if we already own the equipment, what's going to happen? Is this just going to cascade into more events, more weekends? And these people devote their lives to it. I've been to more games than you would think. And hockey, I mean, none of my kids play hockey anymore. So please do consider how much this will impact our children. I'm an occupational therapist. I work with children, and movement, heavy work, vestibular stimulation, all of these kinds of things are very important for self-regulation. If you close down this ice for 6 weeks, you would be leaving these people without the opportunity to give themselves the heavy work, the movement that they need to feel good and be able to go about their daily lives. So please support them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Weber, councilors. My name is Dale Kellogg. I'm a lifelong figure skater and a United States Figure Skating Association judge. My comment to you tonight is I too am in support of keeping our ice. But my concern is that the Chavez Center became an expedient solution to a preconceived plan. And I think it's important for the council and the city as a whole to look at other options that would not be so disruptive and intrusive to one of the key facilities that the city offers its citizens. So please think carefully, try to come up with a different solution. Might be a little bit more difficult, might take a little bit more time, but would be a lot less disruptive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now it's about 10 minutes to 7. We usually do our petitions from the floor at 7. We tried to accommodate the folks who were here with young people who needed to get out and do other ice-related activities. We will have another petitions from the floor at 7, and at that time, Madam Clerk, I assume there will be people who are zooming in as well. If the folks who are here to talk about the rink and to let the council and me know about your concerns, have everybody who wanted to speak has had a chance to do that. I want to thank everybody for coming out. We will have another round of petitions from the floor at 7. We'll be taking up anything that people want to bring to our attention at that time. It's not limited just to the issue that you all were addressing. But I want to thank you for coming out. And I would propose to the members of the governing body, we had one item taken off the consent agenda. We have two normal presentations. I think maybe we can get the audit presentation in now. And then it'll probably be 7 o'clock and we can do an amendment to our agenda to take up the other petitions from the floor, if that's acceptable to everybody. So thank you. Appreciate you all being here. We're going to go on to our regular agenda. So Madam Clerk, could you let us know what is in front of the governing body now?
Yes, Mayor, we're moving on to item 8A, which is an audit update for fiscal year 21 by Emily Oster, our finance director.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. I'm happy to.
If everybody could, as quietly as possible, if you're leaving, we have other business to conduct, so please try to be as quiet as you can. Thank you so much.
Good
Dr.
evening,
Oster.
Mayor and councilors. I'm happy to report that the work on the audits is continuing. The pace is accelerating. Currently, we're focusing on fiscal year 2021. We have resources from the external audit firm Carr Riggs Ingram scheduled to work on test work and substantive procedures throughout the month of February. Clifton Larson Allen, which is our audit prep consultant, is focused on wrapping up final loose ends for FY21 and cash reconciliation for FY22. We had a new employee start this week in the finance department, which is very exciting. I'm anticipating 2 more starting the next pay period, which begins on February 20th, and then 1 internal promotion also targeted for February 20th. And then on the budget side of the house, we have the FY24 budget development process in full swing. The finance committee hearings are tentatively scheduled for April, and we will get back to you with dates. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Questions for the director. I have one, Madam Director. I understand you and the city manager have reached out to our new state auditor, who is formerly a city council member. I wonder if you could brief us on the schedule for getting a meeting with the auditor to discuss his responsibility and our progress.
Certainly, Mayor. City Manager Blair reached out to Auditor Maestas on his first day in office and requested a meeting with him. We have since learned that he prefers to have us submit a quarterly update on March 15th, which is the process that's prescribed in administrative code in the audit rule. So we will prepare that report as requested by State Auditor Maestas.
Great. Any other questions about audit prep for the director? Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Oster, that report that's going to be delivered to Auditor Maestas on March 15th, will that be provided to the council?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, let me look into that. The audit is confidential until it's been released by the state auditor's office. So I just want to check the audit rule and see if this type of documentation is covered by that confidentiality provision.
Okay, thank you. And if it is allowable, I at least would like to receive a copy of the report. Thank you, Director Oster. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, you mentioned one new position filled, 2 more on the way. What positions are these that are being filled right now?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Cassett, the person that started this week is an accounting financial analyst. So he's one of my staff members in the controller org, the accounting group. The 2 that we have tentative start dates for February 20th are our chief procurement officer. And let's see, the internal promotion would be for a treasury position. And the third one, let's see,
getting my stage fright a little bit here. Hold on a second. I'm sorry, Counselor. I'll have to get back.
No
I
problem.
don't have my org chart in front of me.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. No further questions.
Okay, other questions on audit prep at the moment? Thank you very much. Appreciate your being here and appreciate the update. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't believe we have time to do the MRC update at this time. Yeah, Councilor Garcia?
Mr. Mayor, just to try to get as much work done as possible, could we, I'd like to make a motion to quickly jump to item 21, A and B, which is appointments, Mayor's Committee on Disability and Santa Fe Women's Commission.
There's a motion to change the order of business to bring the appointments up right now and get that taken care of between now and 7 o'clock.
Mr. Mayor, we do have one consent item that was pulled that just needs to be moved through.
Why don't we have you made that in the form of a motion, Counselor?
I'll recall my motion if it's quick corrections for minutes, right, Councilwoman?
Yeah, we would still have to jump over the presentation on the MRC. So do you want to propose that we skip the MRC, go to 9A and then come back to petitions from the floor at 7 again?
Mr. Mayor, I frankly think you can probably achieve 9A plus the motion that Councilor Garcia wanted to achieve in 4 minutes, and that still allows time to be on time at 7.
Okay, so why don't we get a motion to change the agenda to do those two things right now, and then we'll go back to petitions and then we'll resume regular order. I'd entertain that motion.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Motion and a second to change the order of business to go to item 9A and then to 21A and B before we go to the petitions from the floor. Motion was made and seconded. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera.
Yes.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Very good. If you could read 9A, Madam Clerk, so we can take that up. It was pulled from consent by Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes, 9A is request for approval of the January 11th, 2023 regular governing body meeting minutes.
Very good. So I guess I would entertain a motion and then you could describe your desire to pull it.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone this item.
There's a motion to postpone the item until
For corrections.
Councilors, to a date, the next
So the
meeting?
next council meeting.
Okay, there's a motion to postpone this item to the next meeting to make corrections in it. Is there
Second.
there's a second. Do you want to give us a quick
Sure.
update?
Yeah, just there were a number of errors on these meeting minutes for whatever reason, and just to point them out so that they can be corrected. Page 19, we all had comments about Director Shannon Jones, and mine wasn't included in that. Page 20 didn't accurately capture some of our statements and what we presented for the Community Health and Safety Task Force update. It was very sparse and it wasn't accurate. So I would suggest to look at that, listen to the minutes again for that. Page 22, the vote for item F as in Frank was not accurately captured. Councilor Rivera did not vote for item F. So that needs to be corrected. And then just page 45, there was a quote from one of my statements that wasn't accurately reflected. It said I was talking about a cage and I didn't talk about anything of that sort. So just to look at that as well. So I suggest, for these reasons, I suggest we postpone these minutes.
Okay. Is there further discussion of the motion to postpone and correct the minutes? Could you call the roll, please?
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Okay, then we are going to move to appointments. Madam Clerk, I believe that's 19 or 21, I'm sorry, 21A and B.
Yes. Mayor, item 21A is the Mayor's Committee on Disability. There's 3 appointments: Christopher Palmier, Pam Parafit, and Angelique Montoya Chavez. The first 2 are seeking terms expiring in January of 2027, and the last is a reappointment with the same term.
Can I get a motion?
Second.
There's a motion to approve and a second. Is there a discussion on these nominees? If not, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on those names, please?
Yes, Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Marworth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. And that brings us to 21B, Madam Clerk.
Yes, for item 21B, it's for the Santa Fe Women's Commission. There's 2 appointments: Mariah Gonzalez with an appointment term ending in November of 2025, and Elias Pontone with an appointment, same expiration.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve those 2 appointments to the Women's Commission. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Marworth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
very good. We're really on time. Counselor Lindell, your hand is up.
Thank you, Mayor. I would make a motion that we postpone the presentation of the MRC and golf course update until our next meeting.
I think given our schedule for tonight, that's a reasonable motion. Is there a second?
Second for the purposes of discussion.
Okay, open the floor to discussion about moving that MRC golf course update to our next meeting. I don't know what the next meeting calendar looks like, but we've got a full slate of work for us tonight.
I know,
Counselor Garcia.
Mr. Mayor, I know we have folks in the audience that were waiting for this presentation, and this had been delayed from a Monday meeting that we were hoping to have. So
On MRC?
yes, it had been scheduled to go to Public Works and Utilities, and we worked with Director Wheeler
Got it.
to have it here.
Got it.
And so I know that there is also a meeting scheduled on Friday pertaining some of the information that we were hoping to get an update on tonight. So I just wanted to put that out there for the rest of the council to consider.
Okay, how do folks feel? Because we have a full slate of additional work to do, and it is an important presentation, and we have people here for it. What would you all like to do? Counselor Cass and then Counselor Garcia.
I guess my question is is the information time sensitive, that there are decisions that are pending? I suppose this is probably questions for, am I allowed to ask staff right now about this? And then also, how long do we expect the presentation to be?
I think the presentation doesn't take long. It's the questions that
Mayor Weber, members of the council, there was a question about time-sensitive nature of the presentation. Is that correct?
Correct.
The presentation is about operations and an assessment. Part of the assessment is looking at the marketing messaging that's coming out of the golf course and the MRC. And there has been a process put in place to bring together a focus group. And the first meeting of that focus group has been proposed for this Friday the 10th. That meeting could also be postponed if that's helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I would say that we keep running into the problem that we continually overload our agendas, and continuing to push it off is not going to help in the long run. And at some point, we're just going to have to bite the bullet and take care of business and then look at how we schedule things in the future. This might be that evening.
Thank you. Counselor Lee Garcia.
I had the same questions as, thank you, Mayor, sorry. I had the same questions as Counselor Cassett, so they were answered. Thank you.
So well, we can vote, I guess. Counselor Rivera, you are the sage of the governing body. Do you have a thought about this? Not to put you on the spot, but
yeah, I'm sort of under the same thought process as Councilwoman Cassett is, we keep doing this, so let's just move ahead.
Okay. So the motion is to postpone and we should take a vote. Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Romero Worth.
No.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
She stepped out for a moment.
Sorry about that. Yep. Counselor Cassett.
No.
Counselor Chavez.
No.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
No.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
No.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Rivera.
No.
Did you want to vote on this one? Where the vote is on to postpone or not to postpone?
Emmers.
No.
Okay, Mayor Weber.
I'll vote no.
Motion fails.
Okay, let's have a motion to move our order of business so that we go to petitions of the floor petitions from the floor, part 2 right now. It's about 4 after 7. I suspect we've got some folks not only here, but in the Zoom room as well. And so let's respect our effort to be on time with that.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is made to move to petitions from the floor, part 2, starting around 7:04. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll on that, please?
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Rivera.
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth. Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
So with that vote, we are going to take up petitions from the floor. If you're here for something where there is a public hearing on the calendar, wait for that item to come up. If you're here to talk about matters that are not on the agenda, but you'd like to bring to the attention of the governing body, this is the time to do it. And we'll give everybody who wants to speak to any issue not covered by a public hearing later, a 2-minute opportunity to do that, whether you're here or you're at home or on a Zoom connection. So please state your name and then we'll give you a 2-minute opportunity to speak to anything you'd like to address.
Hi, I'm Rachel Thompson, and I just wanted to check. I've heard from a number of people that the Zoom link is incorrect and that we might know what the correct link is, but
Madam Clerk, is the Zoom link working?
this I heard when there was testimony from the hockey.
Yeah, I just wondering from our clerk what the technology is.
Mayor Weber, we have many individuals on the Zoom link. We also recompiled the agenda and republished it to see if that would help with the issue. I've also been sending it out. So we have approximately 57 people that are on Zoom right now. We have recompiled the agenda as well. So if I'm happy to give instructions to reach out to me if we still can't get it to work, but I think so far we have about 60 people that have been able to access it.
I'm sorry, just had a thought. Can you publish the Zoom link to the YouTube feed?
No. Sorry about that. Yeah.
That was what you, that was your public comment, ma'am? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. I will say, Mayor, if I could just make an announcement, if anyone wants to hit refresh on PrimeGov, we did republish the agenda again to try to see if that would work.
Terrific. Okay. Yes, sir.
Ronald S. Trujillo, Santa Fe, District 4. Members of the City Council, October 12th, 2020, a day that will live in infamy for those of us who call Santa Fe home. It was on this day that a group of radicals, encouraged by you, Mayor, and Councilor Villarreal, took it upon themselves to destroy the soldiers' monument which stood in our plaza since 1868. It's about time and long overdue that this issue is finally being discussed and that the Soldiers Monument hopefully will be rebuilt and, in my hopes, rededicated to all cultures that call Santa Fe home. But never forgetting the reason the monument was built, to honor those Union soldiers who died in the battlefields of the New Mexico Territory during the Civil War. Mayor, you told me the chart was supposed to determine the fate of the Soldiers Monument as well as the fate of the Vargas statue. Mayor, you lied to me when you uttered those words and looked me straight in the eyes when I was president of the Caballeros de Vargas. You remember that day. Chart was a farce and a huge, huge waste of taxpayer money. History is not for you to like or dislike. It is there for you to learn from. And if it offends you, then even better, because then you are less likely to repeat it. It's not yours to erase. It belongs to all of us. Thank you to those councilors who have finally had the guts to introduce a resolution that addresses one of the 3 monuments on the mayor's hit list. The Soldiers Monument, which has become a huge issue when on June 17th of 2020 on the plaza, you, Mayor, made it very clear that you would rid the city of 3 monuments: the Soldiers Monument, or as you like to refer to it, the obelisk, the Kit Carson Monument on federal property, and the Don Diego de Vargas statue at Cathedral Park, without even speaking or having dialogue with stakeholders and the citizens of Santa Fe who would be affected by your actions. You overstepped your authority as mayor for the political gain. Councilors, Don Diego de Vargas is a very important historical figure in our city, and his monument's fate also needs to be addressed by the proposed resolution, as well as any future monuments that might be built.
Thank you.
On a sad note, Mayor,
Thank you.
a good man passed this week. I think you know who that gentleman was.
Thank you.
Gilbert Martinez.
Thank you, sir.
You and your minions forced out.
Thank you, sir.
No longer with us.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Mayor and members of the council, my name is Lexi and I have a question for you. Have you ever gone to the Chavez Center? I do. I go ice skating every weekend, but the mayor wants to change it into a soccer field every other weekend. I don't think this is very fair because you can play soccer outside, but you cannot go ice skating outside in Santa Fe. All the skaters and hockey players that work really hard need practice every weekend. I am a basic 6 level figure skater and I go 2 or 3 times a week for at least an hour. Imagine skaters who are working to get to the Olympics. How are they supposed to practice when they only have every other weekend? I get that soccer players need space too. So here are my ideas. First, make an area outside or use an existing field. Or if you must play indoors, use an empty building like Kmart, not my skating rink. I don't know if you've ever tried ice skating, but it's great exercise and a lot of fun. But it takes a lot of practice. And we can't practice without the rink. You might be thinking, well, just go to Albuquerque, but gas is expensive and some people might not be able to afford it. Besides, this rink belongs to Santa Fe. Why should we find a different place to practice? With all due respect, I have told you my reasons and I really hope you listen, change your mind about what we should do with our precious ice skating rink. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Scott Hushin. I was raised here in Santa Fe, graduated from Santa Fe High. Go Demons. I have volunteered for the last 6 years as the president of the Santa Fe Adult Soccer League, where we serve over 450 adults to organize and play soccer on a recreational basis 4 or 5 nights a week. I am currently the new executive director at the Northern Soccer Club, which is a youth organization. In 2022, we had 1,116 youth participate in our programs. As we are gearing up for the spring season, we have given a total of $17,969 in scholarship funds for kids to play soccer. That goes to families that can't afford it, helping people pay for it. Bottom line is we want kids playing as much soccer as possible. I believe with community partners like David Fresquez and his Pro Arena soccer team, all these numbers will go up, exposures goes up, and it's good for everybody. Our goal is to have a dedicated indoor soccer facility for practices, for leagues, for youth, and yes, for an arena soccer team. We cannot continue to operate scared as a society, a community, and a city. We must think big. Sharing a community space for 6 nights out of the entire year is not a big ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hey, if you cannot act with respect to the speakers, we're going to have to ask you to leave. Please let them have their say. Yes, you have the floor.
Pauline Anaya, yo quiero dar mis gracias y honor a mis antepasados y también a todos los soldados de la guerra civil que dieron sus vidas por la libertad y paz que tenemos. Es posible que algunos de ustedes también son descendientes de estos santos, pero lo que es importante son las posiciones que tienen hoy de poder y quizás no lo que hacen por la gente. Congratulations, as you all perfectly completed your manifesto, every point of it, and introducing bullying through chart controlling speech, shame, disrespect, and racial division to achieve your goals and to continue funding through the taxpayer monies, your ideology, creating your OEI to further your plans and implement your bullying of controlled speech, shame, disrespect, and racial division. No, tear down of others to lift others is not progress nor equality. Of the 150 years of Marxism around the world, it's proved only to tear down, not build up. This body will be remembered for your continually facilitating the tear down of our community to advance your purposes. And also it proves a lack of care or respect for New Mexico or this nation's original European settlers who established the economic, political, and moral foundations of a strong, prosperous, and decent state and nation whose structures, roots we all live off now. Our existence is quickly being first vilified, then secondly destroyed. Our ancestors gave their all and did their best. I wonder, why is every form of disrespect now being shown, embraced by our elite leaders as a guise of progress?
Thank you. Nope. One sec, let's clear that. Okay, you have the floor. You're good.
Hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, City Council. My name is David Fresquez. I'm born and raised here in beautiful Santa Fe, New Mexico. Also a Santa Fe High School demon. I started a company called Age Friendly Senior Care 8 years ago. I'm also Hispanic Chamber of Commerce president, and I'm also a very proud owner of the MASL Major Arena Soccer League franchise that's coming here to Santa Fe. To the hockey community and the ice skating community, you guys are amazing. Amazing, amazing. All the kids here, all the support, all the sports enthusiasts. I want to hold your hands and make sure that we have solutions for our kids, for our business economy, for everyone in the city to enjoy our beautiful Chavez Center. Want to keep in mind that this center is a community center. It belongs to all of us equally. When the Santa Fe New Mexican Rights kicked out, it also should say kept out of the ice arena. There's also a large majority of people who also want to take advantage of this beautiful, beautiful arena. I'm open to suggestions, ideas, to all of us bring Santa Fe closer together, not dividing. You all said it beautifully. This is not soccer versus skating. This is not ice versus turf. This is Santa Fe sports. This is Santa Fe community together. So I thank you all, City Council. Thank you all for hearing me out. I appreciate all the efforts, and go Capitals, go Santa Fe hockey, go Santa Fe community. Thank you.
Thank you. Please don't clap or boo or comment. Yes, you have the floor.
Hello, I'm Terry Rivera. I've been here before talking to you guys. I just wanted to point something out that I keep reading and hearing about, that the chart kept saying that it was 50-50 on people making recommendations and for the monument. Well, let me tell you, my daughter and I attended all the meetings, all the social events they had, and never was it 50-50. It was always, I'd say 90% in favor of restoring the monument, and maybe 10% were against it. Not once did I see anybody that was there in favor of it. And like, I'm giving them credit as to the 10% because it was always in favor of restoring the monument to what it really was. Okay, now another thing, you guys say are looking at the gluing of the monument again, putting it together with glue or bond or whatever you want to call it. Well, doing that, you're giving credibility to the vandals, the criminals that came into our town because they weren't even from Santa Fe and destroyed this monument. You're giving them credibility by doing that. It has to be restored to what it looked like before. And I hope you all take that into consideration. Here you say, whereas the community also needs to continue the work of cultural and racial reconciliation and to evolve its understanding of its diverse and multicultural histories and perspectives. Well, you're not going to be doing that if you divide the cultures again by doing what you want to do with that monument. It has to be restored to its original, what it looked like.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. It is wonderful that the Santa Fe City Council wants to
Can we
bring
get
back.
your
this-
name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Donna Rivera. I'm her daughter,
Thank you.
Terry's daughter. It's wonderful that the council wants to bring back the Soldiers Monument. However well-meaning the city council resolution is, it does not accurately address the issues from the destruction of the Soldiers Monument. A piece of our history was decimated by a few terrorists. Not a single person that participated in the chart process asked that the offensive plaque be returned. I don't recall a discussion ever about gluing the fractured pieces together. Why remove the other 3 plaques? Why are we ignoring the work and desires of our forefathers? No one endorsed or requested anything about the entrada. And why do we want to relive the tearing down of the obelisk? That was a hurtful and lawlessness based on the ignorance of people regarding our city's true history. The interactive display that shows that varied perspective about the community's history does what? Create more ignorance and misinformation? There are historians. Why don't we do something about actually educating the public as well as ourselves? Let's use real history. And I'm curious, where did the counselors get their ideas? Based on what? If you review the documents from chart discussions, many people were upset that the city police were not allowed to do their job. Why would we honor an attack and replay this over and over? As far as the Office of Equity and Inclusion, please do more than just create policies. Is this office going to look at the cleanup and street maintenance, verify the distribution of the city's resources? Will we listen to the young people as well as our old who don't have access to computers? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, my name is Elmer Maestas. Happy to be here to speak on behalf of the Soldiers Monument, a problem that's been hanging over our heads for too long now. We got to get the right thing done. By right thing, I mean we got to know our history. We have to know our monument's history. We don't know it. The Native Americans certainly do not know the history of that monument. All they care about is tearing it down. And some of you are with them on that. That's not correct. That's not right. In any case, to begin with, we had a wonderful, beautiful, and historically purposeful soldiers monument and dedicated to those New Mexico Civil War era brave soldiers who defeated and turned back the invading Confederate Texas soldiers. They invaded. They took over some of the areas of New Mexico and came all the way up to Santa Fe. Thereby, these brave New Mexico soldiers kept New Mexico safe and kept it a non-slave state. They need to get a lot of credit for that. We are very much aware and lament the awful anti-Native American plaque that surfaced during the building of, well, it was actually an afterthought, the building of the monument in question. But the fact that just one part of that monument bears an anti-whatever saying, that doesn't mean the whole monument is torn down. And that doesn't mean that it's not put back together to its original state. But we don't want to have that monument hijacked. By hijacked, I mean changing the meaning and the composition of it. Thank you very much. Do the right thing, please.
Thank you, sir.
City Council, Mayor, my name's Tomas Arre. I live on Canyon Road, your neighbor, Mayor. I completely do not agree with what's going on. Our entrada was closed down. You stole Don Diego de Vargas and you put him away somewhere. So happens I had a friend find him. Out of luck, we found him at Lamoureux's yard. Okay, this other thing about tearing down our government, US government, monuments. How can you get away with these things? I mean, it's one thing after another. What is it you got against us Spanish people? That's all I got to say to you. I hope you sleep good.
Thank you.
My name is Ori Dominguez.
Just wait 1 second, sir. Christine, is that being put up on the screen? Very good. Okay, I think we're ready to go, sir. Step up close to the mic, please.
My name is Ori Dominguez, City Councilor. I'm here in support of the keeping the Soldiers Monument as it is replaced. I'm quoting from a book, Blood and Thunder, that was recommended by the chart process. William Arney, a former Indian agent who is now territorial secretary, estimated that New Mexico's property losses to Indian raiders in 1862 amounted to $250,000, and more than 30,000 sheep were stolen by the Navajos that year. James Collins, superintendent of Indian Affairs in New Mexico, reported that the record of murders committed by Navajos had become truly frightful. This death list is not made up of a few lives lost. Its number will extend to nearly 300 for the past 18 months. That was from Blood and Thunders. New Mexico will be forever indebted to the New Mexico volunteers, Pueblo, Spanish, Anglo, and African Americans, who with the Union Army ended slavery in New Mexico and stopped the deprivations of the enemy nations that had taken the lives of so many New Mexicans for over 2 centuries. The vandals were Black Lives Matter vandals. The chart program with Artful Life were associated with Black Lives Matter. And now the American Marxists are taking over and trying to destroy my monument. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, you have the floor. if you need to, yeah, take the mic down, please do.
Hello, my name is Ray Robbins. I was born here in Santa Fe, and I'm a competitive figure skater and training and in the Learn to Skate program at Genevieve Chavez Center. The ice rink has been here all my life. Figure skating is like Mirai Nagasu, Olympic bronze medalist and first American woman to land a triple axel, skated at the GCCC ice rink. The fact that there are people trying to get rid of her legacy is revolting. There are a multitude of regulation soccer fields in Santa Fe and only one ice rink in all of this region. Soccer is not even meant to be played indoors, but even if it was, there are a lot of other places in Santa Fe that you can build an indoor soccer field. Another point is you are ruining the futures of some ice skaters and or hockey players because some people cannot drive all the way to Albuquerque every week. So if you take away the rink, you might take away some people's futures too. Also, there aren't many safe social spots in Santa Fe for teens to hang out at. I hope you won't deprive us of one of the best and only in Santa Fe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Christina M. Castro. I am Jemez and Taos Pueblo. The city wants to rebuild a racist and antiquated anti-Indigenous monument in our city, built in the late 1800s. This was a time when these Union soldiers were not fighting for slavery. They were actually committing genocide against Indigenous and Dene people, and they rounded up our people and our community to engage in their genocidal ploy. Furthermore, this chart findings are concerning because according to those who were surveyed, only 32% of Santa Feans surveyed want the monument restored. 33% want a new type of monument. And what stands out about this is that they just focus on the percentages of people who want it back, as if everybody's perspective deserves equal representation. They apparently only did one survey explicitly asking about race and ethnicity, and half of the participants didn't answer. Those who did answer were over 94% white or Hispanic. Indigenous, African, Black, Asian Pacific Islanders, multiracial, biracial folks, and other groups just made up 6%. They made a point of saying they engaged with the Institute of American Indian Arts and Pueblos, but who? And what were the results of those specific findings? Secondly, you can glorify colonizers as people of Spanish descent, but you have to understand that these same colonizers were tried in Spain for atrocities against Pueblo and Indigenous people. And also, those folks from Spain brought tons of Indigenous auxiliaries from Mexico. So you might all want to do a DNA test and check about what your bloodline really says about your about your ancestry, because I'm telling you, a lot of you are more Indigenous than you want to admit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I just make a request that when you're speaking, please speak to the governing body. We're here to listen. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Elizabeth. My name is Elizabeth and I live here in Santa Fe County. I just wanted to come and talk today. I saw this proposal yesterday and it really took me off guard because I personally did a lot of reflection in 2020, and I believe that we've had to have a lot of really uncomfortable conversations as a entire country. And part of that is reconciling with our very messy past.
Excuse me, back there. You're really disrupting our ability to focus on this speaker who has our attention. So please, everybody, not just one person, all of us, be respectful to whoever is speaking, whether you agree or disagree. Let's give that individual our full attention.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I firmly disagree with having the obelisk reinstated in the center of town. I understand that the council members want to come together and honor a variety of different interests. That makes sense. I feel like doing so in a history museum makes a lot more sense, but I think that it's up to us, and especially somebody with white skin. I have to speak and say that it feels like it's my job to uplift the indigenous populations here, the original inhabitants here, and make sure that number one, they feel safe and they feel heard and seen on a baseline, which should not be, statues that remind them of their horrible history. How else can we look to indigenous people for leadership moving forward on much more vast issues, such as our environmental issues, how we take care of our populations, if we can't even ensure that they can't walk down the road without seeing a reminder that reminds them of their own ancestors and the terrible things that happened, that the Kit Carson's troops, that the Union soldiers did to their people. So thank you.
Thank you. Up, please, I'm begging you. Okay, you have the floor.
Hello, my name is Mia Rue. I am a single mother of a high school child, a middle school child, and an elementary school child. And Mayor Weber, Pro Tem Mayor Lindell, Councilor Garcia, Councilor Cassett, Councilor Romero Worth, Councilor Villarreal, Councilor Garcia, Councilor Rivera, Councilor Chavez. I'm appealing to you as people with hearts, as people who have feelings and who actually care about the people of our community, care about the people of our community more than corporate interests. I am a mother, and what I can tell you from my personal experience, also as a business owner and a professional here in Santa Fe, is that skating saves lives. I know because I have children whose lives it has saved. I'm not exaggerating. I can tell you that there are children in this room who have been dramatically impacted by the benefits of skating. And it's not 6 days where the ice is not available. The reality is that programs will be lost. Simply, it's just that simple. And those are the programs that have saved lives. And there are very few opportunities for teens and middle schoolers to have a safe, healthy, positive, enriching environment to be together, to hang out, to talk, to hold hands, to grow up. And that's what the public skate sessions from 12 to 4 on Saturdays offer. I ask you, please, if you haven't gone to the Chavez Center open skates on Saturdays, go see what this means to our youth. I stand for Santa Fe families. Please stand with me.
Thank you very much.
I'm Bodie Dillon. I'm related to the Ray. She came up earlier, and then that was my mom. I don't personally skate very often. I skate just because they've skated. I'm a snowboard instructor at Ski Santa Fe. And I've just witnessed how impactful it has been for my sister. It's been something very important to her over the past probably a year more. I don't know, a while. It's been a long while. I haven't lived here very long. I just moved here. And since I've moved here, I've seen her skate, and she's really grown. And I think taking that away from her on the weekends, because she's in school, so am I. That's one of the only times you can skate. And if you're in school or if you have weekly obligations. So I don't know. I think it's not supportive to take away that time during the weekend. I don't really have a horse in this race, but I do think that it's unnecessary to build or spend the money, the time, and the resources required to put this soccer field on the ice skating rink. Yeah, I don't know. I don't support it. I think skating is important, and we have a large skating community. I think you should listen to them, even if I personally am not part of it. I think it's impactful, and I think it's important. So keep the skating rink on the weekends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask you one more time not to applaud or boo or anything else. They get a chance to speak, we get a chance to listen, but applause or other forms of negative or positive comment is really not how we run these meetings. So please be respectful of our process and don't applaud or boo or in any other way respond to what's being said. Just listen respectfully. Yes, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council of Santa Fe, New Mexico, which is originally Ogopoge. You're still on indigenous land. The whole continent of the Americas is native land, is indigenous land, and we're all still here. So what I want to correct.
Can we get your name, please?
Donna.
Thank you.
And the issue is that we're supposed to still be in a democracy. Well, the Constitution of the United States was first modeled after the Iroquois Confederacy, which is the Haudenosaunee. So in 1988, the US Senate paid tribute with a resolution that said the confederation of the original 13 colonies into one republic was influenced by the political system developed by the Iroquois Confederacy, actually Haudenosaunee, as were many of the democratic principles which were incorporated into the Constitution itself. So the Haudenosaunee means peoples of the longhouse and refers to their lengthy bark-covered longhouses that housed many families. It also says theirs was a sophisticated and thriving society of well over 5,000 people when the first European explorers encountered them in the early 17th century. So we as indigenous peoples throughout the entire continent of the Americas all have a sophisticated culture, sophisticated forms of government, sophisticated forms of agriculture. So we're not ignorant. The thing is, right now, this I really think needs to be tabled. You need to postpone this form of legislation to actually get input from everyone. And that means all of the native indigenous peoples here. It's just wrong to just do this. And it is a waste of taxpayers' money. I hurt my ankle this morning because I stepped onto a pothole. You need to take care of the snow removal, the ice removal on the sidewalks, streets, and take care of your potholes.
Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Kim Griffiths. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a middle school teacher here in town. I want to voice my criticism of the chart process. The people who are leading this process claim to be taking everyone's voices into consideration, but they've failed to consider whose voices are not being heard. Any resolution that does not center Indigenous voices is amplifying narratives that work to glorify a history of violence. Listen to the voices of Indigenous people on this issue, follow their leadership, and redirect this process so that it is accessible to these communities. When people with colonial power and privilege take advantage of their access to talk over and silence others, there can be no resolution here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm Batya. I think it's really important that people know legitimate history, Indigenous history, rich history, and rebuilding the monument as it was does a really good job of deleting a lot of that history. That's what a lot of people who disagree with me say. But I think that rebuilding it as it was and then slapping a plaque on it that says, oh, this is on Indigenous land is more insulting, it's more traumatizing, and I am not in support of this process. I think it needs to be delayed as well. And very few people knew about this meeting, very few people knew about this process. The word has not gotten out into the community in the proper way for everyone to be able to actually engage if you're saying that you care about this community's well-being. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and councilors.
You may have to speak up a little bit.
My name's Anna Deerdorf. I'm a mom and a small business owner and a Santa Fe local. In the 80s, we did not have a community center or skating programming or any of the many things that my daughter has. Coming back from COVID is no joke for this generation. We must continue to do our very best to support our teens as they navigate coming of age in this new world. The community center ice rink is where they're doing this right now. Pro soccer would be better served with a dedicated indoor arena, as Mr. Fresquez said, one with a beer license and enough parking, with good press and goodwill to go with it. Please come skate on Saturday, come to the hockey game on Friday. Surely with due diligence and creative thinking, a win-win solution can be found.
Thank you very much.
Yad A, She'e Kerry Wood Yanisha. Just like the hockey community should be central in decisions around the ice rink, the Native community should be central to decisions involving the obelisk. However, when I tried to explain this to one of the sponsoring city councilors, I was met with an all lives matter mindset, and she was unable to see why Native communities in Santa Fe are integral to making sure the process of replacing the obelisk actually accomplishes something more than aesthetics for tourists. It was confirmed to me today that no Natives people were involved in the creation of this resolution. The whole reason the city council agreed to remove it over 50 years ago, and that the mayor also made this promise in 2020, is because of the racist reference to Native peoples. You would think that when words like reconciliation and healing are being used, the Native community would be centered, but instead the city council hired a pretendian to run the chart process despite the objections of the Native community. This resulted in low participation from the Native community in that process, since we saw that our voices were not heard or respected. And now the city wants to use the results from the chart process that we were excluded from to rebuild the obelisk. Who is this healing and reconciliation for? Because this is not for us. However, I have talked to many Native community members, and we want to be helpful, so we thought we'd come up with a couple ideas for the plaque. Now, these are rough drafts, so need a little work. For the one explaining what happened, we suggested the mayor pretended to support Native women, then the city council hired a pretendian, then the tourists complained about the box, so they put the obelisk back, and the Native people said, business as usual. We have 2 mentions of pretend in that, so we want to work on it a little. And for the land acknowledgement, we thought this would be good, and I brought a prop. We acknowledge this is on stolen land. Humor is a huge part of Native culture. It's a great tool to help us get through tough times, so we can thrive and not just survive. Seriously though, the point I'm trying to make is include us in the decision making. And to quote former US Poet Laureate Joy Harjo, we wanted that thing down for years, since I was in high school at the Indian school there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good evening. Hello, can you hear me? I'm Elizabeth West, and I want to first tell you all that I really appreciate how much listening you've been doing recently. I know, because I've been sitting in the audience or sometimes even speaking to you, and I really do appreciate that. I think we're very lucky. Am I allowed to speak on more than one thing if I keep it to less than 2 minutes?
Yes, as long as it's not something that's on a public hearing later.
I don't think it is. Okay, because obviously it isn't. Anyway, first of all, about the skating rink, I do think it should be protected. I totally hope that you will come up with the idea of how we can afford to have a dedicated indoor soccer. My son was one of the people who spoke, and he plays hockey. How daring of him. He said, indoor soccer is a different game from outdoor soccer. It does need a dedicated place. So I hope that that is in the future, no matter what the decision is. I hope we protect our incredible rink. Secondly, I am very much in favor, with some caveats, of this resolution that you all, or some of you, are putting forward in relation to the obelisk. I know this obelisk is only one part of the entire chart process. And as many of you know, I'm part of an organization that has been very thoroughly backing the chart process. And do I expect everything to be perfect? No, of course not. So I wanted to give a shout out to a fellow who I have never met and I'm wanting to meet. and Dylan Weller on B3 in page of the Sunday, September 25th, 2022 Santa Fe, New Mexican presented, I think, darn, a nearly perfect thing. Please contact me, Dylan.
Thank you. Yes,
Mr. Mayor, councilors.
you got to get the mic a little closer to your mouth.
Okay.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor,
Much
city
better.
councilors.
Yes.
My name is Anu Merkeen. I've been in Santa Fe for about 34 years. In 1993, I joined the Santa Fe Skaters Association, and we petitioned the city council for about 5-6 years to get an ice rink in this community center. We worked very, very hard. And if I remember correctly, the funding agreement for the ice rink stated that it could not be used for anything else. So I'd like you to see if you can find that. And I'm a figure skater. I skate 3 days a week. Saturday and Sunday are one of my days. And I don't think that putting a soccer field in the rink would help people keep their skating programs going. Also, what are you going to do with 17,000 square feet of fake grass? You might have to build another building. Well, if you're going to build another building, why don't you just build the soccer field in a building? Anyway, so I'm hoping you can consider these things and not take away the ice from all the kids who skate on weekends, from the hockey players who skate on weekends, and the figure skaters who have dreams of maybe competing in the Olympics. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Heinrich. I skate 5 days a week at the Chavez Center. And I want to go back to a couple of things that folks in support of soccer said. First of all, the owner made a very clear point. It's a community center. What he's talking about is turning it into private use. Community means all of us, not private use. Okay, if someone wants private use, let them build it. I've heard all kinds of numbers. I've heard $250,000, $300,000, $500,000 being given to this. I don't know if any of these numbers are right, but if the city has that kind of money laying around, I say, give it to the workers who kept the Chavez Center open during the height of the pandemic so we could all go there. Now, we couldn't skate for a while, but we could swim, we could work out. They had all the other things going on. If you got extra money, give it to them, okay? Also, one of the other gentlemen who spoke on behalf of soccer mentioned daily practices. Now, this is what the skaters have been saying. We don't believe, okay, that this is only going to be a weekend thing. There's got to be a place to practice. It's got to be daily. Any professional or a semi-professional team, heck, high school and college teams practice 5 or 6 days a week. You're going to tell me that these folks are not going to practice? They're only going to come in Saturday afternoon, play their game, and leave? If that were the case, why do they need this place? Okay, if you've got money to dedicate and you want to bring in, I've heard also that they plan on having 1,200 people come. My understanding is the current arena holds 400. How are you going to triple the capacity? Okay, these are just a few things, but I see my time's up, so I yield. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Ortiz. I'm a longtime born here, raised from an old family. I know Renee there and Amy, her sister. I played soccer, New Mexico Select, Northern New Mexico City, all the way up, 5 years at St. Mike's Go Horsemen. I was all district, all state. I know all about soccer. And when you play soccer at St. Mike's in the 80s, you learn you could play soccer anywhere. We never had a field. We couldn't play on the football field. We play soccer anywhere. I now have 2 kids who play hockey, who do figure skating. I have a wife who makes her living teaching figure skating. Our biggest day is Saturdays. What you need to understand is anyone who says it's only 6 days does not understand hockey, does not understand learn to skate, and has no idea of how the ice rink functions. Okay, you want a way around this? Try out playing soccer in Santa Fe High's gym. You got a demon over there. You can pull out the bleachers. You can play soccer in there all you want and see if it works. What happened to the New Mexico Elite NMASL 2 team that played at Schellenberger? 1 year. There's a reason for that. Okay. Find out before you make a decision, find out what these panels are, how much they weigh, where you're going to save those panels, how much actual labor, not taking someone's word from it, but how much actual labor is going to take to put those in and pull them out each and every time. Once you find out these costs, once you find out, what you're going to be doing with all this, you'll understand it is not a good use of city public funds to do a private man's business. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilmen and women. My name's James Gilchrist. I think I'm in District 2. We moved here about 8 to 10 years ago. My son was playing hockey up north, and when he found out there was a rink down here, he was super excited. We moved down when he was just starting middle school. It's not an easy time, starting middle school, not the great age. We were all there. But his transition into this community was facilitated by playing hockey and being out there and just being part of the community. And as the gentleman, as Michael said ahead of me, it's a community center. It's not something for a private individual to try and make money on. So I'd like to keep it part of the community and available to all of the members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. How you all doing today? I was part of the first year
your
of
name.
hockey in Santa Fe.
We need your name, sir.
My name is Patrick McDowell.
Thank you.
Born and raised in Santa Fe. I was part of the first year of hockey in this town. As I go into the Chavez Center every time, I can look at 3 flags that have our name on it as state champions in this team. And there used to be the Roadrunners. They lasted for 2 years. They were a semi-pro 3-tier hockey team that did not work funding wise. They couldn't sell beer. It didn't work. And in this town, spending the money, as I have a new kid, I can't find anything to do with her. A lot of our parks need a lot of work. A lot of our community centers need a lot of work. And I see the money being spent in much better ways than putting a soccer team that, our youth in this town cannot use. And we really need to focus on our youth right now and not some soccer team that are older people. Moving back here, I've found that it's very hard to find things for little kids to do and just youth in general. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Amber Espinosa Trujillo, District 4. To be clear, it is easy to call it genocide, but not think about then why are you and I here? I'm both Spanish, Native American, as well as other races. Everyone was invited to the chart process. Some chose not to come, maybe because you and Renee lied to them, just like you did Trujillo, to my husband. History happened, and I'm not going to spend the rest of my life feeling bad because it did, because part of my ancestors were fighting with other parts of my ancestors. That's history. I'm not going to change that, and I'm not going to spend my life feeling bad. We attend the Pueblo events with many of our family and friends because we recognize all the parts of our ancestry. I also want to mention, on a sad note, Mayor and councilors, a good man passed away this past week. Gil Martinez, who worked diligently for the city for many years and served as vice president for the union until he was forced out by the mayor and some of his minions. The stress that was put on this man took its toll, and he's no longer with us. Mayor and councilor, treat your city employees with dignity, respect, compassion, not with hatred, despair, and ill will. I guarantee you'll make a friend and gain their respect. You have 4 people that have died during your administration on your conscience, I hope, because you don't seem to learn. Treat them with respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi, my name is Leah Swanson. I'm just going to paraphrase from a letter I sent to a few of you last evening. I am the parent of both a competitive figure skater and a competitive soccer player. I have an older daughter that plays Division I soccer at Wake Forest. Our family loves soccer, but I cannot support the proposal to convert the ice rink into a soccer arena, even for just 6 games during the January to March season. This community only has one ice arena, one, not two, not three, just one. And as you can see, we love it. We're passionate about it. You have many skaters here that have grown up skating at the Chavez Center. We share it amongst hockey players, competitive figure skaters, recreational skaters, Santa Fe families, and young children learning to skate. While it may seem like a small and simple request to convert the rink into a soccer arena 6 times a year, I can tell you this idea is fraught with problems. This was such a poorly conceived plan, with all due respect. It needs to involve the people who manage and use the rink. We already have very limited ice time, and giving up more time is not an option if you want to support Santa Fe children's sports, such as ice hockey and figure skating, along with recreational skating. Additionally, the GCC is a recreation center, not an entertainment arena. So I can find no indication that the support of the major Arena Soccer League 2 in Santa Fe will involve our children playing soccer. It is a professional soccer team. We already have one of those. It's called New Mexico United. So I'm disheartened by the fact that we even are having this conversation. But once again, we've spent many, many hours writing letters, trying to get this rink open. And I just ask you to consider carefully how the center is used. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kathy Rivera. I'm a native of Santa Fe and currently a resident of District 1. I am a descendant of a Union soldier from New Mexico, and I also have Native American in my DNA. I attended all of the chart sessions, and I am in support of the proposed resolution to rebuild the monument. In addition to that resolution, I would ask the council to consider including language or ordinances to protect other things in Santa Fe. Santa Fe should be a leader in this regard with some of the oldest buildings in North America and some of the oldest outstanding government buildings. We also are on the list of many, many travel organizations of beautiful buildings that have been recognized here, but yet we have no protection. So in your ordinance for rebuilding and considering monuments, I would also ask that you consider protecting Santa Fe at large. Santa Fe should be a leader in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Terry Mullenberg. Hopefully I'm last but not least on the whole skating issue. I've been a coach for 24 years.
Can you make the mic a little closer? Thank you very much.
Better?
Yes, please. Thank
I've been a coach for 24 years, half of it in Phoenix, Arizona, and now half here. Moved here because of my husband's job. Skating is one of those sports that we can obviously only do on the ice. That's the only place we can do it. Competitive ice skaters skate 6 days a week, and we do have some here. I raised a competitive ice skater. She went on to do cruise ships, and now she's in medical school. So I know what it takes. We can't close a rink for 6 weeks a year or whatever, 6 weekends a year for these competitive skaters. We also have functions like a competition in May, where the skaters that only skate on weekends literally have just that Saturday to practice and be ready for the May competition that Santa Fe Figure Skating Club puts on. Along with, we have recitals and other things. So we just have to keep in mind what we're doing. I'm not against soccer. I think bringing soccer here would be wonderful, but just not at the Chavez Center. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, I guess I disconnected it.
Christine, can you give some assistance here? And we've also had, the mic seems to drop so people don't get it in front of their mouths. Okay, you're live.
Not this one, the other one? This big one?
Yes.
Virgil Hill, Mayor and Councilors, you have heard the people who do not agree what you are proposing for the Soldiers Monument. Mayor, you and Councilor Villarreal, you are responsible for this situation and promising the Three Sisters and the Red Nation that you will remove the Soldiers Monument, the DeVargas statue, and the Kit Carson Monument. You received so much resistance from this and criticism that Councilor Romero Worth went to Albuquerque to look at the chart program with what they used to remove the United statue. Your hopes was that the chart and their recommendations will install something like a water fountain in this place. However, they failed to do this. They didn't achieve your wishes. Now, to save face, Councilor Romero Worth has introduced a new resolution to save face with a wasted of $250,000, a little over that. But her plan now calls for the expenditure of $1.5 million to glue back the monument. It also calls for replacement of the 4 plaques that glorify the terrorists who tore down the monument. You want plaques of the Entrada? The Entrada had nothing to do with the monument. The Entrada is a new thing that's only 60 years old. But you want to give credit to the mayor because he canceled the Entrada. You also want to put a plaque about indigenous land. And I agree with that. I have no problem with that. It's indigenous land.
Thank you, sir.
What you're doing now is a disservice to the people of Santa Fe.
Thank you. There are others, I know folks on the Zoom link who would like to speak. Are there others who are here who have something for the governing body that is not related to any of the upcoming public hearings? Okay. That's fine. We still have time and we still have, this is still petitions from the floor. Go ahead.
Hold on, we need to get some glasses here.
No problem.
Hold the phone.
We need your name.
Mayor, council people. My name is Elisa Varela Maestas. I'm born and raised here. And I am very upset as to everything that's been going on for a couple of years now with the obelisk. We all know it was a soldier's monument. And to honoring all of our men, Native, Black, Spanish, Anglo, whatever. But I don't know what has happened. That plaque, that the only bad word that I see that was not, should not have been, it was the word savage. But in those days they used it. It was not written by any one of us. And it was removed, but okay. That's one thing I wanted to say. Also, when all of these disrespectful people who came from other places, when they tore down that obelisk, I was there. And I'm not a kid anymore. And I asked this man, I said, what is going on? Why aren't the police doing something? And they said, because they were told to stand down by the mayor. And I said, how could that be? It's his job to stop all of this terrible. I can't call it nonsense. I just have to say it was a disgrace. It was embarrassing. And I asked that man, I said, why are you, here? And he said, well, because, I said, are you a native or just visiting or what? And he said, no. He said, I plan to move here, but I also plan to change a lot of the things that have been happening here. And I said, you know what? Why don't you just decide to go back where you came from? We have enough problems already. But this is a lot of what is happening. We have a lot of people and we welcome everyone.
Thank you,
to
ma'am.
come to Santa Fe.
Thank you.
Welcome everyone.
Thank you.
The thing is, please don't try to change us. We have done nothing wrong, but try to honor our ancestors.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have people in the Zoom room who I think are also eager to speak on matters not related to the public hearing. So, Madam Clerk, can you unmute call on them individually and give them each 2 minutes to speak, please?
Yes, Miss Stephanie Beninato.
Thank you. Excuse me. I hope we have a little latitude like so many of the speakers took. Anyway, Stephanie Beninato, you have gotten my written remarks about the obelisk, but I do wonder about the jurisdictional issues and whether you've looked into them and what you actually can do for the obelisk. More importantly, I'd really like to bring to your attention some problems within the management of at the recreation department at the pool. There was an issue of lifeguards not being able to do lessons on their own time. Supposedly that was resolved, but apparently the pool management, Mr. Sinet and Mr. Martinez are thinking about contracting out lessons to a third party, which would deprive these lifeguards of much needed income and is demoralizing. More importantly, apparently Mr. Sinet has not really been advised of whistleblower protections. And apparently he got an anonymous complaint somehow that Mr. Martinez was using a car to go from Fort Marcy to Marketplace Station so that he could take the rail runner back and forth from Albuquerque, and the car would be there in the morning. Mr. Sinet decided he knew who it was. He gathered a group of, I believe it was lifeguard supervisors, maybe also lifeguards, and started accusing people of making this report, which again, it's a I think there's some whistleblower protection there. And more importantly, threatening them in a way to say things like, you're not going to take the bread off my family's table. This does not really seem like really good management techniques. There seems to have been a problem from the beginning where these two managers unfortunately walked in without really kind of apprising themselves of the environment and culture that they were walking into. Thank you.
Adam Gomez. Adam Gomez.
Good evening, Council. My name is Autumn Gomez. I'm a lifelong resident of Santa Fe.
Is there anything we can do about the quality of the sound? It's
Autumn,
very
can you
hard.
please speak clearly into your microphone?
Is this okay? I would like to.
Go ahead.
I would like to comment on how chart has been run. To me, it seems obvious that nobody is happy across the board, and to me, that doesn't say chart is a failure, but it definitely needs to reconsider the way things are being done, how people are being surveyed. I'd also like to acknowledge that the indigenous population is not regulated to just IAIA and the Pueblos. We have many residents that live in Santa Fe proper, and they deserve to have a say and deserve to be acknowledged as well. Lastly, re-erecting the obelisk is not a move for community. There have been no healing. There has been no reconciliation, and there's just a lot of fighting going on. And the way I see it, putting up or re-erecting the obelisk will be something more along the move about power, control, white supremacy, and war, which is the exact opposite of what chart is meant to do. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
West, or someone with the username West.
Hi, yeah, I'm West. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly. Thank you.
Glad to hear it. I would like to say that I do not think that it's a good idea to re-erect the monument. And I, in fact, think that our community is safer without the monument existing. And I also want to echo what folks have said, that it's really concerning to me the way that the survey demographics panned out. And I think that that doesn't mean that people are just not showing up because they don't care. I think it means that there needs to be a specific effort to listen to Indigenous voices, because the plaque was racist against Indigenous folks, and the reconciliation should be for that community. So those voices should be more heavily weighted. And I think that would be the best option for all people in the community and would bring us closer to liberation and unity. So thanks.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Kira Quinn.
Hello. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, very clear.
So I just want to say that part of the beauty of this area is how multicultural it is. I live in Madrid, but I've spent a lot of time in Santa Fe. That's where I went to school. I go to dances at the Pueblo as often as I can, Las Golondrinas. I study a lot of the different cultures around here, and that's what makes this area so amazing. I'm a historian, and without listening to the different perspectives of all these different people, history is just propaganda. The obelisk recognizes only one side of the story. We need to recognize the stories of soldiers defending their homes. I completely agree. But the Union soldiers weren't the only ones doing it. I'm a settler. I can't know how offensive the obelisk is to the people who see it and feel attacked by it. But as an association, what if we had monuments to terrorists who attacked the World Trade Centers or Pearl Harbor? And that doesn't even approach it, because that was a single incident. This is people who actually took over the territory and are still here. The chart survey has the voices that are being represented in it are mostly settler voices. And we have learned over and over throughout history that majority rule can be very dangerous. The voices of the people who have been harmed need to be listened to. They need to have more weight than the people who are in the majority. The Native people have called for this monument to come down for a long time and tried to do things the quote unquote right way. But for years, nothing was done to address it. And throughout history, the voices of the people at the bottom have been ignored until they do something drastic.
Thank you.
Someone with the acronym MAM.
Hi, my name is Marianne Maestas, and I'm a lifelong Hispanic resident of Santa Fe.
You're going to need to speak up a lot louder. Your voice, unfortunately, is muffled. So if you can get closer to the mic or just speak louder, we'll hear you better.
Okay, is this better?
Much better. Thank you.
Okay, great. So hello, council and mayor. My name is Marianne Maestas, and I'm a lifelong Hispanic resident of Santa Fe. I believe that the obelisk is a symbol of ongoing racial violence in our city. As our city profits off of the commodification of indigenous cultures and arts, and the obelisk is not something that I or my family have ever felt pride in Santa Fe. And we know that we can't change the past, but we can control how we recognize it now and going into the future. The removal of the war obelisk isn't erasure of our culture, but the unaffordability and displacement of longtime residents in our town is. So I'd ask you all to consider, and please don't rebuild or remold the obelisk. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sorry, Aries.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, very clear.
Great. So I oppose putting the obelisk back up. I believe it is a symbol of racism, and I don't want to spend any more money putting back up something that a lot of local Santa Fe people spent a lot of time working to have removed. I would like to be able to trust that when the people speak, the government listens. I also just don't want to live in a city where we support racism and celebrate racism and build monuments to racism. I think it does harm, and I think it divides us, and that is not the direction that I want to see our city moving in. So I believe that we should be listening to Indigenous voices on this because they are the ones that have been harmed. I believe that the way that data was collected and voices were heard in the survey shows a preference to colonizer voices, and decisions should absolutely not be made just listening to colonizer voices, especially in this situation. We are on stolen land. We need to be aware of that, and we need to move towards making reparations instead of reinstating antiquated, old racist monuments. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Miriam.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hola, mi nombre es Janine Villalba. Tengo 12 años. Soy estudiante del Camino Real Academy y también soy parte del grupo de jóvenes de la organización Earthcare. Soy nacida y creciendo en Santa Fe, Nuevo México. Estoy de acuerdo en que nos den la oportunidad de tener un espacio para jugar indoor soccer, ya que es parte de mi cultura hispana y tenemos muy poco espacio o lugares para jugar o entrenar aquí en Santa Fe. Es verdad que nuestras escuelas tienen gimnasios y campos, pero no están disponibles los fines de semana para nosotros usarlos. No queremos robarles ningún espacio a los hockey players. Gracias.
Thank you.
Artissimo.
Hi, I'm Mark Nisio from Merrill Carver. Also a lifetime resident of Santa Fe, Ogopoge. I just want to state my explicit disagreement with the idea of reinstalling the war monument and the implicit endorsement of genocide and white supremacy that would mean. I don't think that we need to build a very confused metaphor in the place of the war monument. What we need is an explicit condemnation of genocide and the honoring of genocidal tactics by our city government. I also want to raise the point that someone else brought earlier. It's very compelling to me that all of the people who identify themselves as Hispanic or Spanish heritage, we share community. I'm also of partial heritage, keep talking about their want for preservation, their want for protection of what they view as their heritage, that they're identifying in acts of genocide. And yet we don't see that same concern for the mass gentrification of our city. This fetishization of the obelisk as an object is being used in many ways as just an opportunity to express vehement anti-Indigenous rhetoric. And it's very embarrassing and horrible and gross. And I know I'm not supposed to talk about the other people who are making comments while I'm also making comments. But it seems worth mentioning because it's so strange. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marcos Mays.
Hello, City Councilors and Mayor Weber. My name is Marcos Maes, and I'm a lifelong resident of Santa Fe, New Mexico. The success of New Mexico United demonstrates that a local hometown soccer team provides a community with a unifying activity that spans generations and can be enjoyed by families. Television viewership data suggests that 84% of Hispanic Latinos follow soccer. And for a community that identifies majority Hispanic, more than 51%, this provides not only an additional activity for families in the entire community, but also one that uniquely speaks to the majority of families in Santa Fe. Like the benefits that our community members who participate in ice skating and hockey enjoy, physical exercise, discipline, endurance, teamwork, soccer will provide our youth role models who also exhibit these traits. It will also promote soccer, which holds the benefits of cardiovascular endurance, improved coordination and balance, strategic thinking, reduce stress and anxiety, and teamwork and leadership. Sports provide this opportunity, and there can and should be room for all, including hockey, ice skating, and soccer. Working with young people, I often hear about the lack of things for them to do. This will keep our youth engaged in this community and not looking to the next time they can go to Albuquerque or someplace else. Young parents can have an appropriate activity for the whole family. Picture an afternoon where families, including parents, children, and grandparents, cheer on their hometown soccer team, along with their neighbors, coworkers, and entire community. That's what Santa Fe soccer can create. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
Can the conversations in the back please stop? It's hard for us to hear. Ma'am?
Could we
Excuse me.
please stop the conversations in the back? Or you could take them in the hall over here where we don't hear them. It's very distracting when we're listening to other speakers. Thank you.
Brian? Brian? Brian Gutierrez?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Councilors. I want to talk on both the soccer and hockey. I have a son that's been involved in soccer since the age of 3. He's now 15. We had the honor of being recognized by the governing body for their accomplishments in the Las Vegas, Nevada tournament, and we appreciate that. But I also have a daughter that's 6, and she's taking her first skating lesson on Friday. She's been out to the Chavez Center, and she loves to go play on the ice. A lot of the problems that have happened and a lot of the communication you got tonight are man-made, with the city releasing a press release on this indoor soccer arena and not bringing the stakeholders together to talk about this. Since for the last years, we started out with indoor soccer at the Boys and Girls Club of Santa Fe. Eventually, the Boys and Girls Club was no longer an option for reasons beyond our control. From there, with the help of the city, we moved on to Driscoll. Driscoll was in no shape for the youth of this city to play soccer, but it was good enough for the movie studios to move in and pay rent over there. Alumni Hall was off the asking block for the same reason, rental of to the movie industry. For the last couple of years, we played at Schelleberger Tennis Center, a private tennis center on the Midtown campus, and it was a good fit for us. However, that has also been sold now for movie production. I understand that we need an economy in this town However, inaction is injustice with these children, what they need moving forward. I don't think that a compromise is to put this professional soccer team on the ice. Thank you.
Next person is Stig.
Thank you. My name is Steve Jantz. I'm the leadership program coordinator at Sierra College in California. As a former academic advisor at Colorado State Pueblo, also was a teen center manager at the Boys and Girls Club of Pueblo. Interestingly enough, I was the very first person to ever walk into the Genoveva Chavez Community Center, March 1st, 2000, to actually work out. I was there for a Boys and Girls Club conference. The previous speaker brought up some magnificent points about leadership, about bringing people together, bringing the stakeholders together. I do think the Chavez Center is the place for hockey, ice skating, indoor soccer, 7-on-7 football, lacrosse. It's the community center. I think often we get focused on binary choices instead of paradoxical choices, competing competing interests with tension. Obviously, there's going to be some challenges bringing this all together. There's a lot of stakeholders. However, it's a community center that has 365 days, 365 nights to make it work. Bringing all the stakeholders together, as has been mentioned by a few of the speakers in person and remotely, is the secret. It's going to take a lot of leadership to happen. All interests matter, all of them. And I do know Mr. Frescas to be a man of integrity, honor, love, devotion to his community. And he does care deeply about the children who skate and who play hockey and who play indoor soccer and field hockey and lacrosse and probably 7-on football. A lot of opportunities. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Bia.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay. Mi nombre es Bianca, vivo en Zafarano, soy una líder en Poder Familiar Earth Care. Somos una organización comunitaria basada en el lado sur y trabajamos con niños, jóvenes y familias de bajos ingresos en toda la región. La mayoría de nuestros 1,500 miembros y sus familias son inmigrantes de América Latina y les encanta el fútbol. Estoy aquí para expresar mi apoyo a una inversión cívica significativa en la infraestructura futbolística de Santa Fe, similar a lo que ha invertido en béisbol, fútbol y durante los últimos 50 años. Nuestros niños y jóvenes deberían poder caminar a un parque local y jugar fútbol con sus amigos. Esta es una necesidad urgente y será de gran beneficio para nuestras familias y para todos los santafesinos, porque nuestros niños y jóvenes tendrán acceso a una recreación sana y culturalmente relevante. Gracias.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Can we get a translation, just so that we make sure what she said gets heard?
Put it, yeah, absolutely. I don't know if they were. Okay.
Hello, Bianca. Please correct me if I'm missing part of what you said. So she said, my name is Bianca. I'm a leader of a foundation that serves 1,500 low-income families. And soccer is a part of a culture of Latin America. And she believes that soccer is an important part of the youth and the culture. And we have invested a lot of money in football and baseball, and she thinks that we need to invest money in soccer. Anything I'm missing out, Bianca?
Just that we need an infrastructure for football in Santa Fe. So similar to baseball and football and other sports.
Okay. Thank you. Very helpful. Thank you, Chris. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Janet Smith. Or Jeanette, I'm sorry. Can you hold on? Your microphone isn't clear. Can you try speaking into your mic again?
Okay, I've got it real close. Is this better?
No, we still can't hear you.
Well, lights on. I
Jeanette, it's not your volume, it's just the clarity of your microphone.
We're not getting a clear feed from your voice. Maybe, I don't know if you're too close or too far away, but if you could.
I was close. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, thank you. When Santa Fe High School was on Lincoln Avenue, the Soldiers Monument was a gathering place for all us students, Anglos, Hispanics, and natives. We have no problem with the monument and never ever thought about race. Rather, we enjoyed spending our time together. I would appreciate it if you would consider rebuilding the monument. Thank you. Okay, I will go to better night.
I'm terribly sorry. It's so hard to pick it up. I don't know if you want to send us an email so that we have your comments in the record. But the voice transmission is very, very fuzzy and hard to understand. I apologize.
I'll buy a better mic.
Jeanette, it's not actually our microphone. It's the microphone on your end that we're unable to hear.
I will buy a better microphone.
Well, gotcha. Okay. Do you want to send us your comments?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We'll at least have your comments that way without having to struggle over the microphone.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Miguel Acosta.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you for this opportunity. Speaking tonight on the issue of soccer in Santa Fe, not about whether it or not it should go into Novela Chavez, because those are questions that engineers and others have to resolve, and you all need better information, obviously. But that one of the primary concerns is the lack of civic investment in soccer and soccer infrastructure in Santa Fe. Contrary to what was stated earlier by some of the ice skater community, there's only one field that's dedicated to soccer that's readily accessible to just kids walking by, and that's Los Altos Park. All the others are either committed to leagues or too far away for kids just to walk to. We don't have the infrastructure here in Santa Fe that for soccer that we have, for baseball, for football, for basketball, as has been mentioned. Even though the great majority of our children in the schools are now connected to immigrant and Chicano and cultures that are soccer playing cultures, right? It just makes sense, just like it made sense 50 years ago, to invest in those kinds of things that are going to engage youth now. There's plenty of benefits that have been mentioned. And one of the reasons why we're supporting Mr. Fresquez's venture, as Marcos mentioned, it's the kind of thing that can generate not just excitement and fun here in Santa Fe, but a transformation in how we support young people, how we engage families, and how we move forward. It's the kind of thing that can create the kind of social capital that'll move us collectively in more positive directions, just the way these other sports did previously. The attacks on Mr. Fresquez, who I don't know very well, right?
Miko? Or Mikiko?
Hi, this is Mikiko. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Mikiko Ellis, and I am an educator in the public schools here in Santa Fe, and I'm a parent of Indigenous children. And I won't take up a lot of your time, but I wanted to just be sure to voice my concern and criticism of the idea of rebuilding, repiecing together, and re-erecting the obelisk. I feel like its removal and the potential removal of other racist monuments in our city is a tiny, tiny step in the right direction towards righting the wrongs of settler colonialism in Ogapoge. And I feel like Indigenous voices need to be leading in the decision-making process. And I would ask that this process be paused until that is possible, until those voices are centered and the process is more equitable and there is access made, maybe further efforts to find those voices and make sure that, that's a tireless process. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Beata?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Uviakindi, with your respect, my name is Beata Sosi. I was born in Santa Fe and I'm from Santa Clara Pueblo. I want to ask for an extension of public comment regarding the proposed resolution to re-erect the remains of this divisive and offensive colonial monument that needs to be put to rest and stay there. In my culture, we understand that things have a life cycle. It's okay when their time is done. And we can have ceremony around that, and honor the strong emotions that we all have. And as a Tewa woman, I'm deeply saddened at the covert and explicit bias and racism that was this chart process and the intentions behind this resolution. I ask for more time also because I know I'm not the only person to have just heard about this today. So, I do have strong emotions about this. I'd like to be able to express them more in depth in a public process. I witnessed the violence and disparities that our families impacted by missing and murdered Indigenous women and relatives, and other impacts have had to endure and sacrifice to this day. We are in an endemic of violence against Native peoples that does not need fuel from negative symbols that continue to feed what we don't want for our children. As I reflect on the anti-Native bias that I experienced growing up and continue to bear witness to, I'm not surprised at the vehemence of toxic patriarchy to resist the removal of its power symbols. I'm not surprised that there's attempts to continue to make institutions and governing bodies implicit in perpetuating that harm. I've observed how the construction of monuments such as the obelisk and others came at a time to cement US colonial domination and the theft of Pueblo and land grant treaty lands. There are other ways to uplift solidarity and to pass forth historical events.
Thank you.
I feel these monuments were created as a divide and conquer strategy between Native and Chicano land grant communities Let's
Thank
not
you, ma'am.
perpetuate violence through uplifting these values that don't reflect how it exists today. It's okay to put it to rest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miriam?
Hola, ¿me escuchan?
Hello, Miriam. Will you hold on one moment so we can get translation? Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you. You can go now.
Ok. Buenas noches, mi nombre es Miriam Ruébano. Vivo en Riverside, en el lado sur de Santa Fe. Soy un líder en Poder Familiar, Aircare. Somos una organización comunitaria basada en el lado sur y trabajamos con niños, jóvenes y familias de bajos ingresos de toda la región. La mayoría de nuestros 1,500 miembros y sus familias son inmigrantes de América Latina y les encanta el fútbol. Estoy aquí para expresar mi apoyo a una inversión cívica significativa en la infraestructura futbolística de Santa Fe, similar a la que se ha invertido en béisbol, baloncesto, fútbol durante los últimos 50 años. Nuestros niños y jóvenes, como mi hija habló hace rato, Janine, deberían de tener el derecho para poder caminar por un parque local y jugar fútbol con sus amigos. Esta es una necesidad urgente y sería de gran beneficio para nuestras familias y para todos los santafesinos, porque nuestras familias podrán disfrutar viendo el fútbol en los parques y en las arenas cubiertas en una ciudad con pocas opciones para el esparcimiento familiar y especialmente que muchas veces el clima no los deja hacerlo fuera. Muchísimas gracias por su atención.
Thank you. And I think if you all were able to capture that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Didn't catch her last name. My name is Miriam, and I work for a family support agency that supports families, children, and youth of low income. We have 1,500 families, and most of those are Latin American families, and they love soccer. We need to have an infrastructure for soccer in the city, the same way that we have infrastructure for baseball and football. And our kids need to have the right to play and walk to the parks and play soccer. I feel like this is an urgent issue because they also need to have a place where that they can go inside because of the crime and other things that happen outside.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, who's our next speaker?
Jesus.
Hello, yes, my name's Jesus Garcia. I'm a local from Santa Fe. I'm currently 26. I went to Capitol High School and won state in 2014, and I was captain and I led my team to the state championship. But anyways, I really love the idea of having a professional team in Santa Fe for many reasons. Myself, I had to move to Denver to continue to play in a high level environment. And so with this idea coming up of having a professional team, I'm willing to go back to Santa Fe and helping the community. I think this will bring a lot for everybody. I mean, a lot of promotion for the hockey and ice skating. We support them, and that's what soccer does. I mean, that's what I learned all my years. I played college. It's helped me so much, and soccer is just what keeps me going and helping others. So I believe this professional environment that Santa Fe is trying to build, David, he mentioned earlier, will definitely benefit. And I'm doing it for the youth, and I have a daughter. She's 9 months, and it's just I want the best for her. And so we support anybody. I hope we get supported by this, but also having a pro environment, like I said, is just I think is really beneficial. And I'm willing to go back home to Santa Fe and keep building on that and helping other sports grow.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Clerk.
Jocelyn.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hola, mi nombre es Jocelyn y vivo en el condado de Santa Fe. Soy un líder de padres y jóvenes en poder familiar o Earth Care. Somos una organización comunitaria basada en el lado sur y trabajamos con niños, jóvenes y familias de bajos ingresos de toda la región. La mayoría de nuestros 1,500 miembros y sus familias son inmigrantes de América Latina y les encanta el fútbol. Estoy aquí para expresar mi apoyo a una inversión cívica significativa en la infraestructura futbolística en Santa Fe, similar a la que han invertido en béisbol, baloncesto y fútbol durante los últimos 50 años. Nuestros niños y jóvenes deberían poder caminar a su parque local y jugar fútbol con sus amigos. Esta es una necesidad urgente y será un gran beneficio para nuestras familias y para todos los que viven en Santa Fe, porque nuestros jóvenes tendrán opciones positivas para después de la escuela y los fines de semana y acceso a entrenadores comprensivos. No se me hace justo que en Santa Fe haya lugares para jugar cualquier otro deporte, pero no fútbol, ya sea fútbol rápido o fútbol regular. Como dijo Miguel, nada más está el de Altavista. Los demás están en escuelas públicas a las que tiene uno que contactar a los directores si es que nos dan acceso a las canchas después de las horas de la escuela. Y tampoco no se me hace justo que a nosotros nos tengan que estar moviendo por toda la ciudad, jugando en canchas de básquetbol, en donde nos podemos lesionar porque no es el lugar adecuado para jugar fútbol rápido. Nos tienen en canchas de tenis, en donde si uno se cae, se raspa porque no es un lugar adecuado para jugar fútbol rápido, y nada más traen por toda la ciudad y no han invertido el dinero que se merece nuestra comunidad.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch her name. I work with a agency that has 1,500 families that are mostly immigrants from Latin American countries, and we all love soccer. We believe that we should have an infrastructure the same as the infrastructure for baseball, basketball, and football in the city that we've had for 50 years. It's a great benefit to the kids to have something to do after school that's positive. I feel like it's not fair that they don't have the same access to soccer as they have for other sports. I also feel like maybe the school should be told that they should give us access to the fields after hours and not just during the school hours. I don't think that it's fair that we have to move all around the city and go to all different kinds of fields or like tennis courts or basketball courts to play soccer. First of all, it's not safe because if you fall, you could scratch yourself on those grounds. Anything else? I believe that's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor, I think Jeanette might be trying to speak again. She was the one we couldn't hear. So Jeanette, are you able to speak again, or was it an accidental hand raise? Jeanette, did you want to try to speak again?
No, because I threw the damn thing away.
No, it's not any better.
Okay.
Thank you for trying
you.
again. Thank you. Is there anybody else in Zoom that would like to speak? Michael?
Yes, my name is Michael Podolny. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. My name is Michael Podolny. I've been involved with youth soccer for many decades. I've also been involved with economic development, both in Albuquerque and in New Mexico. I am involved with social impact around the world, predominantly in Ghana, West Africa, getting sex workers out of sex work through outsourcing, but particularly related to the issue of the indoor soccer arena. I would point out that when we talk about a community center, community is a very broad term. I really applaud the person who spoke earlier. I apologize that I don't remember his name, that the key is collaboration and problem solving. I've also been a crisis manager. Binary solutions never work. All they do is create more and more conflict. The ice skating community has very valid concerns, very valid issues. But anybody who's looked at David Fresca's business plan know that this is not about making money. In fact, his professional advisors have all said, why the hell are you doing this? Okay. And if you look at the things that he's done to try to bring community in and to help support the total community, what's needed is a collaborative approach, taking into account all the engineering issues that have to be advised. But if large arenas and arenas all over the country can deal with multiple users, certainly Santa Fe can do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Edward?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Edward Musri. I was the architect actually for the Genevieve Chavez Community Center. That building is 177,000 square feet. It cost $25 million to build. It was built at a very low cost of $144 a square foot. To replicate that now, to replicate an ice rink of the size in the Chavez Center and of that quality would cost pretty much what the whole facility cost back when we built it in today's dollars, about $400 a square foot, probably. It seems to me from what I've heard is that the kids need two facilities that are year-round facilities rather than trying to install synthetic turf that at certain times has to be put down, has to be taken up. That is not a cheap endeavor and requires quite a number of people and storage facility and everything else. So, and to try to accommodate schedules is probably going to be a nightmare. There are many companies out there. I've been just doing a little research very quickly that will give you the whole package, building, turf, and everything else for a separate facility. They come pretty much, prepackaged and then put up. So I would personally advocate to accommodate both communities and accommodate the kids all year round, because soccer, you're not just going to go in there for a week or 2 weeks. You're going to want to practice. You're going to want to do a lot of things. So you're going to need that turf down for a long period of time, and to then deny the skaters all that time is going to be really contentious. So I think Santa Fe can afford
calling in
both. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Madam Clerk.
Karina? Karina? Karina, are you? Mayor, I have someone with the name Karina on. I've asked them to unmute. I'm going to go on. I think she just took her hand down. The next person is, the username is F.A. Marie.
Hello.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay. Hi, my name is F.A. Marie. And I wanted to comment about the obelisk. I believe that the reconstruction of the obelisk is unconscionable and unnecessary. I think the community of Santa Fe should be focusing on the ongoing displacement of local residents and how expensive and impossible it is for people born and raised in the city to live there. I believe that monuments dedicated to recognizing Union soldiers can be made in museums. I think that even looking at the obelisk itself and other obelisks of its kind, such as the Kit Carson Monument on the plaza area, they date back to the appropriation of Egyptian symbols by Romans to assert colonial dominance over areas that they were taking control over. The very shape has a patriarchal reference historically. I think that there's better ways to honor history. I think that there is an unnecessary attachment when reconciliation and calls for unity and things like that happen through other forms of community building, and also making communities possible to stay in, to live in, to be a part of, which Santa Fe is less and less. It's most of us who grew up in the area cannot afford to live there, afford to live in neighborhoods that we lived in growing up. And I think that is impacting the culture of Santa Fe far more than the taking down of an obelisk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Markel.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Umbiagindi. My name is Markel Musgrave. I am a tribal citizen of the Pueblo of Nambe. I also grew up both in Nambe and Santa Fe on the south side. My grandparents live on the north side, as well as many of my family members. I just wanted to voice my opposition in the rebuilding of the obelisk. Mainly as a parent, am I concerned for the establishment, protection, and rebuilding of racist monuments, and what that means for our children, of all of our children, right? And the examples that we're setting for them, and the spaces that we're making for them to either be accessible or not. I'm concerned about community safety, public safety, and I truly think that more work needs to be done to make sure that the right voices are at the table, those who are most impacted, those who are caused harm by this. Those voices need to be weighted, and there needs to be more efforts to even establish reconciliation, which I don't see that being done, unfortunately, and I'm really saddened to hear. I just really want a future for our babies to be able to access community spaces in safety and with inclusion, and with recognition of truth and an honoring of that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, at this time, there's no other hands up.
Okay. Last call.
Yep.
There is a hand up.
There's a new hand up. Oh, and it went down.
All right, well, let's be clear. If you have something you want to address the city council, the governing body on that is not a hearing tonight, this is your last chance to have a petition from the floor.
Liliana.
Hello, good night. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My son is the person who would like to talk. Hola, mi nombre es Abraham Muñoz. Soy estudiante del Camino Real Academy. Vivo para el sur de Santa Fe. Esta noche me gustaría pedirles un área donde yo pueda jugar soccer con mis amigos, donde esta área sea segura y divertida, ya que el deporte es algo que me apasiona. Gracias.
I did not get your name, but he said his name is, and he goes to Camino Real school. He lives in the south side of Santa Fe, and he wants to ask for a safe place for him and his friends to play soccer.
Thank you. Any other petitions from the floor?
Is there anyone else on Zoom that would like to speak for petitions from the floor?
Okay, I think that completes that. It's 9:02. I would propose, I have a thought. I'm open to other thoughts. We had scheduled a very brief executive session leading to a vote. We could take about a 15-minute executive session, use it as a bio break, do that, come back and go back to work with the city attorney pulling us through that executive session as rapidly as possible. I think it's mostly a recap of what we've already discussed, but it would prep us for the vote coming out of the executive session. Then we have to decide with the remainder of the agenda whether we want to continue to power through what we want to do. We've got people waiting for the presentation regarding the MRC. We've got a land use case that's waiting, as well as votes on legislation that are teed up to take a vote on. So, but we have not actually had a break since we started at the beginning of the meeting. So I would propose we do a combination executive session, quick break, and then come back to work and take up the agenda at that point. I'm asking if for a sense of the governing body and if people agree with me to treat it as to entertain a motion.
We could.
Councilor Rivera? What are you, nothing? Councilor Rivera, do you want to make a motion to get us into a quick executive session?
Yeah, do we need to amend the agenda?
Yes,
Mayor, councilors, yes.
we have to do both.
And Aaron, executive session, 15 minutes.
Mayor, councilors, it's on the subject of the settlement agreement that is attached to the packet. So I don't anticipate it taking very much time at all. It was essentially what we discussed previously.
So we'd first need to amend the agenda, then we'd have to go into executive session.
And Mayor, councilors, the only thing before it is matters from the city manager. On the agenda as written is my understanding.
So either we have matters from the city manager and then go to executive session, or we vote to amend the agenda to go into.
No, we have
session.
things we haven't even touched yet. We haven't touched the presentation on the MRC. We've got a whole introduction of, there's pages of work to be done.
I move us into matters from the city attorney at this time and then resume the rest of our agenda afterwards.
That would then.
You know what? Actually, I'm going to say that we now move to matters from the city attorney.
Okay, that would be the vehicle to get us into executive session.
Second.
Okay. For those who are tracking what we're doing here, we're trying to simultaneously take a 15-minute break, accomplish an executive session, and then come back to business. So there's a motion and a second to get to the matters from the city attorney so we can have a quick executive session.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Mayor-Worth? Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
So our intention is to come back as rapidly as possible after Councilor Rivera takes us into, or do you want to lead us into it, Madam City Attorney?
Mayor, councilors, I do recommend an executive session for the purposes of discussing the settlement agreement that is posted on the agenda. So that's under part 7 of the 10-15-1 of the Open Meetings Act. And this is discussion of pending litigation.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes, sir. I move that we enter an executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, section 10-15-1H, subpart 7, for discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may become a participant.
Second.
Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
we will take an executive session break and be back as soon as possible.
Test, 1, 2, test.
Okay, I think we're ready to go. Christine, are we ready to go? You ready? Okay, thank you, everybody, for the pause. I appreciate it. We had our executive session. Counselor Rivera, could you bring us out of the executive session, please?
Thank you. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, section 10-15-1J, I move that the governing body reconvene in open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
For a second,
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Mayor Worth,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Okay, so we're back in order. The order of business before us, governing body members would call for us now to go to the presentation of the MRC and golf course update.
Yes, Mayor, the next item is 8B, the presentation of MRC and golf course update, assessment and plans. Jonathan, you're welcome to come up to the podium for that presentation.
Jonathan, while you're getting organized, I would just, as a sidebar to my colleagues, I would say until and unless there's a sense of the governing body that we should change our agenda structure, the last conversation we had in session was to just keep pushing forward as rapidly as possible with the current agenda. So that's what I'm doing. Sir, you have the floor.
Mayor Weber, esteemed members of the council, my name is Jonathan Weiss. I am the manager of sports complex and the golf course. And my purpose here is to give you an overview, an assessment, and then some future goals and plans for the sports complex and the golf course. So what we have here are the listed the facilities that we have out at the sports complex. A few highlights from this complex.
I'm sorry, Jonathan, I'm sorry to interrupt. You've got a great presentation, I'm sure. Given the hour, if you can do anything to expedite it, and then the council can ask questions, and then they can have the material to look at in their own time. Don't cut anything out, but if you can be very brief in explanation, that'd be great.
Thank you. Will do.
Thank you, sir.
So a few highlights. We have new lights and reduced turf on 2 of the soccer fields. The 2022 Zozobra softball tournament was awarded the Southwest Region Event of the Year by the USSA National Meeting. About 700 people participated in that event. These kinds of events would be also possible if the soccer complex continues to be developed. That multiplier effect of these tournaments will have a great impact on the local economy. As we move on to Marty Sanchez Links de Santa Fe, we have an incredible facility there. It was built as one of the finest municipal golf facilities in the United States. We have been given a gift, and like you, my goal is to continue developing this gift out of respect for those of prior generations who have worked so hard to give this to us. And out there we have some utility partners and operating permits. We have 1 operating permit with the NMED and then 5 usage agreements. We also have 4 water systems. We have 1 potable system, 1 affluent system, and 2 irrigation systems that support our infrastructure there. This is what the organizational chart looks like. My immediate supervisor is Melissa McDonald, and I have 4 immediate reports, as you can see here in the slide. Now I'd like to just briefly show you the sports fields usage and revenue generated. You can see softball has brought the most participation and the most revenue, followed by soccer, and then baseball and rugby. And now moving to golf and the revenue that's generated out the golf course. You can see a general upward trend. Golf revenue continues over the last 4 years to grow. The COVID year of 2021 was an anomaly nationally in the golf industry. But golf rounds in the last 3 years have reflected this growth that we've seen also locally. So now to the assessment. I've given each of these sections a grade. So first I want to talk about the soccer field turf. I've given that a B-. New lights created greater demand, which caused some thinning of the turf. So as a result, we have numbered the fields, and we are going to be permitting specific fields so that we can more easily rotate these fields and manage each field's particular condition. Next, the softball and rugby fields. The turf is healthy and thick at those places, those fields. The primary issues there are all the restrooms and the facilities are dated. So the restrooms are they're scheduled to be renovated here in the next couple of months. We still have the concession areas that need renovation, and that is unfunded. Softball lighting is also dated and needs attention. That's also unfunded. Moving on to irrigation and the pump systems, I have given that a grade of D. Right now, many of the irrigation and valves and the known leaks have been fixed in the last 24 months, and that was funded through operating budget. All effluent pumps are dated and in need of repair and replacement. 3 of the 4 golf effluent pumps are currently not functional, partially funded. These repairs will be partially funded through CIP monies, partially funded through water grant funding, but not fully funded. The sports complex potable water booster pumps are also in need of replacement and not funded. Next, I want to address our mower situation. I've given that a grade of a D as well. Each golf hole has turf that is cut at 5 different grass heights. We have 30 golf holes, 2 golf courses. This requires many different types of mowers. The average life of a golf course mower is 4 to 5 years if it's kept in very good condition. Currently, 10 of our 11 mowers used at the golf course are at least 4 years old. Maintenance on older machines are placing a large burden on the staff just to keep them running. Over the next year, 3 mowers will be secured through lease agreements, which will be paid out of operating funds. The other 7 dated mowers will need to be replaced within the next 2 years in order to avoid interruption in turf management operations at both facilities. Next, I'll address the putting greens. We have 30 putting greens, and I have given them a grade of C-. Our putting greens, in general in golf, are the most scrutinized and evaluated part of any golf courses. Some golf courses actually make a name for themselves based only on their putting greens. All 30 greens are currently suffering from cumulative effects of some deferred maintenance. The answer to this is intensive aerification and verticutting at least twice annually. If this program is implemented and sustained for the next 2 to 3 years, we will see diseases fade on our greens. Turf will become more resilient, more drought tolerant, needing less water, and perform better for patrons. 2 new full-time staff positions are needed to implement this greens recovery program. Next, we have primary features on the golf course called sand bunkers. I've given them a grade of C-. Our sand bunkers, the bunker edges need weekly hand trimming. Sand needs daily grooming on any golf course. All 57 of our bunkers are currently in need of some rehabilitation because of deferred maintenance. Many hold water after a rain or an irrigation event. Some bunker edges are eroding away and in need of rebuilding. So to remedy this, we would need 2 new contract positions to form a bunker-specific crew who will perform rehabilitation activities, and this is currently unfunded. And then finally on this list, I have given retail at the restaurant and pro shop a grade of a C. The shop retail spaces have opportunity to be fantastic revenue generators. Currently, the product mix and the furniture to showcase our merchandise at the golf courses is fairly pedestrian. So the solution here is I have written into the RFP that will be published soon a dedicated merchandising position. So it will be required by our vendors so that added attention will be given to this area of the operation. Now I want to move into kind of some more long-range plans and goals here as I wrap up my presentation. We were planning to reduce 25 acres of turf and upgrade irrigation surrounding 121 tee boxes. The results of this will be to save 49 million gallons of effluent water annually if implemented. Next, the renovation of bathrooms has already been scheduled and should be complete by the month of April. Our pump system is also in need of renovation and is going to be partially repaired based on the funds that we have. The results there will be an updated irrigation system and an improved patron experience. We also have the privilege of hosting a state softball tournament out at the softball fields. We're very excited about that. That's going to bring in 750 plus people to our city. And again, that multiplier effect is going to bring added revenue. So we're looking forward to that. We have made some security upgrades and we'll continue to make security upgrades, cameras, sirens, added gates. Results of this will reduce theft and reduce the costs of vandalism out at the property. And finally, staff training. We have already done irrigation training this winter with all of our staff out at the golf course. And we have a newly hired irrigation superintendent, and he is enrolled in Quell certification courses. And we'll be starting those very soon. And we are excited about that and his development. The results of this training will be that we will improve the effluent management out at our facilities and better use the water resources that we have. And so as an additional update, we have a golf course logo focus group meeting that is scheduled for Friday, February 7th. This includes the Men's Golf Association, the Ladies of the Links Golf Association, the Sanchez family, and the advisory committee. If needed, we will have an additional focus group that will be organized, and the advisory board will approve any changes before they are implemented. The MRC remains a beloved community complex that is great and getting better. My hope is that this presentation has provided some direction to areas for continued development. Thank you.
Thank you. That was terrific. I appreciate both the clarity and the speed that you walked through this, and I think we'll have an opportunity to dig deeper when it's an earlier hour of the evening. Thank you also for sticking with us tonight and for being able and willing to wait until 10 o'clock to get us through this. I appreciate it. Questions for Jonathan? Councilor Garcia and other hands? Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Weiss, for the presentation. I really appreciate it. The presentation did spark some additional comments. I think I'll connect with you offline given the lateness of the hour. The presentation kind of spurred from some concerns I heard regarding from the community regarding the potential for rebranding and relogoing and I think just a clarification around what was being planned with the golf course. I know that we've got 25th anniversary coming up. And so with that being said, could you expand a little more on rebranding a logo? What does that mean? Why are we rebranding a logo? Is it permanent? Is it going to be only solely used for this year, being it's the 25th year? I mean, what are the overall intentions around the rebranding initiative?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, thank you for that insightful question. As a part of the assessment of the whole program, I've been working for the city now 10 months and was tasked with taking a situation analysis. And one of the pieces that I addressed in our assessment was merchandising. A big part of merchandising is logoing, and what a better opportunity to bring out some of those thoughts and ideas than the 25th anniversary. So we are temporarily having a look at the logo situation at our golf course to see if we can leverage the 25th anniversary and possibly elevate the marketing and merchandising that we have in the restaurant and the golf course through a 25th anniversary logo.
And so would it be solely used for this year, given it's the 25th anniversary, or would this be kind of a rebranding of a logo for potentially in perpetuity until it's deemed in the future, hey, maybe we need a refresh in our logo again?
Yeah, it was approved as a temporary logo.
Okay, so for this year, potentially a new logo for potentially this year's use. Okay. You had mentioned the focus group as you were concluding your presentation. I know that we have the advisory, the subcommittee that's part of the parks. We have the community advisory group that's for parks, and then there's the subcommittee focused on the golf course. Can you tell me where we stand with that subcommittee and why, if it's still active?
It is still active. A meeting is being planned for the next month or two. I've recently spoken with Maurice Bonal, who is the chairperson, as I understand. As a newer employee, I'm still wrapping my mind around some of these things. And when COVID hit, it seemed that this advisory committee was halted for a while. And so I think that's where we stand at the moment.
Okay, and I think that's understandable, given that there was the pandemic. We were kind of a lot of our advisory committees had stopped meeting, and so I'm not surprised. I guess my question is, why wouldn't the advisory committee be charged with kind of looking at this logo rebranding versus a focus group that was kind of pulled together, given that's usually the task with it. And I'm just want to understand train of thought, I guess.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the whole question. Could you?
So the question is, why isn't the advisory committee, the subcommittee, tasked with reviewing a potential logo change and versus focus group?
Based on prior precedent, we met with the communications department. We met with tourism and asked how logos had been done in the past, and then looked at our own history and past precedent at the golf course to decide the process to best move forward with this. And what we have come up with was based on those discussions with those different groups of people.
Okay. And then with last question regarding the focus group, there was a couple subgroups of those folks that were identified. How did we select those groups versus putting a call out to the community to say, hey, we've got this focus group that we're going to be looking at rebranding. Can we take nominations or applications from the public? So the question is, there was identified, I think it was like women's golf, et cetera. So.
Mayor, Councilor Garcia. I just want to make clear that this will be going back to the advisory committee. So the focus group is just to make sure all the voices that have all the stakeholders in the organization have been heard, and then it will be going back to the advisory board. So I just want to make sure that was clear.
Okay, no, that I think that was part of Mr. Weiss's presentation when he said it's going to go to the advisory committee for their final blessing, so to speak. But I guess I was just trying to understand how we chose the folks that are in this focus group that are going to kind of give the recommendation to the advisory committee. And so.
Is that a question? I'm sorry.
How did we determine who was part of this focus group?
Right. So, Mayor, councilors, so we basically looked at the stakeholders of the MRC and the Marty Sanchez, and from those groups, we're asking their leadership who would be best representing those groups. So these individuals were selected from those organizations, and they're going to be bringing forward those ideas. So that is how we tried to to capture their input. So we didn't want too many people in the group discussion. We wanted really strong feedback from conversations that they're having with their organizations. And then they will bring those back, the results, to their organizations so that we can then come back for a second meeting that would go on to the advisory board. And also the family, of course, was brought into the process because Marty Sanchez is named after the family. So that's how we've kind of picked it out.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So basically, active stakeholders are
Yes.
kind of helping to facilitate this process.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for the additional context on MRC. Like I said, I've got some questions, and just because it's, especially your rating system, I think I'd like to have a further conversation with you on that and how you arrived at those ratings, because obviously I'd like for us to be all A+, especially never was really a D student. So I want us to get out of that realm, and how can we work together to ensure we move our grades on up, so to speak, and achieve that honor roll status. So thank you, Ms. McDonald. Thank you, Mr. Weiss. No other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions? Counselor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for being patient. My concern is that we have a multi-million-dollar asset in this golf course, and that I think we're in dire need of some, you've done a terrific job. I mean, I played out there last Saturday and it was terrific. And I think it's just been getting better and better. But I know that we need some positions. When do you think that we're going to be able to do the hiring for our seasonal folks?
So historically, we brought the seasonal folks on in April.
In April?
Yes.
Okay. So the way I count up on the org chart, we've got about 16 people maybe working on the whole MRC. How many acres is the whole MRC?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindell, it is 1,200 plus acres.
I just think that we're asking an awful lot to take care of 1,200 acres with 16 people, considering that a lot of that is very, very specialized in light of the number of greens that you're trying to take care of. I know that I don't know how you make that happen. And I know that we have somewhere between 35 and 40,000 rounds of golf that happen on that golf course. It needs, it needs constant care all the time, aside from the MRC. So I hope that in our budget, we see that we get the personnel that we need to take care of that whole entire MRC complex, because it's a community treasure. And we've had a lot of expenditures in the last few years and we've had a lot of monies that we've spent that have been unbudgeted monies. And I hope that we see a budget for the entire MRC that allows us to do a little catch up on some of the maintenance that we know needs to be done, some improvements. And I just really am in awe of how many acres that crew takes care of. It's amazing to me. I mean, certainly other golf courses in the area are staffed up multiple times more than we are. And we still have a beautiful facility there. I'm really, really proud of it. So let's try to budget for what we really need to get caught up to where we need to be. And I'm very, very grateful to both of you for the conditions that you have been able to maintain with seemingly one arm tied behind your back at times. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other comments or questions? Thank you both. Appreciate it. And we'll dig deeper soon, but thank you for your help. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, could you take us to the next item?
Yes, Mayor, we're at matters from the city manager.
Mr. City Manager, you have the floor.
Pass.
City Manager defers.
Nothing
Matter-
tonight, Mayor and Councilors. Trying to move quickly. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, where do we go next?
Item 13A is the executive session action item. It's approval of settlement agreement in Duran Family Trust versus City of Santa Fe D-0101-CV-2021-0241-02418, selling the city's property interest in 730 Alto Street for $767,000.
Move to approve.
Oh, sorry. What it for?
467.
467. Sorry if I didn't read that correctly.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve and there's a second. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on 13A?
Yes, except for I was fixing my numbers. So Counselor Lindell had the motion and Counselor Cassett had the second. Counselor Merriworth. You two, I need to separate.
Okay.
Second. Okay.
Her voice is higher, I'm sure.
Okay.
All right. Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Merriworth, Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Next item is, I believe, matters from the city clerk.
It is matters from the city clerk, and I will try to be very brief. I did want to quickly thank Isabella Sharp and Scott Say from my department. They just went through the jury selection process for the Plaza Vendor program. And this is an extremely timely program and very staff intensive, as well as very intense for our jury panel members and our artists. So this is 5 days, 16-hour days pretty much to get through this vendor program. And I just wanted to share my appreciation for it and also recognize the efforts of them for this program. And then I also just wanted to quickly note, if any of the counselors are around on Friday, my department is sponsoring a Football Friday event, just a little bit of fun for in advance of Super Bowl, and also remind everybody that we have the Connect event on Saturday, and also new signs have gone up on 10 medians around town, letting people know how they can connect to services using our new 211. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We have the opportunity now for communications from the governing body. Let's start to my left. Councilor Chavez.
Mayor, I have nothing tonight. Thank you.
Councilor Rivera.
I have nothing tonight.
Councilor Rivera. Councilor Rivera passes. Councilor Garcia.
Nothing, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Vieira.
I have nothing.
Councilor Lindell. Yeah.
Pass.
Nothing this evening. Thank you.
Councilor Garcia.
Got about a 10-minute speech here. I'm just kidding. I'll pass for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I will just remind everybody that very briefly, there is a rapid hire event tomorrow morning, Saturday morning. It feels like tomorrow morning, but it is in fact Saturday morning. And we continue to try to staff up and get positions filled. To Councilor Lindell's earlier comment, it's Saturday at the GCCC. So if you're interested in a job, you know somebody who wants a job, have them come over to the GCCC Saturday morning and apply. Madam Clerk, what's the next item on the agenda?
The next item is introduction of legislation. We have item 16A. It's consideration of a resolution. It's sponsored by Councilor Romero Worth, Councilwoman Villarreal, Councilor Chavez, Councilor Rivera, Councilor Cassett, Councilor Michael Garcia, and Mayor Weber. It's a resolution directing the city manager to take next steps based on some of the recommendations of the chart report.
I will turn to you, I guess, if you would like to introduce it.
Thank you, Mayor. I know the hour is late, but I do feel like we need to get some information out to the public about this. This resolution is a starting point for further discussions on what we do with the obelisk what we do with the obelisk and how we move forward as a community and a city from the emotional events of October 20th, 2020. Our goal is to help the community continue the work of cultural and racial reconciliation and to evolve our understanding of our diverse and multicultural histories and perspectives. The resolution does two things. It directs the city manager to hire conservators, designers, and/or historians to determine specific proposals for the governing body to consider in mending, redesigning, and/or reframing the obelisk as directed by the resolution. We envision using original pieces to show the lines where the obelisk fractured by bonding it together with contrasting material. We would like to see an interactive QR code where people can learn more and also provide perspectives from their various life experiences, points of view, or cultural backgrounds. We envision 4 plaques, one that gives the history of the obelisk as the Soldiers' Monument, a second plaque that is an Indigenous land acknowledgement. The third plaque would be a restatement of the Entrada Proclamation of September 7th, 2018, and the fourth plaque would memorialize or provide the history of the events that led to the obelisk's destruction. It would also pledge a commitment to healing and reconciliation, better understanding of our diversity, and more inclusive representation and telling of our complex multicultural histories and cultural perspectives. The resolution calls for preserving the current plaques for a future museum display or exhibit on Santa Fe history. It also calls for the removal of the box and the fence, and it calls for the installation of temporary lighting pointed towards the sky, representing hope. The second thing that the resolution does is it directs the city manager to recommend to the governing body the appropriate budget and placement for an Office of Equity and Inclusion in the mayor's fiscal year 2024 budget that we will be considering in April of this year. And it also directs that Office of Equity and Inclusion do a number of things. I think Councilwoman Villarreal will perhaps outline that, but I also want to just let people know that one of its first tasks, the resolution directs that this new Office of Equity and Inclusion would determine what exactly those plaques say in terms of coming up with the language on the 4 plaques, what the process would be for determining that language, and what those plaques actually say. So we did not specify in the resolution. I want to be clear about a couple of things. We are introducing this resolution tonight. We are not taking a final vote. This is a starting place for continued conversation. The sponsors and I have had a couple of meetings with people in the community about the resolution. We are interested in hearing people's perspectives. It was very interesting to hear the perspectives that we got tonight. We are not in any way, shape, or form on final passage of this resolution. It's a starting point. It's ideas to begin talking about how we take next steps based on the chart report. And it will go to all 3 of the council committees. And I think we probably, do you want to do that? Okay. I'll stop there and allow my other co-sponsors to speak.
Councilwoman. yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. As said earlier, the resolution provides direction to create and budget for an Office of Equity and Inclusion for the city of Santa Fe. And this was one of the recommendations in the chart report. And an office of this kind is not a new concept. Albuquerque has a well-established and effective Office of Equity and Inclusion, and there are other offices similar to this across the country. The city of Santa Fe used to have an Office of Intercultural Affairs, which played a similar role to what we envision for this office. An office of this kind at the city represents a commitment to better addressing racial and social disparities in our community and to achieving equity across populations and indicators. Some of the roles that we see the Office of Equity and Inclusion including is really an inspiring and better equipping the city government by providing education, training, data, tools, and other support necessary to achieving its equity goals. We also see this office as having an internal and external facing role. And it wouldn't be limited to these roles, but really identifying and addressing barriers within the city's organizational systems and structures, coordinating implicit bias and anti-racism trainings that are standard practice for city leadership and staff, and also collaborating with community partners in building education and outreach opportunities to address barriers of marginalized groups, face, and also working in collaboration with community advocates and organizations to identify community needs to inform its work. I did want to also say that, coming to a place with different perspectives, I think we're attempting to look at trying to balance the various community interests and perspectives pertaining to the Soldiers Monument. And so this is where we're starting. It's a starting point, as we had said, and I will pass it on to my colleagues. Thank you.
Councilor Rivera or Councilor Chavez? Who's first? Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, so my colleagues did a great job of dealing with the technical aspects of the resolution. And I just want everyone out there to know that we started this process in August. We came together, we had some common ideas and many ideas where we saw things a lot differently. And through the process of communicating, meeting, and just hearing each other's points of view, we came up with this resolution. And that's what our hope is for the community, that through this process, we can hear the different ideas, bring people together. And in the end, which I think is scheduled now for March 8th, we have a resolution that is better than even the one we have right now. And I think we'll get there, but it's going to take open minds, compromise, and knowing that not everyone's going to get every single thing they want. You may be happy about one part of it, but not so happy about the other part. And that's what compromising community is all about. So I hope we can get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to emphasize what Councilor Rivera said in us working together through the process and being very diverse individuals with different histories, different passions, different traumas, and being able to sit and respectfully disagree and work to come to this starting point. I ask that community members continue to work with us that same way. It's not necessarily about us having to agree with one another, but it's about us having to be finding the space to understand one another and to listen. It is a very sensitive topic. This is tied, like I said, I use the word trauma because it's true. And it's felt very differently from different community members. So I ask that, or show you, or I think we're representation of the fact that it's possible. And we look forward to working with the community. We want to acknowledge the importance of public input, and we'd like to explore with staff, city staff, and our co-counselors the best ways to provide and promote properly the opportunity for community members to make public comment or to be involved in the process as it moves through committee. Also, we would like to encourage the community to reach out. So this is the starting point. Throughout this entire process, you can email any one of us or all of us. You can reach out to staff. You can request meetings. You can want and ask for space to have these conversations and to be heard. It is a starting point, not a finishing point today, and I don't think we could emphasize that enough. So please, this is the invitation. Tonight is the invitation to start the work and to work together to arrive at a final solution. And I don't know the best way. I was kind of going through ideas on how we could create a space through the committee process or governing body for public comment. I think that's something that we can talk to staff about and explore together. But I do want to put that out there that we're aware that that space is needed through this process. So I invite you all to be involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Councilor
Mayor, just
Rivera.
one last thing. I'd like to thank Councilwoman Cassett, Councilor Michael Garcia, and yourself, Mayor Weber, for signing on to this. I think it's an important part of the healing process for the community. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Mayorworth.
And one other set of thank yous. I was remiss, sorry. I want to thank the staff, particularly from the bottom up. Now, why am I forgetting his name? Connor Murphy, Jesse Guillen, and particularly Aaron McSherry, who have helped us through this process. Aaron, particularly for your calm head and your patience, even when I was impatient. And just want to say thank you because this was a group effort between the sponsors, and your help was very critical to all of that, as was Jesse's, who's not with the city anymore, and Connor Murphy as well. So there was a lot of drafting that was required. And again, you know, we have been working on this. I think Councilor Rivera said it correctly since August, since the report came out. We've had a number of different meetings, and we were trying to get it out as fast as possible, but also recognizing that this is something that needed the proper thought, the proper research, and the proper staff support. So just want to, again, say thank you and recognize the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the next item to be introduced, I believe, is C16C.
Yes, Mayor, it's item 16C, consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilwoman Villarreal. It's a resolution in support of the investigation and prosecution of the persons responsible for the effort to criminally interfere with or overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election that culminated in the January 6, 2021 attack upon the United States Capitol, and calling for the passage of federal and state laws to eliminate the risks of future insurrections and efforts to delay, disrupt, or overturn elections, and to better protect and safeguard the election process.
Councilwoman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the caption speaks for itself. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Item D then, Madam Clerk.
Yes, item D is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Cassett and Councilor Michael Garcia. It's a resolution authorizing the sale and consumption of beer during the party on the pitch soccer tournament on June 3rd and June 4th, 2023, pursuant to section 23-6.2B SFCC 1987.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Again, I do believe this caption speaks for itself. This is something that we do annually in order to support the adult soccer league in their tournament, and very excited that we can support them again. Thank you.
Garcia, all good? Thank you, sir. I guess that takes us to petitions from the floor. Just checking to see if you're paying attention. In that case, we move to 18A.
Yes, 18A is public comment on bills. We have consideration of bill number 2023-9. This is sponsored by Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindell, Councilor Cassett, and Councilor Romero Worth. It's a bill approving a lease agreement between the City of Santa Fe and Specifica LLC for the lease of city-owned building and improvements located at 500 Market Street within the rail yard within the city and county of Santa Fe, New Mexico, to expand its biotechnological company.
So we have an opportunity for public comment on this. There may be somebody here or on Zoom who wishes to take an opportunity to just comment on this bill. We'll treat it as if it were a petition from the floor, and that anyone could have 2 minutes to speak about this proposed bill before it goes through the process that lies in front of it. But is there anyone in this room who wishes to speak to this bill? Please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. There's
You need your name.
Joni Aaron's. I live on Alameda. There's no price in here. There's no money in the title. Does that come later?
We're actually not answering questions. We're just taking your comments.
So my concern is that there's no indication of any price,
Thank you very much for
and it's
speaking.
late.
Thank you so much for everything. Is there anyone on the Zoom room who wishes to speak to this bill? No. Could we go to then item 19A, I believe?
Yes, 19A. I feel like Counselor Garcia and Counselor Cassett, if I, need you to tag in to read this caption, just kidding. This is consideration of bill number 2022-27 sponsored by Counselor Michael Garcia and Counselor Cassett. It's an ordinance relating to electric bicycles, amending section 12-1-6 of the Uniform Traffic Ordinance, UTO, to include electric bicycles in the definition of bicycle, amending section 12-1-40 of the UTO to delineate definition of bicycle, to delineate electric bicycles from motor vehicles, amending section 12-1-88 of the UTO to specify that an electric bicycle is a vehicle, amending section 12-8-1 of the UTO to prohibit anyone under the age of 16 from riding a class 3 electric bicycle, amending section 12-8-10 of the UTO to regulate and establish a speed limit for electric and manual propelled bicycles on city sidewalks, amending section 12-8-15 of the UTO to remove the prohibition for bicycles to ride on a street adjacent to a sidewalk or path when bicycles are required to use the sidewalk or street, creating a new section 12-8-18 of the UTO to make it an offense to enhance the speed capabilities of an electric bicycle, amending section 12-8-23 of the UTO to raise the maximum fine for violation of certain provisions from $25 to $100, and amending SFCC 1987, section 23-5.1 to amend the definition of bicycle to include electric bicycles and to regulate the use of electric bicycles on city roads.
Move to approve.
There a second?
Second.
Okay, this is a public hearing. So I would first entertain anyone who is here or on Zoom to from the public to speak to this item. Is there anyone on Zoom with a hand up, Madam Clerk? No? There's no one in the room coming forward. Is there discussion from the members of the governing body? Yes, Counselor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not necessarily discussion, but just want to thank folks that were involved with this heavy lift. Madam Clerk read through that novel of a title. I just want to thank the BPAC members, Attorney Nault, our police department team members that took a thorough review of this and provided their input. And overall, I think we were able to come with a final product that allows us to begin to look at this new type of transportation, which is e-bikes, and have our city be ready for the use of it. So just want to thank everybody involved with this process.
Thank you. Any other? Counselor Lindell?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a quick comment on this, that I did have an amendment I wanted to bring on this, but it would have changed the caption. And as a courtesy to the sponsors of this bill, I didn't hold this up by doing that. I will bring forward a new part of this bill for consideration. I think that as the caption says, it's covered a lot of area and got a little bit complicated. And I think that we left a couple of things out that probably should be in here. One of them being the electric unicycles that we see people riding around town. That probably needs to be addressed somewhere in this bill. So I think legal's working on that for me, and just giving you a preview of things to come.
Okay, thank you. Other discussion or comments about the bill? Madam Clerk, I think the discussion is complete. Could you call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Merworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. If you could take us to the next item, which I believe is 20 in its entirety.
Yes. Counselor item number 20A, consideration of resolution. This is case number 2021-4648, Jenkins Gavin Incorporated, agent for HomeWise Incorporated. Applicant requests approval of a resolution to amend the designation on the general plan future land use map for approximately 19.54 acres located at 3600 South Meadows Road and within the River and Trails Archaeological Review Overlay District and the Suburban Archaeological Review Overview District from park to low density residential 3 to 7 dwelling units per acre. Dan Escobar is our case manager on this item, and Mayor, would you like me just to read in all the captions? Or are you going to take action independently?
Point of order.
Go for it.
Two things. One on that. When I watched the Zoom, you did them all under consideration at once.
Yes.
In the last hearing. So don't we need to do that again?
That's
in this hearing?
exactly, yes.
Which is, I think, the question.
Yeah, I think the agreement we had previously was that we would have a hearing in its entirety and then individual motions to support or not support the cases, all 5 of them independently, but have one master hearing, if you will.
Yes.
Okay. And then my second thing is I was not here in person or on Zoom. I have watched the Zoom of the meeting. And so I'm just checking with the city attorney that that is sufficient for my participation tonight, or do I get a get out of jail free card?
Mayor Weber, Counselor, I don't have any of those cards, but if you would like to participate and you have watched the first part of the proceedings and have reviewed the record, the attachments, then you are able to participate. Yes.
Okay, just confirming and also kind of stating for the record that I have done that. So I am up to speed. Thank you.
Thank you. I would, as we're sort of doing some preliminary housekeeping here. I think, city attorney, as we start land use cases, you always remind us that this is a quasi judicial procedure and ask people to understand what that means. Maybe you could once again reiterate that. And I also believe that since we're continuing the hearing from the prior event, people who were sworn then should consider themselves to be sworn now. If you were not sworn then, but you end up testifying, you will need to be sworn tonight.
Yes, Mayor. I think City Clerk Mihalcik is going to read the rest of the case numbers at least. And then I'll give my
Your brief
legal update. Yep.
Great. Thank you. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
All right, so the next item is 20B, consideration of bill number 2021-1. This is adoption of an ordinance for case number 2021-4649. Jenkins Gavin, agent for HomeWise, applicant requests approval of bill number 2023-1 to rezone approximately 19.54 acres located at 3600 South Meadows Road and within the River and Trails Archaeological Review Overlay District and the Suburban Archaeological Review Overlay District from R1 residential, 1 dwelling unit per acre to R6 residential, 6 dwelling units per acre. And then we have consideration of a resolution for case number 2021-4650. Jenkins Gavin, agent for HomeWise, applicant requests approval of a resolution to amend the designation on the general plan future land use map for approximately 2.66 acres located at 3740 South Meadows Road and within the River and Trails Archaeological Review Overlay District and the Suburban Archaeological Review Overlay District from park to high density residential. This is residential 12 to 29 units per acre. We also have item D, which is consideration of a bill 2023-2, adoption of an ordinance for case number 2021-4651. This is Jenkins Gavin's agent for HomeWise, applicant requests approval of bill number 2023-2 to rezone approximately 2.66 acres located at 3740 South Meadows Road and within the River and Trails Archaeological Review Overlay District and the Suburban Archaeological Review Overlay District from R1 residential, 1 dwelling unit per acre to R21 residential, 21 dwelling units per acre. And then we have item E, which is consideration of a resolution for case number 2022-5618. Jenkins Gavin's agent for HomeWise, applicant requests approval of a resolution to adopt a master plan for a residential project on approximately 22.2 acres located at 3600 and 3740 South Meadows Road to include a subdivision development plan and construction of a neighborhood park for dedication to the city.
Those are the titles. Madam City Attorney, did you want to reiterate the ground rules, if you will, for quasi judicial hearings?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. This is a continuation of the 5 land use cases that the city clerk just read out. In these quasi judicial matters, the city council is sitting in its judicial posture rather than its legislative posture, meaning that it is hearing evidence and applying the city's laws to that evidence rather than creating new laws and policies. The city council can sit in a couple different postures, and this is the one that is less common, although we've had a number of hearings recently that involve this posture.
Thank you. So when we adjourned the last hearing, the public input, public comment, sworn public comment had been completed. And so according to our process, we now go to questions by the members of the governing body. The questions can go to staff, they can go to the applicant, witnesses of members of the public, anyone who will testify must remember they have been sworn previously or be sworn tonight. I'd like to do what we've done in the past, which is just go member by member, suggest if you have questions that you ask them, see if we can have each member of the governing body start with a 10-minute opportunity. We can go around, or if people have a significantly larger number of questions, we'll obviously recognize those for another bite at the apple, if you will. But just to get started, I think we should just proceed with the effort to keep it to about 10 minutes per person. Looking at the clock, it's already roughly 20 minutes to 11. So we'll need to be mindful of the clock. So with that, I think Councilor Lee Garcia, makes my life easier to keep track of things if we just go around the dais. Sir, if you would like to begin, if you have questions, I would turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Mayor.
And I'm sorry to interrupt already. I do want to remind everybody that after we close the hearing, there'll be discussion. So this is really for clarifying questions as opposed to articulating a position on any of these matters. So questions as opposed to comments or statements about positions for everybody. That wasn't directed at you, sir, just to put it out there. You have the floor.
Thank you. Okay, the first question I had, overall, one of my major concerns or asking about more information on is the Eberline property. And I don't know who would be able to address this better, either the applicant or staff.
I believe that would be the responsibility of the applicant. So
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Garcia, and councilors. I am Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin here on behalf of HomeWise. I do acknowledge that I have already been sworn in. And we do have with us this evening, we did engage a radiological analysis of the site by a nationally recognized health physicist who is licensed nationally, as well as licensed by the state of New Mexico to do such analysis. And his name is Christopher Royce. And if he is on the Zoom, if he can be elevated, and I'm going to ask him to speak to this directly. He is our expert. And while we work on that, I did want to point out that in 2018, Congressman, now Senator Lujan, sent an inquiry to the Environmental Protection Agency, the Federal Environmental Protection Agency, regarding the status of the decommissioning of the Eberline site, which is an ongoing process, which is still in process now. And I'm just going to quote from this letter, and I do have copies that we can hand out if that is permissible. I'm not quite sure if that's permissible, but I can quote from the letter and I can provide a copy of the letter for the record.
Mayor Weber, councilors, I think we're using the overhead for any additional visual aids. I was able to promote Mr. Royce. I don't know if we have the swearing in language. I think we probably do. It's readily accessible. It might even be sitting there by the overhead.
That's okay. That's okay. It's right here, and he's not here. So we just got to put it on the overhead. He's on the Zoom.
I'm on the Zoom, if you can hear me.
well, let's start with swearing him in, and then we'll go to the letter and questions from Councilor Garcia to your expert. So Christine, can you walk him through being sworn in?
Yes. So if you read the statement kind of before you, it says, please raise your right hand, and then you'll say, I state your name, residing at, you can say your street name only, and then you'll proceed to read the rest of the document.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I, Christopher Royce, residing at 2309 South Anderson Place, solemnly swear or solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony I have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under penalties of perjury.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Before you address Councilor Garcia's questions regarding this, I'm just going to read from the letter from the EPA from 2018 real quick, and then I'll hand it over to you. So let me go back. I will do my best. So I'm just quoting from the highlighted section of the letter. 1995, EPA assessed the site and determined that it did not present a significant environmental risk to the public for inclusion on the Superfund National Priorities List. So in that, this same assessment has also been rendered by the New Mexico Environment Department and the Radiation Control Bureau, that there is no risk to the public with respect to the Eberline property or with respect to the subject property. And so with that, I would like to hand it over to Mr. Royce, because like I said, he's the expert, and I would like him to speak to this directly. Thank you.
Counselor Garcia, you have specific questions for Mr.
Yeah, I
Royce?
think I just wanted to start off with being that we know that there's some sort of radioactive substance on the property. Has anything been done to identify what that is and what the levels are, if any, that are being detected? The highest density portion of this project is going to be butted up towards this property. So I would like to know that.
So I apologize. I was asked to join as a panelist, and when I did, it flashed over and I separated for a little bit. So I missed a part of your question. I think you started to ask about exposures near the site, and then I missed something just before you asking about the highest density. Can you repeat your question? I apologize.
Yeah, so it had been questioned or identified that there is radioactive material somewhere on this property, which is the old Eberline property. Is there any way that, or any possibility, or has it been, do we know what those levels are? And can they be harmful to residents who would potentially be living on this end of the property, which is going to be the highest level of density on the property?
Sure. So I try and repeat questions to make sure that we understand. The Eberline property is currently managed under the Radiation Control Bureau, as well as Eberline's decommissioning process. They're in agreement on, or working on an agreement on how to decommission that. That being said, there is radioactive material on the Eberline property still during the decommissioning process. One of the things that I was commissioned to do by HomeWise was to go out and assess exposure rates and effects on the property they're interested in purchasing from the Eberline property. Radioactivity and exposure rates from that property are not visible or detectable on the property HomeWise is interested in purchasing. The contamination that is on the Eberline property is being managed by both Eberline and the Radiation Control Bureau, and that radioactive material is not leaking over into the property. There's a difference between contamination that's in the soil and exposure rates that are exposing. So the contamination in the soil is not crawling over to that property. I don't know if did I answer your question?
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to know if there was any tests being done on the edge of the property that would be, I guess, dangerous to people who would live on this site.
Certainly. So let me further state this then. So the survey that I was commissioned to do, I went out with a sodium iodide detector and a pressurized ion chamber, which are tools that we utilize in radiation protection and nuclear detection to be able to look for any kind of exposure rate or exposure coming from radioactive material, radioactive sources out in the ambient. And then I also compared those to adjoining areas. The results that I got from both of those surveys were indicative of what's background, right? There's naturally occurring radioactive material across the world. Santa Fe has a higher than normal background rate because of elevation and also fallout that's happened over the years. The exposure rates or the radiation exposure on the property that we're looking at is no different than background level or areas that you might get in other parts of Santa Fe. In some areas, it was a little bit lower. In some areas, it was right at the same or just at higher. We did a statistical analysis of that background level because that's appropriate when we don't have an evidence source that's showing itself, right? If we have a radiation source that's blaring at us, that's an easy thing to set a criteria for something being contaminated or not. But then when it's such low level or equal to what is out there, it appears the same. And so we have to use statistics, and we look for what's called the upper limit for the 95th confidence level. And we're not seeing anything that's popping up as what would be statistically significant from a radiation exposure rate. To give you some perspective also, 14 micro-R, that number really might not have a lot of meaning to you. That's what I saw on average on the property you're looking at. That's about the same and lower than some places that I found around town. I did some surveys around town at that time too. Does that answer your question a little bit better?
Yeah, thank you for that that answer. I would like to also know in regards to the decommissioning process, is there a target date as to when they have that is there a target date for decommissioning that property?
Yeah, so again, that property is managed by Everline and the Radiation Control Bureau. I do not have information from the Rad Control Bureau or Everline on a date that they've decided on. I know Everline would like to get out of there as soon as possible, and the Radiation Control Bureau probably would too. They haven't had a set date because they're waiting on having agreement on the decommissioning process. That's what I know. The Radiation Control Bureau really is who should be asked that question.
So, and I don't know if anybody else can answer this question, but property's been closed down from operation for close to maybe 20 years, 15, 18, somewhere around there. I mean, what was the likelihood that they continue to just maintain that property until nothing is done with it?
Thank you, Mayor, councilors, Councilor Garcia. So early on in our process, we did meet with the Radiation Control Bureau. We did an IPRA request and got an enormous data dump from them that we reviewed internally, and we provided to Mr. Royce, our consultant, as well. And the status as we know it is that Everline they are working on their decommissioning plan, and they are in the midst of that process right now. And then once the plan is adopted, then they will have a schedule for the completion of the work. It's not an enormous site. And so we are continuing that dialogue and tracking this very closely. And so, but what we do know is that they're working on finalizing the plan for the decommissioning that has to be agreed upon, and then Everline can begin the process.
Thank you.
I want to add in too, if it's okay. It's not uncommon for decommissioning of licenses to get drug out for a long time, because the state and the entity that they're working with often have to work on how much they both agree on. And that's one of the large things, is just agreeing on how much is clean. And these numbers become very fine when you start talking about how many picocuries per gram in soil and other contamination areas. So it's not uncommon for decommissioning activities to get drawn out. What's good is that the Radiation Control Bureau and Everline are in communication. So it's showing that it's being done in a safe manner. And New Mexico, the state of New Mexico's Radiation Control Bureau is able to step in if it was needed. And because they're not, that should be a good indicator that, you know, things are safe.
Thank you. I want to ask the question. There was a person from the public, I think, that testified on this exact topic. And I kind of wanted to see if what was your name, sir? Dave, would you come up to the mic, please? So I want a little bit more elaboration. You only had 2 minutes to kind of talk about this exact subject, and what your perspective was on this, because it seems as if this property is likely, you know, a danger to the area. But I want to see a little bit more about what you had to say.
But, you know,
Just quickly though, I don't want to be 20 minutes, just.
hello, my name's Dave Englert. Hello. So, I mean, I'll get right to the point. And the biggest concern is, and I'll repeat it, and I've said it about 4 or 5 times at these very same meetings, is that At Eberline, there's a 16 curies of cesium 137 has been spilled or released underground at the bottom of a borehole that they use for calibration. It was in a sealed source, it ruptured, and it still remains underground. I did a review of, I don't know, I guess it's HomeWise's assessment. I don't know if we need to go through that, but I didn't find that to be a very appropriate or adequate report.
I'd like to hear a little bit more of how you gathered the data of the cesium that is on. The
Okay,
property.
that's a good question. I asked for a IPRA inspection of public records from the New Mexico Environment Department. It's like a FOIA request.
Mayor Weber, councilors, can I just ask that when we say the property, we identify if we're talking about the property that's under review versus the property next door, so it's clear what the answers are addressing? It'll be really helpful to the record.
I'm asking about the Eberline property, which is adjacent to the proposed site that's being built on South Meadows.
It's exactly what I'm talking about is the Eberline. And at the Eberline site, there's 4 boreholes drilled into the building in the floor. They had plutonium. They had and 3 sources of cesium. The one that we're talking about was a 16 curie source. It was broken and released. They've had other spills at the site. I don't know why he gave me this, but there's a carbon 14 release. There's never been any additional information about that release since they reported it. They ceased manufacturing in 2007. In 2007, they had 800 sources removed. In November of 2007 is when they discovered the contamination at the bottom of the hole. In 2012, it appears that they attempted to remove some of the contamination. They removed, it appears to be 320 cubic foot of subsoil. But as late as 2019, references to high concentrations of cesium up to 8,000 picocuries per gram, at least as 30 feet deep, was measured. There's other problems. After 2007, after they removed the 800 sources of the radionuclide sources removed, they still held on site until 2016, 8 picocuries of americium. Let's see. I don't know what else to add. I can talk a little bit about what picocuries means to people, or curies, what that means. I've got some background studies that I had done and have data and information on.
I think for the information you've provided there is quite substantial, and I know there's probably more questions from my colleagues up here in regards to this topic, so stand by, I would assume.
Okay.
The next question I'm gonna have is for traffic. We have the traffic engineer on site.
Yes. We have several. Would you like the city or the applicant? Counselor.
I'd like to, from the applicant first.
My name is Michael Gomez. I work for Santa Fe Engineering and I was previously sworn in. You hear the microphone?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Gomez. So the traffic studies that you all provided here, did that take into account the additional projects that will be completed, including the apartment complex, which is across the street over by Sweeney? I guess I don't know what the name of it is, but there's a 220 some odd unit apartment complex going up, which is in the direct vicinity of the area.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilor, we took into account every project that's been approved in the area, including the one that you're talking about over at Sweeney. We also included the one at the 599 roundabouts to the north and the recently constructed apartments that are on South Meadows Road next to the school. I forget the name of that one. So every project that's been approved was factored into here, even if it hasn't been built yet.
And can you just elaborate a little bit on the grading of that the main intersection that I think would be impacted, which would be Airport Road and South Meadows, and what the grading what it's graded at?
The intersection that you're talking about has a level of service during the morning peak hour of C. And of course, levels of service go from A to F, including an E. So it's right in the middle and it has capacity. In the PM, it's still a level of service C. Now, when we go ahead and add our traffic into there, plus all the other traffic in there for the build condition, we're at a level of service C in the PM and a D, a high D in the AM. And a D is acceptable by NMDOT standards. Their standard is you cannot have a failure without mitigating the failure.
And those studies are done, so the studies were done with the projection that the additional traffic would meet this criteria or meet these gradings.
Right, we did a complete study. Here's how thick it is. The original scoping meeting that we had with the city of Santa Fe, only 2 intersections were requested. But based upon the public meetings that we had, the ENN, we went out and we counted probably 4 or 5 more to look at the levels of service on South Meadows Road and Rufina. And those have great levels of service. They're in the Bs and As.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. I have many more, but I know there's going to be a lot more questions from my colleagues up here.
Thank you, Counselor. Good of you to pass the baton. Counselor Cassett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Circling back to the conversation around the Everline property, I think that as Attorney McSherry pointed out, that this distinction between the 2 sites when we're looking at the studies is important. My understanding from some of the comments from the community was this concern that as development happened, that this would change the levels of radiation on the subject site that we are looking at for a rezone. And I was hoping to hear, I'm so sorry, I'm forgetting his name, perhaps
Royce.
Mr. Royce, if he could speak to that concern, and is that something that needs to be monitored? And if so, how would one go about it? Or is that not something that, in your professional opinion, is something that would occur?
Yes, so I want to first acknowledge Dave's statement and also support that there is a cesium 137 spill that occurred on the Everline site, but that is on the Everline site. Different radionuclides act differently in the environment. Cesium-137, it will travel millimeters in soil and kind of embed itself. The EPA has done a number of studies to see how cesium migrates in the soil and how it interacts with different materials. The cesium-137 in question is going to be within millimeters to at best centimeters of the location where the break occurred on the Eberline site. The property under review is not going to have contamination from the cesium spill that occurred on the Eberline site. So long as the state of New Mexico, their RAD Control Bureau and Eberline are working together, they're going to come to an agreement to keep the doses on neighboring areas to below regulatory limits to ensure that safety is there. So as long as the decommissioning process is being worked with, there's not a concern to do that, and monitoring that needs to occur on the Eberline site, and that'll be managed by the RAD Control Bureau. There doesn't need to be monitoring onto the site under review, per my professional opinion. This monitoring needs to be coming closer to the source of the contamination, which is on the Eberline site, and there's not expectation that that source of contamination will migrate through the environment. If it was something like a strontium-90, that's a different radionuclide, it does move through the soil, and I would tell you a different answer. With cesium-137, I don't have a concern for that moving from where the well location is to several meters away over to the property under review. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
So I do want to get to a little bit of conversations around how we got to where we are today. So the county bonded to acquire this property.
Correct.
Dedicated as park space. Were there any covenants placed on this property when the county bonded?
No, we were never made aware through any title search or anything of any restrictive covenants that were associated with the property.
And then the county was able to essentially sell this property because they had paid back the bond. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Understanding this process. Maybe this is Attorney Fagali or McSherry. Maybe you would have insight here.
Counselors, I do not have any additional insight. That was
Okay.
what I understood as well.
Okay. And then in terms of this, there's been a lot of this conversation of the county offered it to the city. Maybe this is a question for Attorney McSherry. What would that process have looked like? I think that the standpoint of the city is that there was not actually an official offer that occurred.
Mayor, over councilors, no official decision of the city could have been made without a open meeting and vote of the city council.
Okay.
And I'm not, there was not one on that topic.
Okay. Did the commission pass anything that stated that they wanted to give it to the city?
Mayor, Weber, councilors, I don't necessarily, do you want me to be a sworn witness? I can be. This would be based on personal recollection.
Okay. If you feel that you should be sworn, then
I'm not sure that this is really relevant, honestly.
Okay.
So I'm not sure that's really worth it. So, I mean, I would have to be telling you what I remember from county commission minutes, et cetera,
Okay.
that I've seen or not seen.
That's fine.
But
That's
I can
fine.
answer legal questions like, was there
an offer to the city? No.
Would
there was
you
not.
need an open meeting? Yes. To make an official decision on land? Yes.
Okay.
We've done that very similar type of thing recently with Game and Fish.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. So maybe this is a question for Dan. So the city or this property is currently zoned R1, correct?
Correct.
What are the property rights of the developer at the R1 zoning? Or the owner, excuse me.
Mayor, members of the council,
Counselor Cassett, that would be one house per acre.
And if they chose to go with one house per acre, what would be the process that they would have to go through for that?
Mayor, Counselor. That'd be just a regular subdivision
Okay, so through planning commission.
through the planning commission. That's right.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. I think that that's one of the important things that we're looking at is what are we actually deciding on? And what are the decisions in front of us? Because my understanding with HomeWise owning the property right now and it's zoned R1, that they have the ability to build at R1. So currently what we're really deciding between is R1 versus this development plan. And am I understanding the phrase of the question correctly?
Mayor, Council, Counselor Cassett. So it's a little bit more. At the current project, you're getting multifamily residential and a park. If they developed the property at its current state, they would not be required to build a park.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Looking at the Southwest Area Master Plan. So I know that the Southwest Area Master Plan at one point straddled the city and the county, and then we annexed. Is that still the case with the swamp? Is it still city and county?
Mayor, Council, Counselor Cassett, I think we've annexed a large majority of that area in the airport road area. Certainly the property is now within the city of Santa Fe. It wasn't when it was originally owned by the county. And then when we annexed it in as phase 2, area 4, it became part of the city's municipal boundaries,
Okay.
still owned by the county. So.
Got it. Thank you. And then there's conversations in the swamp, if you might really hate that name, the Southwest Area Master Plan. I'll just keep saying it. Around the percentages of open space, of commercial space. Can you flesh that out a little bit more for me?
Mayor, Counselor, I do have that breakdown actually in the planning commission.
I know I'm trying to find it. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Thank you.
And it would be, I think, on page 2 of the planning commission memo. I don't have that currently right now. I'd have to.
I pop it through. Sorry. You know what? I'll go back to this and I'll scroll through this when I have the opportunity. In terms of the other park space available in this is, I'm sorry, it's called what is it? The Central Neighborhood District. So we have the Las Acequias Park. Are there any other parks, open spaces that we should be aware of in this central neighborhood area of the swamp?
Flores del Sol is the other park that's in that same area.
Which one was that? I'm sorry.
Flores del Sol,
And where is that located? About how far from the property site?
maybe a half a mile
Okay.
as a crow flies, maybe.
Okay. All right. I'll yield the floor for now. I'm going to find my information that I needed and I'll
Okay,
come back.
that's
Thank
fair.
you.
Counselor Mayor, before we go too far, it's 11:15. I suspect we're not going to finish by 11:30. Wild guess. Can I get a motion to continue our efforts past the 11:30 deadline?
So moved.
There's a motion to suspend our 11:30 closing time. It's been seconded. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, would you call the roll so we can go beyond 11:30?
Yes. Counselor Rivera. Counselor Mayor Worth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
No.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. That will give us additional time. Yes, sir. You have some information that you were asked for previously?
Yes, Mayor.
You're gonna have to speak up a little bit louder.
Yes, Mayor, Council, Counselor Cassett. So it's actually on page 10. And what I found was that the park land is going to be reduced, let's say I said increase low density total acres from 209.33 acres to 228.87 acres, increase high density plus minus 9.77 acres to plus minus 12.33 acres, and reduce park acreage from 31.38 acres to 9.19 acres. So that would be for the, based on what the Southwest Area Master Plan identified, and what these changed, what the values, how the values will change those numbers today.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll
Okay,
yield.
Councilor Mayorworth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things on the Everline property. Decommissioning is behind, but I think your witness said that's not unusual. Not really sure when it might be decommissioned, but do we have any ballpark? Like, are we talking another 20 years? Are we talking 10, 5, 2?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Romero-Worth, and councilors. So based upon our dialogue that we've had with the NMED and the Radiation Control Bureau, our impression is that they're finalizing the plan. Once the plan is approved, they can move forward. And I do want to point out that in 2016, this site has been completely assessed. I mean, it's not like there's been no attention on this side. There's been an assessment by the EPA. There's been an assessment by the Radiation Control Bureau. All radioactive material has been removed from that site. It was removed from the site in 2016, all of it. So there's still more to do. And if this was, here's the interesting thing. I've learned so much about this. It's been really fascinating, actually. If this was a public health and safety issue, this would be done. There would have been a hard deadline. And because there isn't a current public health and safety issue, the process is moving through its process, but there's not a hard deadline. And that's one of the reasons why not.
Okay.
And I would invite Mr. Royce. We are fortunate. We hired the best of the best to do this analysis of this site. So we have one nationally recognized expert on this subject matter here with us tonight. One. So I would invite him to address that directly, because he also has had engagement with the Bureau as well.
I don't want to call myself the best of the best, but I appreciate that very much. I spoke with the Radiation Control Bureau back in 2022 after I performed the survey, just to get some information, and they were curious about my survey. From what I understand, and I also want to be clear, my license was for 2022 while I was doing the work in New Mexico. We have reciprocity in different places. I don't have reciprocity for the year of 2023. That being said, the decommissioning plan, one of the highlights, I think, is determining how clean or how much of the cesium in the well they want to clean up. And largely that's based off of calculations that we do with a product called ResRad. This is a product that's put out by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to determine what people living on the site would on the Everline site, not the property under review, on the Everline site would be exposed to from dose, based off of what kind of contamination you left onto the soil. And so from my viewpoint of what I've read from discussions, there were a number of Information Act discussions that we were privy to. It looks as though Everline and the Radiation Control Bureau are working to determine how clean is clean, but these levels are still relatively low that they're working towards at the end. And that's based off of doses of people living and performing work or performing their lifestyle on the Everline site and not on the site under review. And I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, that's fine. Mike, Mr. Lofton, you look like you want to say something.
I just wanted to, I mean, I don't remember you being sworn last time.
was.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, both sworn and sworn at. The
Can
you
you,
know, just to put it, this, Mike Lofton, I'm sorry. Yeah, sure, sorry.
Michael, get the mic real close to yours.
Yeah, so Mike Lofton, and So I mean, if this thing has been known and been going on for a long time, it's been recovered extensively in local media. If the Environment Department and the EPA and everybody who looked at this was convinced that there's this imminent danger that some people are portraying it as, I don't think Sweeney Elementary School would have remained open. People living on Morning Drive would not be living there. It would be, it doesn't, if there's a radiation danger there, it doesn't stop at your chain link fence in your backyard. It doesn't. So I think I think people are very comfortable with the experts are comfortable on what's going on with Eberline itself. There's absolutely, even though, Shelby and said that, this is a known radioactive spill on our site. Not true at all. I mean, that was a comment in the New Mexican on Sunday. There's never been a spill on the Homewise site. There is stuff going on in Eberline. I think people are comfortable that is under control, and it's cesium 137 doesn't migrate through the soil. It's staying contained on that site. So the reporter, when people went to the reporter and said, "Hey, I think there's this big danger. We got to stop this." Santa Fe reporter just recently, they interviewed Santiago Rodriguez from the Radiation Control Bureau. And he said, "Look, there is nothing to hide." This is a direct quote. "There's nothing mysterious out there. There's no excessive levels of radiation." When the reporter asked him, would he have a problem living in the proposed Homewise developer, Rodriguez plainly said, "I would not." He went on to say, "I would not have a problem living adjacent to that Eberline site." I think a mountain's been made out of a molehill here. I think the state is working on. We're as Jennifer said, we're monitoring that closely. Everyone has an interest in that getting finished, but I think it borders on fear mongering, and we're saying this is an imminent threat to anybody living there. If you were afraid, if you really thought that place was radioactive, you wouldn't let your children play there. You wouldn't want your dog play there. So I think this is just a new argument. Yet another one. It's like, eventually spaghetti should would stick to the wall and stop this. I think we're grappling with a problem that is not really the problem people are presenting it to be.
Thank you. There was some testimony about the property originally being acquired as open space through a bond, and that bond said that the property should be a park in perpetuity because it was bought with a bond. And then you've just said there were no covenants when Homewise acquired it. And then I think somewhere in the testimony, somebody said that when the county purchased, or no, when Homewise purchased the land from the county, they said it would go to trails and open space, which I assume is because it was originally bought with a bond. Can you just help, connect all those dots and how that worked and
Sure,
clear that up?
Absolutely. I'm just to, if I may, Mayor, councilors and Councilor Maraworth, myself nor Homewise were involved with the county during this process, but we, of course, have come to understand the timeline. And I think that's what your query is around, the timeline. So the county acquired the property via bond issue with the intention of developing, a park in that location. There was some early kind of planning efforts in that regard. But there was the numbers were big. There wasn't the money to actually implement the development at that time. And then subsequently to that, the city of Santa Fe annexed the property. It was in the county's jurisdiction, county-owned land, and then it became county-owned land in the city's jurisdiction. And so what I gleaned from this process is like the county is looking at, do we really want to invest millions of dollars in a park in the city of Santa Fe? Maybe we need to be investing our resources in our own open space projects within the county's jurisdiction in the unincorporated area. And so that was kind of the genesis of this idea that we could sell this property. We could take those proceeds and dedicate them to trails and open space projects in Santa Fe County. And, on the face of it, seems not an unreasonable thing to question, in terms of where any kind of municipality expends their resources for these types of community amenities. And so that was then a resolution was passed in 2020, I believe, by the Board of County Commissioners that authorized the sale of the property.
And I think you said that the proceeds from the sale of the property, they're putting back into
Absolutely.
parks and trails because I mean, politically, that sort of makes sense because the money that had purchased the property was bond money, taxpayer money that was to be for open space. That's what people wanted. So now they're saying, we're not going to have this open space, but we're going to take that same money and invest in open space trails, other places to kind of, keep that promise in essence. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilor Mayor Worth. I don't know if because the original money came from bonds that required them to do that. I know that's what they wanted to do. I was in a lot of conversations with them. Their big priority, to be more specific, they're working, a big priority for them for open space and outdoor recreation is completing the extension of the river trail. And so this was, and I talked to the asset manager at the county who said this would be really helpful to us to speed up the extension of the river trail, which, as you know, is a gem. It's an example of the city and the county doing something that is really spectacular for the people of Santa Fe. So I think that what they're doing is they're saying, we're not going to do anything on this piece of land that's in the city anymore. We're going to take that asset and use those resources to help develop this other outdoor open space asset along the river trail.
Okay. And as long as we're talking, I think also there was testimony about, and I think I wrote this down, I'm not sure who it was, but about one of the things identified for the park in this development was the need for shade. And I'm just curious, I've been involved with this tree initiative and just curious if, in addition to shade, trees are being thought of, rain gardens, because we know that we need, because of the climate difference between being close to the foothills and then further away where this is, that we're going to have to be a lot more aggressive in terms of being able to support tree growth, and we're going to need tree growth, and we're also going to need to, I think, take advantage of some of the ingenuity that there is out there, and rain gardens are certainly one of those things. Have trees and rain gardens been talked about?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Mayor Worth. Rain gardens is actually specified in the drawings because the location for the park adjacent to the future extension of the Acequia Trail, which eventually connects to the river trail. So there's kind of some elegance in that whole thing. It's at the low point of the site. So we are going to have an opportunity to collect stormwater in order to passively irrigate our vegetation. So we're absolutely looking from a landscaping perspective, a variety of drought tolerant plants. So shade is going to be in the form of trees, but also going to be in form of some structure as well.
Okay. And then at what point, and I assume this park at some point gets dedicated to the city and then becomes ours. At what point does that happen?
So following, if it is the governing body's choice to approve the applications, we actually are going to be moving forward following these proceedings to go ahead and dedicate the land to the city, because that is so critical. Our master plan requires this park. HomeWise is going to fund the development of the park. So this is huge. So the city is going to be receiving a fully developed, ready to go park for the community. But the actual land dedication will happen pretty, imminently within the next, few months. So that way you can't unring that bell. It's dedicated to the city to be a park but the obligation to develop those improvements is HomeWise's obligation. And that'll be done during the first phase of development. And as Carlos Gamora talked about at our last hearing, a really robust community engagement and outreach process around the design and the amenities for this park. We've already had a lot of good conversations with your Parks Department and Melissa McDonald about what what their kind of wish list is. And so that will, in continuing that engagement process to make sure we have a really wonderful variety of amenities as well as passive open space, working to, support children of all ages as well as teenagers and adults. And, but also looking at those maintenance obligations, right? And so we're going to want that feedback from parks. It's like, yeah, that ground cover's lovely, but we have experienced that it's a pain in the neck. It's really difficult to maintain. So let's pivot to something else, so we're really looking forward to that process.
Okay, and then I think my time's probably pretty close to up for this round, but just one question, sorry. There was also testimony about there being a mix of housing types, I think, to address that not everybody wanted a single family home. Maybe there's some duplexes and that kind of thing, but the affordability is spread across.
Absolutely.
It's not isolated or,
It'll be distributed among the housing types. From
Okay.
Townhome, single family, and more multifamily type condominium homes. Yes.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll go around again, I'm sure. Counselor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Mr. Escobar, I think. So I hear a lot of questions, and I've heard a lot earlier on a week ago about the Everline property. I'm sure that prior to purchasing this property, HomeWise looked into radioactivity or whatever was going on with the Everline property. My question, though, is in terms of what we're being asked to do here tonight, which is looking at a general plan amendment, looking at a rezoning, pardon me, and a master plan. Is there anything in the criteria on is that we have that we are to be looking at a neighboring property that isn't really part of this case?
Mayor, Council, Mayor Pro Tem, not when it comes to radiation. We don't really have a process or a code section that would allow us to review for that kind of analysis. We do, as I've explained in the past, we actually do kind of look at the project and the impacts of that project on the surrounding property. The way I like to explain it when I'm like giving a class, when I gave classes with the realtors and the contractors, is if you take a pebble in the pond and you throw that pebble in the pond, the biggest impact is going to be where that pebble hits the water. But the waves are going to continue to radiate outward and affect the entire pond. So we not only try to mitigate the point of impact, but we take that helicopter all the way up and take a look at how we're going to continue to mitigate the impacts of that project across the way. So, that's only in terms of its impact relevant to Chapter 14, and we don't have anything in terms of radiation study in Chapter 14.
So thank you. We don't have a real true criteria covering this. Let me ask Mr. Lofton just a question or two. So when you looked at this property, you've been around for a while. You knew the Everline property. What was the process that you went through? I don't need a detailed process, just a quick summary of what you went through to make the decision that you thought that it was reasonable to purchase this property in light of having Everline next door.
Well, the first thing we did was we found out how to get a hold of Everline. It's a different company now, to see what they were doing. They weren't really forthcoming. They said, we're working on it. We're working with the state to mitigate. Talked to the state environment department, what's going on. They gave us an update. The request to get documentation We hired the environmental consultant to test it. In one neighborhood meeting and 4 additional end meetings, I was always very, very clear. Whether this gets approved or not, one good outcome of this is we are going to know, because we're going to get to the bottom. Was there any encroachment from Everline on our side? Was there any evidence that, that Everline was in business for a long time? Did someone throw something over there? We wanted to know that. We want to know that probably more than anyone, because we're not going to do a development that's going to put someone at risk. So we wanted it. So that was one of the first decisions. We need to hire a review it and to see if there's anything there. If there is it possible to mitigate it? If it's not, well, then it's a different kind of problem. So, yeah, that's the thought process. We went through it, and all the boxes that we checked on that was, it looks like everything's okay on this. And it looks like Everline is its side, even though it's not our side, is heading to the final mitigation of that problem. They've already, as Jennifer said, they already removed a ton of stuff there. They're doing the final cleanup. So, we felt that this is safe to proceed.
That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Even though Everline is not part of the case or part of the actual development, it's still important to understand implications, because having a development so close to something that may have contamination issues is a concern for all of us. So I think that's why all of us are bringing up that issue. And we also know that depending on who's in office, NMED, EPA has different standards, if you will. So I don't know who is running what during that time. So that's how I think about it. Like, what was happening during that time? Who was in office? So I guess my question to you all, since this is a concern from community folks that live nearby, potential people that are going to live there, how are you going to be communicating with the community members that are contiguous, people interested in this property, to let them know updates on the decommissioning process, or what's happening, and just keeping folks updated, because that information isn't widely accessible to folks. And those of you in the audience that work hard on these kind of issues, you have to dig deep to get the information you need about contamination issues, especially as it relates to the lab and et cetera. So I'm just curious what you all are planning in terms of communication for the community.
Well, we're going to continue to communicate with the State Environment Department to understand what's going on. We'll definitely share that with everybody that we're in contact with on what the updates are. I think other people will be doing the same thing. It is a really important thing that site gets cleaned up, and I think everybody is in agreement. We want that to happen. So we will continue to make those efforts. We will continue to try to nudge to the best that we can the Environment Department to push this and get this going, because the sooner the better. It's been going on too long. I'm confident that is going to happen. I don't think it's going to. I think they're close to, from what I understand, to coming up with a plan. So yeah, we're going to keep sharing that information. And
how will you share it so people know where to access that?
Well, we have a Los Prados website just to exclusive to this to update. We'll update on there. We'll, we're going to be going to lots of community meetings. We're actively working on public input on the park. We'll share stuff there. We're in a part of that outreach process is talking to lots of neighborhood groups and, groups like there's a Head Start across Airport Road that we've been in contact with, because they have ideas on the park. But I think they're very proximate to Everline too. So we'll keep doing that kind of community outreach.
Okay.
We did a lot of door-to-door canvassing there. If there's something that to understand what people desires were, if there is stuff that we're worried about there, or something we think is important to communicate, we'll continue to do that canvassing. Chainbreaker, who's here tonight, has done a bunch of canvassing as well. Around need for a park and need for affordable housing. I think we'll work closely with them on like, this is a community concern we all need to take seriously. Like I say, I'm very optimistic we're going to get to successful resolution of that. I think, everybody's on it.
Thank you. Thanks for that information. And I just think we need to make sure that folks are continuously communicated about what's happening and hopefully the progress that will occur. Just curious if Mr. Royce, if he's still online, I didn't see in the packet his resume or anything, but is that the right last name, Royce?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
I'm just curious, when you do the kind of consulting work you do, is it typically for contamination issues that somebody's trying to solve? Or do you typically work for, like, say, larger corporations or labs, national laboratories?
Sure. So I actually am the director of what we call the Worker Protection Group, and I manage a group of consultants for, we were bought by NV5. We used to be called Dade Moeller, and we focus on radiation, and we don't discriminate whether we're working for large corporations or small labs or contamination events. So we hit a wide variety of problems. For example, we're helping with the decommissioning for a university, Bryn Mawr over on the East Coast. I do want to point out too that, when we think about licensing and decommissioning licenses, the Everline facility is licensed no different than, say, a hospital or another facility that might have radionuclides that are being used for therapeutic use, except they were using it for calibration and instruments. While political heads do change, the Environmental Protection Agency and the Radiation Control Bureau have standards that are online for decommissioned facilities, and they're published in their requirements, and those have been steadfast for years, regardless of who's in charge. So right now, the Radiation Control Bureau, the one I saw that they had done a calculation where if the Everline facility was cleaned up or walked away from, it was going to be close to 72 millirem per year exposure to people on the facility. That's less than what a hospital is allowed to expose people that are the general public walking around or near that hospital. So you're exposed to radiation from commercial use on a regular basis. And the Radiation Control Bureau is doing a good job of making sure that it's staying to limits that have been in place for quite a while.
Thank you for that. I guess I still think it does get politicized, so I will jump on to my next question. In terms of the park dedication, you said that the land would be dedicated first, and then you all would be going through the community engagement process for the design and amenities. And so from the city point of view, even though we already accepted the dedication, there's still a process to accept what has been proposed and developed. Can you say a little bit more about that?
Mayor, Council, Councilor Villarreal, that was a hard condition to craft with the Planning Commission.
Right.
Because it's sort of like what comes first, the chicken or the egg.
Right.
So in order to get through this process, we had to move the park from its original phase, which was in phase 2, up to phase 1. And then since we cannot add conditions of approval to the ordinance, we had to make the ordinance effective date subject to the acceptance of that dedication, so that we wouldn't zone the property before the acceptance and then be non-compliant with the general plan. So the Planning Commission recommended those conditions. They made them part of the master plan, and the applicant accepted them. So as part of phase 1, they will be working on the park as well as working to get their phase 1 development processed, but it'll be part of that phase 1 that'll go to the Planning Commission, and then whatever portion of that has to go to the governing body, we will take it forward to the governing body for acceptance. Once the park is accepted, then the zoning will become effective, where we will be able to start working on the subdivision under the current zoning.
Okay, so I'm just making sure, because we've had this problem in the past where some developer tried to put together a park that was supposed to be a soccer field and it wasn't to the design standards weren't up, they weren't meeting what an actual soccer field was supposed to be. So we had to go back to the drawing board. It was kind of a mess. So I'm just wanting to make sure staff would inspect it after that point. And you all will decide if it's meets our standards and all of the other regulatory stuff that comes with that.
Mayor, Council Villarreal, I know that the Parks Department did have some conditions that were placed on the process for the park. And that will continue on as we look at the preliminary subdivision plan and start moving forward into the phases of that master plan if it's approved. So everything will comply with however the Parks Department wants to push the park forward. And again, the applicant has fully complied with that process.
Okay. And all right, that makes sense. So we will make sure that everything meets standards once all of the components that come out of the community process get addressed. And
we will be submitting, once the park plan is finalized through the community engagement and continued engagement with the Parks Department, that plan will be submitted to the city for review. We'll have to have a permit for that plan. And the city will not accept any maintenance obligations with respect to this park until such time as the Parks Department has signed off that everything is hunky-dory and perfect. There will be a 1-year warranty period. So if any elements in the park, there's some element that, the swing broke or something. And then at the end of a warranty period, we would have to go in and address any kind of punch list items and address those. And so, but yeah, so the design will be approved by the city, and then the park and the improvements and the implementation of that design has to be approved by the city as well before the city takes it on.
got it. Thank you. Thanks for the clarity. So I'm curious about, the need for housing here, we all know is beyond. I mean, we're just at a crisis mode that, we need to make sure that folks that are working here, living here, really have opportunities to continue living here. So I'm curious if you all have a plan about how you would focus on local folks living in here and how you will, especially folks that are local residents that are experiencing housing insecurity or rent burdens. How will those folks be given a priority for this development for when the housing units become available?
Well, we do a lot of outreach for all our housing programs, from down payment assistance to every home that we build. We have, about 500 folks, households in our pipeline they're not all ready to buy a home. They're in different stages of the process. So some people are improving their credit and saving a little bit of money for down payment, maybe having to reduce debt. So that, we're always working with people. We call that the home buyer preparation process. That is, we've gotten really good at that. We're really good at how to finance people buying a home and get rid of mortgage insurance and the city's been great on helping with funding for down payment assistance. The hardest part of what we do right now is help finding a home that someone can afford. Mm-hmm. So there's no shortage of locals looking for a home to buy. We've also done, and when we started doing outreach around the development plan and the park and the surrounding area, and when door knocking and canvassing, and including in Country Club Gardens and Talavera Apartments and stuff. One of the things is we were so fixated on what to do for land development. People, like the first time we went out, people were going, "Well, you work at HomeWise, right?" I go, "Yeah." They go, "Like, well, what about me? I want to buy a house." Because, we need to be bringing marketing material about HomeWise there too. And there's a lot of Spanish speakers there in some of those neighborhoods who, we're pretty well known in Santa Fe by and large. We found out there are populations we're not as well known as we should be. And so that kind of door-to-door canvassing and getting the word out about that, where people are always in the home buyer preparation process. Closer to the mic. Okay, geez, usually I'm like,
Turn it,
they're too
towards-
loud.
turn it towards your mouth instead of
Okay,
down.
so like that?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm also really tired. It's been a long day. I'm sure you guys are, you know,
Mhm.
we're used to this. I'm not. So anyway, so we're gonna like we're all on that. We want to see. I would love to be able to come back here and say, tell you, you know, here's the number of people who are able to move out of a single wide mobile home, trying to raise 3 kids on their own into a home with 3 bedrooms and 2 baths and a yard. I want to be sharing those stories because this has become this is so got us to focus on how, because we're in this crisis and we really have to double down all our efforts if we're going to get ahead of this stuff. It's like, it's, you know, I mean, I got to tell you, I mean, I've lived there a long time. I think I know Santa Fe well. Some of the conditions I saw people living in a country club garden mobile home park were just, it's, you know, it's you know, it just shouldn't be. We're very committed to trying to provide those opportunities out of that situation.
And the folks that were interested in potentially learning about affordable housing project or affordable housing opportunities with the new development, did you give them information in Spanish?
Oh yeah, no, and we are. Ooh, that's good. You can hear me now. So we have the majority of our staff are bilingual. All our materials are bilingual. We do homebuyer education in Spanish and English, financial fitness. All our services are in that. The vast majority of our customer facing staff are Spanish speaking. So we're very good at that. We're gonna we have and you may not be aware of this, we have a loan program. No one else has this in New Mexico that if you have an ITIN number that and not a social security number, we have the only mortgage I know in the state of New Mexico that can do that mortgage. It's, you know, most lenders will not do that. So we're very committed to reaching out to our entire community. You know, there was the op-ed in the paper on from Somos in Pueblo Unido on Sunday, where these essential workers are essential to our economy and to our well-being. So we're there.
Great, thank you. That's an important piece. And then last question, will there be restrictions on both the single family dwellings, townhouses and condos to prohibit short-term rentals allowed in the development?
Yes,
Across the board,
across the board,
in the covenants?
in the restrictive covenants.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Garcia, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of my questions were asked by my colleagues, but I guess just for clarification, Mr. Engler, can you tell me what your background is in? Because I don't know if you might be the appropriate person to ask this question to, or Mr. Royce.
Yes, sir. I worked for 25 years for the Department of Oversight, DOE Oversight Bureau in environmental surveillance. Most of the work I did was at the national laboratories, including Los Alamos and Sandia on the website.
Okay, so then I think that you probably qualify for this. Do you have any history working with cesium 137?
Yeah.
Okay, so then my question is, given that the adjacent property, the Eberline property for record, as you noted earlier, there's a spill there. The cleanup process, I think we were talking about the cleanup process earlier that we hope gets moving forward quickly. When that process takes place, can you help me understand what that looks like? Is there a potential for the cesium
Transport, exposure.
Exactly. So, you know, when you try to extract it from the ground, does that mean it can become particles in the air, become airborne and move to adjacent properties?
Well, let me tell you a little bit about cesium. I think that you should know that it's a liquid form at room temperature. So they add chloride to it to make it a crystalline fine powder. And I don't know about the transport. What I do know is that at the bottom of that 20-foot hole, after it was broken, they were able to measure 8,000 picocuries per gram at 30 foot. So it's not immobile. It is moving. It acts like potassium, and in that it's soluble and it's used as a plant nutrient. It acts like a plant nutrient. So it can be circulated to the surface by the bioturbidation. That includes digging by the rodents and such. Now, how it's cleaned up, I don't know. I mean, I've heard that they're going to use, they've tried to use a vacuum system. I think they've tried to use an auger system. And what I do know that they have given notice of decommissioning to John Parker in 2007, and 2008, and 2009, with each time was given a 2-year limit to complete, and they failed to do that in each and every time. I wonder why. I mean, I suggest that maybe they haven't figured out how to clean it up. Not to say that they won't be able to, and I hope that they do. The tests and stuff that have been done by Mr. Gage, is this the NV5 report? It is? Okay, so I'd like to suggest to you that I did a review of that report. It's in your packet, and I'd ask you to read that. And then the letter that was written by Ben Ray Lujan. He said that this company has misrepresented the types and amounts of radiological material held on site. This company also has a history of violations related to the safe and secure handling of radioactive material. The public deserves to be kept informed about what's going on in their community, and so far there have been too many unanswered questions. I'd say that most of all, that was my first complaint. Before I even started thinking about how this relates to the open space, I live within a rock's throw of this building, and I just wanted information from the state. They've told me that they didn't have to provide public information meetings or provide for participation, and since then I don't think that's true. I found out that they are in fact responsible for providing information to the local government, which is you guys, Indian nations, and individuals that live in the vicinity. And they have not been doing that. And again, I wonder why.
Thank you for that information, Mr.
So the two things I'd like to say is we think that you guys the city should be asking the state for information. You guys deserve it. We deserve it. And the second thing is, it's really important. I think that you probably can't make a decision on this about housing until that place has been cleaned up. Cesium-137 is easily transferred through the air, and it appears there's a lot of it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Engler. I appreciate your response to my question. The other question I had revolved was around the park and proposed parkland, and I don't know if Ms. McDonald is here with us still. I know it's late. Thank you, Ms. McDonald. So I know that we as the city have had discussions regarding, do we have too many parks? Do we have enough staff to maintain our parks? Do we need to look at decommissioning parks, et cetera? And the proposal in front of us is to adopt a new park It's not a small size park. It's 6 acres, which is decent size, which would require some people power to keep it maintained. My question is, do we have the capacity to ensure that this park stays high functioning and high quality as the residents of the community would expect?
I'm Melissa McDonald. Sorry. I, Melissa McDonald, residing on Dongasvar Avenue, solemnly declares and affirms that the testimony I have in reference to this item shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you very much for this question. I believe that we cannot not build this park. There really isn't a discussion, in my opinion, that this is an area of town that we have a need. We just heard tremendous testimony about children not having things to do. You look at the planning before, the county was counting it as an open space, but even they were kind of projecting that there would be activities. When you look at the need, it's great. I think that we have to really address these issues in this part of town. So I believe that we are prepared to do it. I think out of all the places in town, this is a great need. We have a lot of children that live in this part of town. They need things to do.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. I guess, Mr. Lofton, the question's for you. What would happen in the instance we say, develop the park, but can you make it open to the public and you as an association maintain it? Because maintaining a park, as our community can attest, it's a lot of resources. And, you know, some of our parks are struggling. And again, I'd hate for this park to be promised to a community, and then the city doesn't follow through on its promise to maintain, and then the park becomes deteriorated. So I guess my question to you, Mr. Lofton, is have you considered keeping ownership, which you would maintain the property, but allow the public to utilize the space? That's a question for Mr. Lofton.
Oh, okay, great. Sorry about that.
Councilor Garcia, it's we could not do that. It's a 6-acre park. It's a park the size of Patrick Smith Park or Las Acequias Park. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a 6-acre park. It's bigger than Patrick Smith Park. It's about the same size as Las Acequias Park. We're doing 50% of the homes are going to meet affordable housing standards of the city. 100% of the homes are going to be well below the median price of a home in Santa Fe. Affordable, you cannot saddle a homeowners association of lower income homeowners with the burden of maintaining a 6-acre park open to the whole city. We have done parks that are maintained by homeowners associations, but they're smaller. They primarily serve in a pretty small area. This is serving a whole surrounding area. I think it's really important. I mean, if the city is having, this is a public good that the city, it's important that we take these kinds of public goods on. This isn't just because it's going to be it's an affordable housing neighborhood. We should not be adding the additional. I don't know what those HOA fees would be. It would be humongous to maintain that. So it's just not financially feasible to do that. I think we're willing to raise money and figure out how to build this park. And we know what that one-time expense is going to be, and we will develop a park. It's going to be a really good park. We're going to have a lot of good input on designing that park. But the city really needs to step up and maintain the parks that serve the entire public.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lofton, for that response. I struggle with this because, again, I see some of the conditions that our parks are in our community. I see how challenging it is for us to hire staff and maintain our parks. And to add this additional burden onto the city and ultimately the taxpayers, that's a big ask. Yes.
Did you want to speak to that point, sir?
Yes, Mayor, Councilor Garcia. We also have to keep in tune with the fact that it has to be a public park. In order for it to be consistent with the Southwest Area Master Plan, it has to be a public park. Otherwise, we are unable to recommend approval of the project because they were unable to meet the requirements for a general plan amendment and rezoning the first time because there was no mechanism to make it a public park. So the path that we have set it on is compliant with both Chapter 14 as well as the general plan and the Southwest Area Master Plan. So I just want to make sure that you keep that in mind as you continue to ask the questions.
Okay, thank you. That definitely is helpful. And so if I'm understanding you correctly, in the entire Southwest plan, if somebody wanted to propose a development that included a park, it absolutely must be a public park. Because my mind goes to like Fairway Village. I think they've got a park in their development.
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, that's different. The reason why this is such a unique piece of property is the county originally purchased it and dedicated into our general plan, and we adopted it as a park. So a park is not a zoning, a park is a use. But the fact that they placed it inside the general plan and the zoning requires a consistency with the general plan, the applicant is trying to match that consistency. So they have to build a public park. It has to be a public park in order to maintain that consistency. Other areas of the airport road overlay or around it, they weren't dedicated as a park. They don't have that same designation within the general plan. Only this property does. And that's what makes it so unique and so complicated to run through the zoning process.
Okay, that definitely helps. So at bare minimum, there must be a park associated with this project. Public park, because of the way it went through the process. Okay. I mean, given we don't have staff here to really help me further understand why we didn't accept the park during annexation and that it was outlined that the county would give it to us and in addition, give us funds to develop it. I mean, that to me, I wish I was able to get an answer to that question. Unfortunately, we don't have, it sounds like we don't have, do we have anybody that can provide an answer to that?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Yeah, just because it's very interesting. Somebody wants to give you space and money to develop it. Understand our reasoning and justification to turn that down.
I think, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think what the city attorney did say was I don't want to, Madam City Attorney, is there any record of a formal offer in the form of a resolution, a letter, a document? Do we have records that say we have a county offer to free and clear give us that land?
Wherever councilors, no.
Point of information, Carlos Gamora was previously sworn. I believe that there is a resolution that the county had resolving that they wanted to talk about annexation agreements, including potentially offering the park. But that was just kind of a county resolution. I don't believe that was something that was actually given to or offered to the city in a formal context. The county does have notes from a board of county, one of the commissioners saying that they had mentioned that in a meeting. Again, this is.
Yeah, but I think what the city attorney previously said was that, as is the case with land use transactions, now, like the ones we're dealing with in current time, in the absence of a formal process, an offer, a public meeting, there really is no documented material offer by the county to free and clear without charge, give land to the city.
But I would say that in the memo, in the annexation documentation, it clearly states it because it says, Santa Fe County open space in the city limits. Santa Fe County owns a park on South Meadows, which was annexed to the city. Santa Fe County is prepared to turn over the park to the city and has money allocated for park improvements, which could be turned over to the city along with the park. So that to me, and this is an official document, this is an official memo, although it's not an official offer, so to speak, where we are producing resolutions and agreements for purchase and transfer of property. It outlines the intention. And I think that is the foundation of my question of the intention was there. Why wasn't there the intention of the city then to follow through on what was proposed?
Why wasn't the intention the county had in the first place was to use money to purchase the land and turn it into a park in the first place? Why wasn't that done? I mean, these are speculative questions. I'm not sure they pertain to a zone change or a master plan.
It does in some sense, because I think ultimately it circles back to the purpose and the way this property was zoned. That's why we're proposing to rezone it, is the intention and use of the property. And we are now proposing different use. And so it would help me better understand why we are not following through the original intention of this property. It's unfortunate we can't get that clarification, because I think we wouldn't find ourselves in this tangled up challenge we find ourselves in, because the intention was there, and it seems like both governmental entities didn't follow through on what the original intention for the property is. And so I think that's the reason why I was wondering the history of the process. And so
you still have the floor, sir.
I'll probably have to deviate from my memo, so I'm going to go ahead and swear in. I, Daniel A. Escobar, residing at 1719 Alfrea Street, number E, Santa Fe, New Mexico, solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony I have in reference to this item shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, and do so under the penalties of perjury. Mayor, Council, Councilor Garcia, when this project first came in and I was alerted to that particular issue from the general public, I did an exhaustive research in our records that I could find. I also had other people help me see if we can locate any files associated with any kind of true request from the county to give to the city in any of those capacities. I understand that there are some minutes. I remember watching a video where Commissioner Hansen brought that up. I don't know if that's where you're referring to, if that's the quotes that are coming out of the minutes, but it was Commissioner Hansen did bring that out at a public hearing. The problem is however or whatever happened, the county never went forward to officially provide us any official request to accept those lands. Therefore, we have nothing or we've not been able to locate any kind of documentation for that official request so that we would have processed it in accordance to the way we do things at the city. That being said, we're here today with the applicant, and no matter how you slice it and dice it, it just didn't happen.
I understand, Mr. Esquivel, but I guess the road goes both ways. And the way I see it is the intention was there. It was laid out in the memo, and there's nothing that prevented the city from saying, hey, county partners, you are proposing this. We are now going to take you up on your offer and let's move forward. And so again, I wish I had a Marty McFly's time machine to go back to figure out what happened. You know, a lot of these meetings, you know, there's not going to be official records. Sometimes they are closed door meetings between elected officials, so to speak, and there's not going to be minutes taken in those meetings. And so I understand the idea of official proposals weren't made, but I circle back to the intention, and the intention was there. And it seems like from the information provided, neither entity followed through on this original intention. There might have been conversations, but there, as stated, there was no formal offer on either end or request on either end. There wasn't an offer from the county. There wasn't a request from the city saying, you said you were going to offer it up and give us some money to develop this. We'll take you up on that offer. Let's get the paperwork started. So again,
you're pretty much out of time.
Okay. But thank you. I again, just wanted to further understand the process. Thank you.
And Mayor, if I can say one more thing, I will add that I did talk to the state audit because somebody from the neighborhood filed a complaint, and I've been in contact with that auditor. They found nothing that addressed any covenants or anything associated with that complaint. I've also been in contact with New Mexico Environment Department with Santiago Rodriguez, who is the acting chief of staff for the radioactive department. And he point blank told me that his department agrees with NV5's report. So I just needed to make sure that since those are not in the report, those are outside of the review and after the report's been filed, that all of those did take place. And those are coming from my conversation firsthand with those individuals.
We can come back around. Councilor Rivera, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Probably first question for Mr. Lofton or for Ms. Jenkins. I wanted to talk briefly about the what's in our packet, the memorandum of counter proposal meeting, and really why that was not accepted.
So as you know, having read that at about a month ago or so, we got this proposal from the Tiempos Lindos Association and some others on what they call the compromise proposal, which was essentially this. They call it the 11-11 thing. So why don't HomeWise, you keep 11 acres. Their proposal now is that we donate the other 11 acres to a nonprofit that they are going to set up in the future. They'll take care of the park. They'll save us the money from developing the park. And then, but in the meeting when we were talking about this, it's like, well, let's talk about what would you do at the park. Marla Morrison was really clear. We don't want a park. We don't want an active park. We want it to leave it the same when it is open space. When we canvassed the neighborhood, it's the vast majority of people want an active park, a family-friendly park. The kids can play in and families can be in. So we're very committed to a real active family-friendly park there. We're committed to making that happen. I think the trade-off would be the other thing about it was they did a financial analysis of why it wouldn't harm us. We're not in this. We're not, our motivation here is not financial. Our main motivation is to get more affordable housing out there. Having got involved in this, now we have a really big motivation. We really believe the neighborhood does deserve to need a park, a real park. So that's what we're trying to make happen. Their financial analysis was, well, you will not be financially harmed. Because if the homes costs are going to sell for $400,000, and they ran the numbers, then you'll be okay. Problem with that is that just got rid of all the affordable housing. The 50% goes away. So poof, no affordable housing, no park, but we'll have 11 acres that just happen to be right behind Marla Morrison's back door. That's why we said no to that proposal.
How many people were representing the neighborhoods in this counter proposal meeting?
The Tiempos Lindos was the only association near that. Tiempos
Can't hear
Lindos
you,
was the only association in that neighborhood. The other was Old Santa Fe Association. The United Communities United. It's a new group. Help me out here. Who else? And Rick Martinez from the Neighborhood Network.
Okay, thank you for answering that. I think in your presentation, Ms. Jenkins, you said that there were no failures at intersections currently. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor, councilors, Council Rivera, that is correct. They're all intersections that we studied as part of the traffic impact analysis do continue to operate at acceptable levels of service once the project is built.
Once your project or all the projects in?
All the
there are built?
projects.
All right, and did that include South Meadows and Agua Fria?
No, South Meadows and Agua Fria was not part of the scope of the study that the city, it was not one of the intersections the city asked us to analyze. But I think this body is probably aware that the city's about to go out to bid on the intersection improvements at South Meadows and Agua Fria. Actually, Mike Gomez, our civil engineer, is the city's design engineer on that project. So he would be here to answer any questions. But they're about to go out to bid and they're looking at a summer start on those improvements to that intersection.
Okay, so the city didn't ask to study that intersection.
Not for this project. I mean, it's pretty, there's this concept that we call chasing traffic, where when you, just in terms of proximity, you know, they tend to try to focus the study in proximate to a particular area.
Right. Mr. Pacheco, will you come up? So I assume that after so right now, Agua Fria South Meadows is a failing intersection. They're going to make improvements to that. Do you know what level it'll be after the improvements?
Mike, you might be able to speak better to that, but it's my understanding from Romella, it's a $3 million project that is fully funded for construction. And I don't know if the schedule has changed, but she sent an update in December that it would be, she's expecting it to be implemented by the end of the year. So that was the last Public Works update we did receive.
What about the level of service?
Well, you know, levels of service are interesting things, and an A level of service would be kind of a major widening, and it's somewhat of a, you know, best use of resources, because you reach the worst levels of service during peak hours, but during non-peak hours that we're not looking at, you may actually be operating at levels of A. So there may be times during the day or weekends where you have a fully A-level service intersection. So I don't know what the intersection design is, but A would be a kind of a major widening. So acceptable levels of service are all the way to D. I don't know what it was, but I would imagine it's an improvement because they're adding turning lane movements, et cetera. So Mike, do you want to speak to the design level of service? But an A level would be kind of a major expansion, I think.
We did the design of the improvements, as Leroy said. Along with that, there was a detailed traffic impact analysis. And John Romero was the reviewer and the person who authorized and approved all the drawings. And right now we're failing out there, as you said correctly. With the addition of the lanes, we're up to a level of service C. I don't remember the exact numbers, but it's all acceptable.
All right, and then you mentioned, I think it was Airport and South Meadows that is currently at a level D in the AM.
Well, if for the implementation year, it'll go from a level of service C to a level of service D, but it's a high D. The difference between the way it is now and once we implement our project is 4 seconds more of delay. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. That's the amount of delay that's added to the intersection.
All right, so any further areas that are scheduled to be looked at for apartments or anything else are gonna impact that that service level D, and it's gonna go lower than potentially that.
Yes, unless there's some improvements added to go ahead and mitigate that increased traffic.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
additional lanes could easily be added. There's plenty of right of way. But it's a major cost to do something like that.
Okay. And I do want to get back to Eberline to ask just a couple of questions. Ms. Jenkins, when was that letter that you read into the record written?
That was in 2018. That was a response to Congressman, now Senator Lujan from the EPA.
So that was 2018.
That's correct.
All right, and then Mr. Royce, I believe, said that there were radioactive substances still in the Eberline building. And then I've heard other testimony that said there's nothing dangerous at Eberline, and I think that was a quote from Mr. Rodriguez. So
Yes, so we kind of developed a timeline after we went through our IPRA request, which was massive documentation. And I would be happy to invite Mr. Royce, but the areas of the accident that still is up for mitigating, but the facility has been emptied. And that occurred in February of 2016. As all the remaining materials within the facility were removed from the facility.
and I think the reason that we all, or especially me, have a problem with this is that we're sort of being told like, well, there's nothing bad there except right where the spill is at. But you still have a building that looks like a prison because it's still fenced in and there's security there almost every time I drive by. So that concerns me. And if it wasn't a dangerous situation, why would they continue to have that? Mr. Engler, can I ask you another question?
Sure.
So do you concur with Mr. Royce that a spill into the ground just moves? So you talked about, he said millimeters to centimeters travel, but you talked, I think, about.
Well, they've already demonstrated that it's moved over 10 feet.
That's what I thought you said. So it's a significant amount of travel in a relatively short amount of time.
Yeah, I might add that it's got a half-life of 30 years. So it's going to be 300 years before it's diminished to safe levels.
And you said it's going, did you say it's going?
It'd go laterally. And surely upward, because I described how it acts as a potassium, a plant nutrient. So it's going to be taken into a plant and moved from the root system to the surface.
Okay, thank you for that. I think others asked some of the questions I wanted to ask you. Is there Joni Aarons? Is she here or? Can I ask you a couple of questions, Miss Aarons? Is it Aarons or Aarons?
Joni Aarons.
Aarons,
with
thank
an
you, Miss
S,
Aarons.
yes.
Miss Aarons, you talked about, I think you showed us a picture that said that it'll take, well, I think you showed us a picture of the Los Alamos area, but it'll take 2 years, I think, for the decommissioning to start. Is that what you said last time?
Yeah, that's what Mr. Rodriguez with the Radiation Control Bureau said. It would take 2 years. But I think it's important also to note that Eberline has submitted 3 different decommissioning plans, 2007, 2008, 2009, and those were never approved. We also have to remember that Thermo Fisher the company that bought Eberline made $11 billion in the last quarter of 2022. That was the gross. So it's a huge company. This is a liability for them. I'm not a financial analyzer, but my specialty is that I'm a generalist. And my experience with the city has been, I've been the one that found out that Lanel was shipping radioactive waste to the Santa Fe landfill. I'm the one that wrote comments on the wastewater treatment plant to EPA that said, you need to find out where the sources of the contamination that's going into the water treatment plant needs to be addressed. And specifically on the Buckman, I started in 2002 raising issues about the radiation out at the Buckman.
Okay, thank you. You showed a picture of like a Los Alamos cleanup site, I think, last time you were here.
Right now, it's not. Can you help, Madam Clerk? She's trying to show an overhead. There you go.
I think you spoke about the decommissioning and the cleanup of this area and how long it took.
The dump within the yellow lines was started in 1945. And they didn't start cleanup until 2008, 2009 timeframe under the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. Now, they said that those boundaries would be large enough around the yellow lines, and CCNS, my organization, said, you've got to make them bigger in order to capture what other things might be there. And so when they started, when the count, let's see. So they cleaned up that material disposal area. And then when they started to, the county started to build affordable housing, in this area here, when they were digging the sewer lines, they found all of this radioactive material, and they've been cleaning it up for the last 2 years. And so in the materials that I provided to, with the blue dot comments, I cited those reports from the cleanup contractor at Lanel. And I think that that's an important part that hasn't been talked about tonight, is that if a thorough investigation isn't done of the contamination that possibly is down 10 or 14 feet, when Eberlines or when HomeWise would possibly begin building foundations, they could be bringing up stuff like that, or contamination that's migrated out of the site into those trenches and causing exposures. And so that's why CCNS is asking for a pause in this process to be able to do some, as Mr. Englert would say, chemical analysis of soil samples at different levels to be able to understand what contamination is there. Just through experience of 35 years of dealing with these radioactive materials, we know that we need to be able to understand what's happening before anybody gets hurt.
Based on the decommissioning plans and potentially taking more than 2 years, and who knows what'll happen after that, these homes could be built before decommissioning really starts. And that should be a concern to us, I assume.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So maybe Mr. Engler one more time. Thank you, Ms. Ahrens. So once, Mr. Engler, once property starts being turned and homes start being built, and I assume they'll monitor the air, and hopefully they don't find anything, but there's still what will happen with the Emberline building after. And that will have to be stirred up and that will have to be torn down or done whatever with. How dangerous is it once cesium, plutonium, those other things get into the air?
Well,
and would these homes
guess
be too close?
Sorry.
And would these homes be too close if?
The cesium moves very easily in air, especially in this powdered form, especially when it's mixed with the subsurface soils and sediments. And I would find that to be the greatest hazard is when they start to clean up the underground. You're going to turn up soil and it's going to escape. I don't know what kind of system they may try to cover and keep things from blowing around and stuff, but I think it'd be pretty hard. But let me tell you how dangerous cesium is. That and Mr. Page was talking about the preliminary remediation goal, a residential pathway. The level that would cause a 1 excess cancer per 1 million people is 0.0597 picocuries per gram. Might point out a picocurie is a trillionth. That's 12 zeros after the decimal point. Background is 0.56 picocuries per gram. That's from atmospheric testing, and that it does vary around the globe, but that actually is a level for the Rio Grande Valley.
One final question and I'll pass it on. Is there any rules out there that say that you have to have a site cleaned up for a certain number of years before you can consider construction on that site or even a certain area around the site?
No, I think that once they get an unrestricted deed, then it's considered clean, free to be used any way that they can use it.
And how long does that typically take?
After they get the state to clear it, then they could get the unrestricted. I don't know if that's a proper term, but full use of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Chavez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. It's always hard to go last because all the questions get asked. But I do have some questions based on discussion. In regards to traffic, I have concerns about that high D or that because of I'm wondering room for error in, I don't know, and I'm probably not articulating this well, it is late, but is there a cushion of error for it to fall in an F category? If you could provide me some details, because I imagine there is, depending on how many residents are in each house, how many cars. The reason why I ask, and just to prepare you for my next question, is because the public park is going to increase pedestrians. And so when I'm thinking of a high D level of traffic in these intersections where we're going to have higher levels of pedestrians, school-aged, probably, that concerns me. So if you could just clarify that a little bit more, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Chavez. I'm not sure I was sworn in. Was I? I'll just do it just in case. I, Leroy Pacheco, residing at 313 Lomita, solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony I have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury. So first, I think I'd like to explain there are conditions of approval for traffic that are in your packet. One being that Road 1 is right in, right out only. There are 2 access points to the subdivision. The other is we removed access on South Meadows to the park. And so part of this master plan development for the park will require an update to the TIA. So the park itself will require an update to Mike's TIA. I'm not really sure, we don't know because it's a public, the master planning hasn't occurred, but most Americans, the studies show that are willing to walk up to half a mile. So I would suggest to go to a destination. So to minimize traffic, motorized traffic to the park, I would suggest that a half-mile radius be done around the park, and that kind of be considered the primary neighborhood users, so that walking and biking is probably further. And so it's not to say there won't be motorized access, but currently there's nothing on the documents you'll be approving for this evening that with respect to access to the park will add to South Meadows numbers. So, that was taken out of that. With respect to levels of service, if there's any F turning movement, so you look at an overall intersections levels of service, but then each of the turning movements of the intersection are also studied. The only signalized intersection looked at was South Meadows Airport Road. There were no Fs in the existing nor the build year. I think it may have pointed out in 2036, he may have shown that we may need to be doing something, but we as the city may need to be addressing that as he projected his traffic out. That's my kind of memory, that there may have been one movement that was of concern out in the horizon year, but there are no Fs in the existing nor in the build out of this subdivision in any of the turning movements for that signalized intersection.
I guess I just worry about that high D during the peak hour time that was mentioned. That's not an F, but it's close, I imagine. And that's just concerning because I imagine that there's fluctuation once the development is in place that could easily fluctuate that higher so that it would have been an F category. So that's great that it's passing, but that's concerning to me slightly still. That I get that it's acceptable. I respect that it's acceptable, but I'm wondering if we look at that fluctuation and the possibility that once it's actually developed, it could actually be at a failing rating, which, we worry about the safety of the community in that sense.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor, we do very conservative traffic reports. First of all, the data that we use for the trip generations, how many cars come out of a development, come from the Institute of Transportation Engineers. It's all numbers. Then from there, we take that and we project it to the implementation year. So that's in the future. And we go with right now in Santa Fe, traffic is flat, but we're going at 1% a year, compounded yearly, to get to the implementation year. So it's a 4-second difference with our project and all the other apartment projects that are being implemented. Then we go 10 years beyond that to what's called the horizon year. That's the year 2036. Once again, we increase all the traffic 1% per year, compounded yearly. In the horizon year, we do not get any failures at that intersection. So every step of the way, we've gone the high side. In fact, people are using cars less nowadays. I think everybody knows that. Cars are, there's other modes of travel. The city has adopted the Complete Streets program that entitles pedestrians, bicyclists, buses, and cars with equal protections on there. So I doubt that we're going to get failures unless there's major future developments in that area out there.
Thank you so much. It's helpful to know that we didn't reach a failure level in that horizon year. That was helpful to understand. The next question I have, in the last hearing, it was mentioned a concern about reading or doing the reading or the study of radioactivity on the property and then that being more of a concern once we're moving earth for the development. Does the developer have a plan in doing a measurement through that movement again? Or are we just going based on this initial report. And I asked because I think that is a good concern. Once we move dirt around, could those levels potentially increase?
You know, there's no evidence that there's any radioactive substances underground on our site. There's zero evidence of that. There's evidence in Eberline in this hole that Dave talked about that there's cesium-137, and this idea that you can't mitigate that effectively and not have it go, you know, blown in the wind. I mean, we do this all the time when you do lead paint removal, and how do you enclose a place and make sure it can't get out of there. I think that with people that know how to mitigate this kind of thing know how to do this. I don't think that's an issue. So I don't think it's this idea that it's somehow in the ground and it's ready to pop up. There's no evidence of this at all. I don't think it's true. It's over at Eberline. It doesn't migrate through soil. So it's, you know, if we were to find out, and I mean, we would be glad to do some testing when we started digging footings, which by the way, would not be anywhere close to 12 to 15 feet deep. We'd be glad to test for that and do additional and hire an environmental consultant to test for that. If, you know, I would be, you know, so we will take every measure we need to make sure people working on the site are safe, people are going to live on the site, people who have been using the site now. You know, I don't think people would be letting their children, like Dave would not let his grandchild play on that site, which is what we have been told at the beginning of the E&M process. The issue was this was an outdoor recreation space and we play there. Dave talked about that, his daughter Shelby talked about that. The reporter, I could give you the quote. So the Santa Fe Reporter in the fall of 21 did a story on this and said, growing up on when we were announced that we were going to try to do some housing there, growing up, Shelby Eckler chased lizards and caught snakes in the 22-acre open space off Airport Road. When she decided to buy a home next to the Southside childhood home in 2018, the property, which abuts hers, was a major factor, the property that we own. The house that she bought was adjacent to her father's house, Dave's. Eckler wants her 10-year-old daughter, Tegan, to get the same experience of playing outdoors. I envision my daughter growing up with the love of nature and of this land and the animals on it. I love the idea of her growing up with that. If people were so good, this is well known, Eberline was well known at that time. If the person who's saying this thing is a radioactive hazard really believed that, you would not behave that way. I don't believe you'd have your children and grandchildren playing on a radioactive site. And I think the argument now is, well, it's not a problem because it must be underground somewhere, so it's okay. This is disingenuous. I think this is just an argument to delay this project. There's no foundation in science on it. There's no evidence of this. And I think it's, you know, I'm just like, doesn't make sense. It doesn't, like I say, it's disingenuous. It feels like it's a gaslighting attempt. You wouldn't, why would you choose, if to Councilor Rivera's point, like, the homes are going to be built near there. That's true. We would do that. There are already homes right there. Dave said it's a stone's throw from his house. If it was truly this dangerous, I don't think he would be doing that.
I also think some people don't have a choice because they're already housed in certain neighborhoods. And I get that some people don't have a concern, but I do think that it's been made pretty apparent that there is a public concern. So I do think that any extra caution taken through the process and communication of that caution is good for both sides. Those that just could use it as extra confidence because they don't have concerns, and those that need that communication to be confident because they are very concerned.
And for that reason, for what you just, we would be glad to do that.
Awesome, thank you.
We would do that on a regular basis.
Thank you. And then I just have a quick question about the park. I know it was brought up about maintenance. And I know, Ms. Jenkins, you said that there would be, so there's going to be community involvement, which I think is amazing, especially because there's so many, like, our south side of town is so community rich, and I want them to have a space where they can gather and serve our community and reach out to our community. So I love that component, but I also think that collaboration with parks is very important as well. And I think if Director McDonald and her staff are part of that planning process and that collaboration, that maintenance may not be as much as an issue as some of the parks that we've had for a long time now. So I just wanted you to summarize one more time about how that collaboration is going to look, the community outreach, but also the collaboration with parks.
Absolutely. And we envision that through all of the community outreach in terms of, you know, kind of public opening, kind of open house type outreach that we're going to be doing, and then, you know, door to door outreach. And then we get into more of the formal early neighborhood notification process. We will absolutely be engaging with park staff saying, we're having this meeting, you know, please come, please be there. And then if for whatever reason they can attend, we're going to say, this is what we learned. Here's our summary of this discussion, so we can pass it on and keep them looped into that process. And then as we get into finally putting pencil to paper and saying, okay, this is what we heard, we're kind of coalescing that and starting to develop an initial schematic plans. Then we sit with park staff and it's like, okay, this is where we are right now. Let's really drill down on this, and let's look at materials, and let's look at amenities. Let's look at activities. Let's look at age groups that we're serving. Let's look at, you know, what type of sport courts are appropriate. So every step of the way, we don't move to the next design phase until parks bless where we are right now. And then we make adjustments, and then we go back. So it's iterative. So it's a step-by-step process that it's kind of a three-legged stool. It's the city parks department, it's the community, and it's HomeWise and their expert landscape architects and park designers, you know, to facilitate this process.
And Director McDonald, I imagine that you have an idea of the kind of park that would be, for those of you that don't know Director McDonald, she's incredibly innovative. And so collaboration with you and your department is really important when we're talking about maintenance and accessibility and creating opportunities for the community to maintain a park, right? To take ownership of something that serves them. And so I guess I just want to hear from you on this process so far and how you are looking at that collaboration and your view of that future collaboration.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, I do want to point out that I had put in very thorough notes in the Planning Commission. So I want to encourage you to look back at those notes. But in that document, I required that they have 2 additional ENNs with the neighborhood that parks needs to be at. I also outlined from our master planning documents the types of equipment that all the plans that they need to reference. So our irrigation guidelines, our water conservation guidelines, our all of our plans, you know, our BTAC plans, our trail plans. So I've referenced a lot of material for them so that they can address that. I also have reached out to HomeWise and asked that they include my staff in any communications to the community. So we have been getting updates, and I think we'll continue to get updates. You know, it's very important that the community really come out and let us know what they're looking for. I think we have just huge opportunities to do very meaningful, low impact to our community. We work with the community all the time with various organizations. I know that some of the groups have been talking to the Santa Fe Conservation Trust. We do a lot of work with them. We have a contract with them. It may apply in this area because of the trail connections. So there's a lot of richness in this site from a planning perspective. It's going to be linked up with trails. It's very close to the schools. So a lot of those types of influences, I think, are going to really determine the programming of the park. I did not specifically outline items. I want the community to give us feedback, but
I really referenced strongly the master plan and the types of active play that we need. I did extend for playgrounds that I want any kind of play equipment to range from age 2 to 12, which I think is very important in this area because we have a lot of young children. A lot of our parks are built from 5 years to 12. And I think we really need to understand that this is a lot of families that we're really designing for. So, I don't know what the outcome is going to be, but I have every faith that we together with the community can come up with some excellent low water and fun activities for children.
Collaboration already sounds very promising, and I am excited for the opportunity and just the connectivity within that community, because I feel like it's a community that's so connected and diverse and can learn so much from one another. And so the fact that there's this opportunity for connectivity is really exciting. I think that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to try to move through this as quickly as possible. And then I know some of my colleagues have additional questions because they were being very polite about cutting themselves off. So please try to help me be succinct. Mr. Escabel, I want to get back to some of what I think are the core issues here. Can you give us an overview of our housing needs for the city of Santa Fe? Is that something you have data on, or is that something Jason could answer?
I do not have any of that information on me, Mayor.
Jason? Or Alexander, are you here? I don't know. Oh, my goodness. All right, great. Didn't mean to ask the wrong person. I didn't know. I can't see all the way to the back. I just want to get, one of the issues that's been referred to from the beginning has to do with the city's housing crisis. And I think it's worth getting into the dialogue, the dimensions of that housing crisis and the extent to which it is located specifically in workforce and affordable housing. Can you just rapidly paint a picture for us of the city's housing needs and overall where we are falling short that keep people from being able to live and work in the city of Santa Fe?
Let me swear myself. Okay. I, Alexandra Ladd, residing at Gonzalez Road, solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony I have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and I do this under the penalties of perjury.
Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, we're about to have some really, really good data. We're embarking on a housing needs analysis that will show that inventory gap down to the unit number. But what I can say now, the short answer is we need housing in every income range. We know when we did our housing needs analysis 5 years ago that we were at least 2,600 units short for very low income renters. So those were renters who couldn't afford any housing payment more than about $600. So that pretty much radiates up the income tier. Other people have estimated that on the rental side, it's 7,000 units. I mean, there's, just pick a number. It's big and it's definitely measurable. And we know that a huge number of our renters are cost burdened. So 50% are cost burdened and 75% of lower income renters are cost burdened. So those are folks who are putting themselves in financially precarious situations because they have to pay too much of their incomes towards their housing costs. It means that they, if their car breaks down, they can't buy food for their families. They are never going to be in HomeWise's pipeline as long as they're cost burdened like that.
So I want to ask you one more quick question about issues we spoke about in a different context earlier tonight, which is equity and inclusion and our values. And if we truly want to live our values, seems to me that housing is a fundamental right, and that the people who are most affected by a lack of equity, a lack of inclusivity, are the people at the bottom of the economic spectrum. Would that show up in the data that our lower income folks are more stressed? They can't simply buy their way out of the housing crisis at this point.
Mayor, members of the council, that's exactly what the data will show. As soon as there is a lack of inventory, then prices reset to the highest capacity to pay. And we've seen that happening in our market
Great. Thank you.
several years now.
Thank you. Mr. Lofton, I want to pick up on a question that Councilwoman Villarreal honed in on, which I share as a great concern. Were this project to go forward, what kinds of steps have you taken in the past, or could you imagine in this instance that would make sure that the residents of Santa Fe, who Ms. Ladd was just speaking about, the most income stressed, the most local, would be the beneficiaries of the homes to be built at this location? Are there ways to operationalize a preference, or even more to the point, actively make sure that that preference takes place?
Well, what you can't do, because of fair housing laws, you can't restrict, housing choices, and say there's a class of person who can't access that because of fair housing law. What you do though, is you make sure when an affordable housing, we tell our clients this all the time, when an affordable housing unit comes online, which we're going to have a bunch here, you need to be ready to pounce before anybody else. You need to, so that's why we work so diligently on homebuyer preparation. Let's get your credit in order. Let's make sure, let's maximize your purchasing power. Make sure you can qualify for a good mortgage. And so then when the homes become available and we keep a list of people, then people and the people in that pipeline are people who live and work in Santa Fe. They're local. So we're making sure, and we do that not just in homes we're building, but if a more affordable home comes on the market, we want to make sure our people are positioned to get to it quickly. So when there was a lot of cash, and there's still a lot of cash sales, but not as bad as it was, we went into where HomeWise actually would step in as the cash buyer with a 2-week closing. So we could beat the other cash buyers who are investors, right? They're buying it to rent it. Sometimes it's short-term rental. Oftentimes it's short. So what we wanted, so we would come in as the cash buyer, buy it, put it under, and then we'd sell it directly to our client so that they could compete with that very competitive market. We are very committed to helping people that were born and raised in Santa Fe and work in Santa Fe own their own housing. Some of these homes, we're going to have a home, I think the cheapest affordable home is about $144,000. That's cheaper than a rent for a low-income housing tax credit apartment, right? So that's the payment would be. So the thing is, this can be affordable to we can make it affordable to a really wide range of incomes, including very low-income people.
So I extrapolate from that there are legal mechanisms by which to have a pipeline of very local people pre-qualified to get into the housing market for the homes that you would be.
Because that's who we're targeting.
Okay.
That's who we're working.
Now, I want you to participate in a thought experiment with me, and then I'll ask some of the other folks in the audience to do it as well. Imagine a decision matrix. And down the left-hand side of the matrix are a series of options. There's the do nothing option, right? We can turn this all down. There was the proposed 11-11 option, and then there's the proposal that HomeWise has put on the table for this development. Those are 3 possible doors we could walk through. I'd like you to take the one you're proposing and use a series of indicators across the top of my matrix to tell me the advantages of your proposal, and then I'll let the opponents to have the same opportunity. I'd like you to speak to opportunities for affordable housing, opportunities for passive or active park participation, opportunities for benefits to the community as a whole, opportunities for benefits to the local community, jobs, public safety. Give yourself the opportunity to make the case that you fill out that decision matrix, and then I'll hear from the opponents as well.
Okay. Whenever something's prefaced with a thought experiment, I get, oh, but anyway, so on affordable housing, 161 units of housing, all of which will be relatively affordable in Santa Fe, way below the median sales price, 100%. 50% meet the standards of the, thank you, the standards of the guidelines of the city, right? The city's got requirements are typically for home ownership, 20%, we're doing 50%, 2.5 times that. An active park. It will also have, it won't all be, it's not gonna all be plain fields and stuff. We're gonna have trails and natural places. Could have, some people talked about a community garden, some people a place for dogs, to roam around in. We'll do natural landscapes. So it won't all be developed. It won't be like Patrick Smith, which is tons of grass that uses a lot of water, but there will be places for kids to play, families to have picnics. We're talking to a group that's trying to do, and I always forget the name, Melissa reminds me, the soccer, it's like, how do you say it? Thank you. So because, we heard a lot earlier in today's meeting about the needs for soccer as well. So that stuff's gonna happen. I think the other thing that's really good because we're gonna integrate the park and the trail, the Acequia Trail that is gonna join into the river trail. And it's gonna go through the subdivision. So you don't have to go all the way out on South Meadows on a busy street. Takes you down to the Tiarcatenta trails. There's connectivity. It's going to go all the way to the library, all the way to Swan Park. So we're working on that connectivity, working with the Santa Fe Conservation Trust and the Safe Passage to School, Safe Routes to School program, because getting across the airport is important. So we want to have a whole, not just this park, has it integrated in a trail system. It's the Swan Park to the library to the river trail. To lots of options without getting in a car. So, which is good. So you didn't mention this one, but this is good for our climate. That we provide ways to get around so people can walk to a park, not have to get a car to go to Las Acequias Park. Their children can walk to a park.
Jobs and public safety.
So, well, jobs, I mean, when you build stuff, it creates jobs. I think what's more important on this is it provides a place for our workforce to stay local. That they don't have to do that commute from Albuquerque. They don't have to keep driving farther out, which is also good for climate. That's good for our employers. It's good for the workers. Two more hours a day you get to spend with your kids if you're not driving back and forth to Albuquerque. I think it does that. Public safety, as you know, public safety, and I know the whole council's worked on this, is we have a problem with public safety workers and first responders that I remember hearing the guy that ran the SWAT team. This is a while ago when we were passing the Santa Fe Homes program. He goes, I don't know how to tell you how discouraging it is that I run the SWAT team and 60% of my workforce don't live in Santa Fe. And they need to get to Santa Fe quickly. So in terms of public safety, if our police officers can live here and live in neighborhoods and be able to get to work in an emergency, I think that improves public safety.
Thank you. It's either Mr. Johnson here or Marlo Morrison. Are you here? Can we get a chance to have a visit with you as well? I don't know. Is Mr. Johnson in the house? I beg your pardon? No, Adam Johnson. He is actually. He is on the Zoom. Okay. Well, let's do the do nothing, the so-called do nothing. The benefits of not approving this when it comes to these criteria. Help me understand the way in which the argument against it stacks up on a set of criteria. Could you do that for me?
So you're asking me how I feel about it not being approved?
Yeah, assume it's not approved. How would that match up with a series of outcomes that are beneficial, whether it's having to do with public safety, the jobs or no jobs, benefits for local people, benefits for the community more broadly, active park, passive park. Mr. Lofton added sustainable benefits, housing affordability and accessibility. If you just sort of looked at it as a checklist, how would the non-approval be helpful?
Yes.
Excuse me, Christine, why would she need to be sworn in if she's being asked her opinion?
She was sworn in.
I was already sworn in.
Yeah, she was.
You, even if not, why, if you're asking for an opinion? You're not asking for facts, you're asking for an opinion of
Yeah,
how
we're,
it feels.
I guess that's just the way we have been swearing people in. But I mean, the goal is just to give you an opportunity to give. me-
I've been sworn in, so
Yeah,
either way, it doesn't really matter. I don't
Yeah.
think.
I think it's just, I'm asking, I gave Mr. Lofton a chance to give me his filling in of these boxes. I'd like to give you the same opportunity.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much. Thank you. First thing I want to say is, as the Tempos Lindos HOA president, I have actually worked very hard to change the structure of my HOA. Our neighborhood is working class, the low income working class that is serving this community right now. We have Section 8 renters in it. And I have changed it to the point of where we don't collect dues. What we do is we allow all homeowners to vote, no matter whether they pay money or not. Any process that we need to have weeds pulled or anything is a fundraiser. And that way people who are on low income and fixed incomes can either volunteer or donate, or maybe they can't donate that time. Very aware about how difficult it is for people to be housed right now. And we have a lot of people in our neighborhood that are struggling to hold on to their homes. So this isn't about only affordable housing. We are the community right now that is serving Santa Fe. And we are saying that our health is being threatened by this development. Our trust in our government is being threatened by the purchase of this property. And the city adopted this as a park. Yes, the county sold it, HomeWise purchased it, but there's a commitment here for us from the city about our health. We planned those trails. It was the Rafina extension that was next to the South Meadows open space. It was our neighborhood that planned that so it could be connected to the schools and be connected to the rest of the community. This isn't something that we have ignored or just been, this wasn't planned by someone else. This was our community that we planned. We planned the South Meadows open space to have an enormous educational value to it for what is now 5 public schools with the highest enrollment. And the density level here, we're starting to reach, we are the highest density level sector in the city. Why our park? I mean, it sets an incredibly dangerous precedence. This is zoned R1, but it's zoned R1 park. That's every park in this city. Every single park is zoned R1. This process has been so incredibly difficult. It has pitted neighbors against neighbors for needless reasons. We care about the people who want homes. We planned an open space for future homeowners, for people who maybe won't ever be able to purchase a home. The benefits of saving it are our health benefits. One, our educational resource for our schools that we planned, and the trust that we have in our government. We did everything right to protect this property, starting from the ones, it was my neighbor, Helen Winnicky, who wrote that application that Colpack accepted. I mean, at what point do we say this isn't okay to do to a community, especially the lowest income community? And this is our health. Parks are infrastructure. We made plans around that, and the plans were to accept high density, and we have done that. We're the highest density sector there is. So it's our health, it's our children's education, and it's just the beauty of a community that came together to plan this for their community, and it's getting completely steamrolled in front of our eyes. It's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking. And it's a mess. I do not commend any of you trying to figure out how to make this work. I really don't. And we have to question how we even got to this point and why. Because, you know, all I can say is we worked for that open space, and we did it based on our community's needs. And it was meant to be for the community. It was meant to be for for homeowners and future homeowners. We don't want to see it go away.
Thank you. You really answered my question. I really appreciate that. And
Thank you.
I share your frustration with the process. I think we've ended up with just about everybody unhappy on all sides. And it is, I know there's work being done right now by our land use department, by city council members to try to find new ways for us to have a process that is much, not only more equitable and inclusive, but also faster in getting outcomes so that we aren't hanging people out to dry for years on end. So.
And our neighborhood has been very concerned about Eberline, and we don't have a choice.
Yeah.
That we bought our house because that was the only one we could afford. We don't have a choice. And it has been a massive concern that's been brought up for years and years about living near there. And I just want to add that oftentimes, internationally and nationally, spaces that are contaminated or cleaned up to a point of contamination are often used as parks because they are limited in exposure. People are not living there. People are not digging. They don't have long periods of time there. It is totally acceptable that we have been using it as an open space with the concerns that we still have.
Thank you. I think I've used up my time. Councilor Garcia, you had some additional items that you regulated, so I'll give you the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. And I know it's getting to the late hour of 1:15 a.m. in the morning. But I think if I didn't ask these questions, I would want the answers to them. And I have a question for anyone in land use, and maybe the person that has the best historical recollection of, has there ever been an instance on record where we as a municipality have converted, rezoned, repurposed park, something designated as park, to be residential or another land use opportunity?
Mayor, Council, Councilor Garcia. The general plan has it designated for park use, but technically the property is vacant land. In terms of whether we have taken a park and converted a actual constructed park to something else, in the 16 years that I have been with the land use department, I have not seen that. But as I said before, this property technically isn't a park. It's vacant land. It could have been a park, but it was sold to as vacant land.
So, and I'm just referring right now to the Planning and Land Use Department staff report. And so under the proposal, it says general plan amendment from park to residential low density. And I know you are saying that it's not a park because it's open space. But why would it say that in the proposal? from park to residential low density, park to residential high density. And then it continues on throughout. And again, it's
Mayor, Council,
park.
Councilor Garcia, that representation is in the general plan. The general plan is like a map to a puzzle, and the development are the pieces. When somebody comes in to develop the property, we create and mold those pieces to fit that mold or that puzzle in order for it to work. But until somebody comes in and actually develops that particular piece, that property is vacant land. It's just targeted for a park, but it's technically not a park. A park is a use. It's not a zoning. And a park can occur in just about every district in the city of Santa Fe, except for maybe 3. And R1 being one of them, and R21 being one of them. So they're allowed uses in either one of those districts. But in terms of what the park is technically, it's vacant land, undeveloped land, however you want to put it. But it was targeted in the general plan to be constructed and used for a park. It just never got there. Nobody constructed it. Nobody put it together. Nobody placed that puzzle piece that matched the general plan and the Southwest Area Master Plan to be a park. So when it got sold as vacant or undeveloped land.
Thank you, Mr. Esquivel. One last question, and I guess this goes to the rules when the Southwest Area Master Plan was devised. The rules, what were the rules in regards to transfer of property, in this case, from the county to the city, not to the city, but from the county to the new owner? The rules, I'm trying to find where this was at. Hold on a second. I can't find it. Maybe I'm not looking on the right document. Sorry. Okay, I'll redirect, I guess. The question would be is, when this property changed in ownership, had it not changed in ownership to a private individual, would the designation of park have stood?
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, the designation for park is current. If the governing body chooses to deny the application, the designation is still in place. The zoning would still allow development because it's zoned R1, and there's a multitude of uses for R1 district. What they're doing is they're taking it from a designation of park, which has no zoning category whatsoever. It's because it's a use, and that use can be applied in almost every zoning category that we have, except for I think 3. So it will remain in the general plan and the Southwest Area Master Plan as is, unless it's changed by this body. And that's what the request is before this body today, is they would like to get it out of that park designation and into a residential designation so that they can develop that property for residential use and then add that park as part of the master plan, which will be allowed in that zone district. So it is changing unless you do not, and it'll remain unless this body changes it.
Thank you for that answer. And I have one question from the developer, and I guess, Ms. Jenkins, you could probably answer this because in the airport road corridor, there is direction and current projects called Main Street, which you're aware of.
Mhm.
And did you receive any kind of feedback from the Main Street program or the people who are administering that in regards to this project and how it's going to affect the overall layout of that direction that they're taking on?
No, we did not. Actually, this property is not actually within the airport road overlay because we're actually set back from airport road. So if you look at the airport road overlay district, this property is not actually included in that overlay.
Okay, so I appreciate the answer. I just think that it's such a overall important piece to the whole puzzle of the south area development, and collaboration with that community would have been very, very helpful to hear from as well.
Yeah, and to be perfectly honest, Councilor Garcia, I was not aware that there was an active Main Street program for Airport Road. So that is one, and so we would love to, actually reach out and get more information on that and how we can dovetail with that effort. And so, yeah, that is new information. So we would absolutely look forward to engaging with that.
Okay. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Cassett? All good? Counselor Merriworth is good. Counselor Lindell is good. Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the floor. You're good. Counselor Garcia, you, sir, have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just got a quick question for staff. Bless you. Councilor Garcia's questions, I guess, piqued some interest for me regarding parks and the conversation of precedent. And so my mind got thinking regarding what space we have in the city that is designated as park that hasn't been developed. And my mind drifted towards Swan Park. And so, indulge me for a moment because I am going to give a hypothetical, but what would happen in the instance if the city sold the undeveloped park land and the new owner, they would have the same ability as the applicant right now to come before us to request a rezone of their new property. Am I correct?
Mayor, Council, Councilor Garcia, that's a much different comparison because of the different types of zoning categories both properties are in. This property is zoned R1 with a general plan, a future land use map designation of a park. But Swan Park is in a planned residential community. All of those properties are developed via master plan process. So they're technically part of an overall adopted plan. But if you look on the zoning map, that whole area is going to be reflective as a planned residential community. And the general plan will try and reflect those designations accordingly. So it's a harder comparison, but given apples and apples, yes, they would have to come before this body to make a change if the designation of that future land use map was such that their zoning category required them to change it.
Okay. And so please continue to indulge me with the hypothetical, because now I'm going to throw a wild card in the mix. And because Patrick Smith has been brought up tonight, if the city were to sell Patrick Smith Park to a private developer, they would have to follow the same process, or they would be afforded the same opportunity to rezone, or technically they can develop it at 1 house per acre per the zoning that's allowed for that park.
Mayor, Council, Counselor Garcia, everybody has a right to file an application. It just has to go through the process, and it's up to that process to determine its outcome, whether it's approved or denied. And whether that's before the planning commission or the governing body, or if it's administrative, it still has to follow the city code for its process.
Okay. Well, and I think the reason I'm asking is I think we've got a flaw in our system in regards to the way parks are designated, in the sense that should the city ever liquidate its asset, there is an opportunity for somebody to purchase it, and residents that had known a space as a park for years or decades, in this instance, it can change into a residential area. And I think that to me brings about the concern regarding the potential precedent, because when folks invest in property, they're investing in the community, not just solely the home. They're investing in the community that surrounds them. And so thank you for indulging me. I just wanted to further kind of clarify my thoughts on the process. Thank you, Mr. President.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Rent.
Councilor Rivera, you, sir, have the floor.
Sorry, Alexandra, I know you've given these numbers before, but what's the current mix of housing that's happening right now within the city? I know District 4 was the highest, I believe, and then 3, and then others.
Mayor Weber, Council Rivera, you mean highest in terms of amount of construction?
Yes.
We were just looking at those numbers today. It's so late. I can't pull them up off the top of my head, but I can look at.
I think Counselor Cassett has them at her fingertips from our hearing about a different part of town. Would you yield to her answer?
Sure.
All right. District 1, we have 780 units in the pipeline. And again, this pipeline starts in 2019. Maggie, I think you're back there, right? 17 to the present, includes everything that has been built. Application has been filed and has been approved. So somewhere in our process. So again, District 1, 780 units, 75 affordable, 23 total developments. District 2, 906 units, 170 affordable, 12.
Mayor Weber, Counselor, can we have Ms. Moore do this so that
Sure.
Counselor Cassett's not adding facts to the record?
Oh, yeah.
Assuming she has the same numbers at her fingertips.
Do you want me to bring? Do you
Yes.
want me to swear in?
Yeah. It turns into a dramatic. So I think we're looking for pipeline by district to answer the counselor's question.
I, Maggie Moore, residing at Juniper Drive, solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony I have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury. I can just have a moment.
So, yes, thank you, Mayor, city councilors, and was it Councilor Garcia who asked this?
Councilor Rivera.
I'm sorry, Councilor Rivera. Thank you. Great. Okay, sorry. Okay, so the residential pipeline, as Councilor Cassett was describing, is a planning tool that started in 2017, and it tracks projects that enter the pipeline through this an application with the land use department. So those are under review projects. And then we have projects that have been approved. So they've either been approved at the planning commission or they've been approved at the governing body. Then we're tracking projects that have basically been recorded or are seeking permits. And then we're tracking things that have been constructed. So in District 1, in the pipeline, there are 780 units, 75 affordable, 23 total developments. District 2, 906 total units, 170 affordable, and 12 total developments. District 3, 4,034 units with 200 affordable and 23 total developments. And then District 4, 4,651 units with 707 affordable. And the total kind of number of projects in the pipeline is 10,371 units. And we track generally projects that have to come before a body for approval. So that's anything over 3 units, a subdivision, basically.
So Alexander, when we talk about the need for more homes, this is 10,371 in the pipeline. So when do we get to the break-even point?
Yeah, and thank you for that question. Yeah, Mayor and councilors and Councilor Rivera. That's a good question. So for example, that's maybe one of the limitations of this pipeline tool, because, projects such as Midtown are in there. And we know Midtown is proposing 1,000 units. We could see those come in over the next 20 years, right? And they may come in little drips and drabs. So I think Alexandra's studies and reviews on what is currently needed is probably a more accurate representation than, we've got 10,000 units in the pipeline that may come in over the next 20 years or more.
I think actually, Alexander, that was addressed to you if you wanted to take a crack at it.
I've said it better myself. Well, I think the point, because it's okay. Mayor, members of the council, I think to Maggie's point, like, this is a great number to have. It's not necessarily something, not all of these units will be built. Probably the majority of them will be. But we're still, I guess the point is that not all units are equal in terms of affordability. So the project, a project like this project is great because not only are there price restrictions on the homes, but each of the individual home buyers can also qualify for subsidy to make the homes even more affordable. So, that's really valuable. A tax credit project where all of the homes are affordable and many of those renters are subsidized and down to 30% of area median income renters, that's very powerful. That really meets an affordability need more than just any random housing unit. So I think one statistic that we know also is that folks with lower incomes, I think something like 11,000 people moved to Santa Fe County since 2010 or in the last, I can't even remember the time frame at this point, and 10,000 left. And we know that the 10,000 that left are lower income folks because they couldn't find housing here or they couldn't find jobs that paid them enough to afford housing here. So.
All right, so that leads to my other question about income levels and really not keeping pace with the cost of homes. And is that more of a more of a problem for us than really affordable housing.
Mayor Weber, counselors, I wish there was a really simple answer to that, but it's really everything. Yes, and yes, and yes. So, we know that our economy, I like to call them our native incomes, don't match our housing prices because our housing prices have been influenced by incomes that are coming from a different economy to some extent. We also know just simple supply and demand. I think I mentioned this before, when there's limited inventory, prices reset to the highest capacity to pay. And that's not going to be necessarily our workforce entirely. So I think we have to look at it as it's a supply issue, but it's also a demand issue. So if we can help a home buyer with down payment assistance or mortgage principal assistance, that means that a home that they couldn't otherwise afford, they can afford. So we've made that home affordable. And same with rental assistance. So it's not even about just creating new units. It's also about making the units we have more affordable, preserving the affordable units we have, rehabbing affordable units, redeveloping areas of town. So it's everything.
Okay, thank you. And then Ms. McDonald, I don't know if you're still here. You don't need to come up. I really just wanted to make a comment. You talked about parks and all the services. I hope you keep kids with disabilities in mind when we start, if this passes, when we start to look at this park. I'm sure you will. Just wanted to make sure that I said that. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Chavez, any more? I think Counselor Garcia, you said you might have a couple things you wanted to follow up on. Are we all good at this point? All in? All right, in that case, I will close the public hearing. And I think as our governing body members know, once the public hearing is closed, if somebody suddenly discovers they have a burning issue they want to ask, we would have to have a motion to reopen it. But for the moment, I'm closing the public hearing and I am entertaining a motion and then discussion. Counselor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve case 2021-4648, 3600 South Meadows General Plan Amendment and adopting resolution 2023 I have a number for that. Okay. No problem.
Council, I think as long as you have the case number in there, the resolution will be numbered after the
fine.
other ones that are numbered from earlier passage this evening.
And directing staff to draft proposed findings of facts and conclusions of law reflecting the governing body's decision.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second for the purpose of discussion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll have to do at least 5 of these, but we'll do them one at a time. So the motion is on the table. Is there discussion? Councilor Rivera, I recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's really unfortunate we're in this situation, and really the county, I think, put us here for a reason. And I think had the property just stayed open space and park space, and they would have stuck with their commitment and the commitment of taxpayers, this wouldn't be an issue. But unfortunately, we're here, and I was here in 2012. I remember having discussions with then County Commissioner Miguel Chavez about the park, and it was discussed with our Public Works Department at the time. And as part of the annexation agreement, we wouldn't accept parks or roads until they were up to city standards. So the county was supposed to build this park to city standards and then dedicate it over to us, similar to what the applicant's doing. They're not just giving us a property and saying, here's open space, here, build a park. They're building it. We'll accept it from our parks department once they've had input and the park is complete. It was supposed to be that same process, but that never happened. So unfortunately, we're here. At Public Works the other night, we heard about a generating station off Baca that has a diesel leak. And it's been there for 35 years and the plume has just continued to grow. I know diesel's different than what we're talking about now, but I imagine the same thing. We have one chance to get this right. And unfortunately, we won't know if we get it wrong until 30, 35, 40 years down the road when people start getting cancer. And I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying that's a potential of something that might. And I don't think it's necessarily fair that because these are affordable and low income housing, that it's okay to build near a dangerous site. And again, we can debate the Everline thing probably till we're all blue in the face, but I know Frank Ortiz Park, which was built over the old dump site, and one of the people that got up and spoke said that most of these places are turned into parks because there's no digging, there's no turning of dirt, and that's why Frank Ortiz Park is there. That's why it's not filled up with residences and other things, because it's an old dump site. I'm not sure where this is going to go. Those are my feelings. I wanted to make sure that I got them out and was heard. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Other discussion on the motion on the floor? Counselor Cassett.
Thank you, Mayor. I will say, I think this is one of the most challenging cases that has come our way, both from the scenario that Counselor Rivera just laid out of how this came to us, as well as the challenge of the benefits of the community. This is a good development. I mean, this is the kind of thing that we need in the city. And, to the discussion of the challenges with the housing pipeline, as we were talking about at a previous land use case, and kind of where we are in the city right now, we do not have the tools in our tool belt, and we need to give ourselves the tools in our tool belt to more equitably spread the housing needs throughout the city. At the same time, what I really struggle with is kind of the understanding of what our choices are today, because this property has been sold. It is zoned R1. And I think that really what we're choosing between is an R1 development, which does not have a park, which does not have the affordable housing units, and this development, which provides a park, which does provide a number of affordable units. And I know somebody had mentioned that this development, if it were to pass, will not solve our housing crisis. And I've said this about Midtown and our last land use hearing. You're right, nothing. There is not a single development that is going to solve our crisis. This is a citywide issue. And again, we do need citywide solutions. And that's something that we need to start looking at with our Chapter 14, our general plan updates, is really what are the different tools that we can be giving ourselves so that we can better plan and better address this issue. I think another, piece with the Everline property, I always have a really hard time when we start when we start, at what point do we stop trusting the science? I mean, it's we have these experts that say that this is as far as it's going, but I do agree that some due diligence and that if this is approved, that some extra precaution is taken on the part of the developer to really be looking at, every step of the way, has something changed in that environmental standpoint that would alter alter the viability and the safety of developing on this property. So I think that is something that is really crucial and really important to be looking at as we move forward with this. Ultimately, again, I think that what we're deciding between the county put us in this position where we're no longer deciding between a park and a development. This property is zoned R1. It can be built at R1. And as we have discussed previously, R1 zoning really just does not have a place in our city. Not to say parks do not, but this is owned by a developer and zoned R1, so can be made for R1 development. And that's really just not beneficial in our community anymore. So I'll yield the floor. Those are my comments, but I think that this has been probably one of the most challenging cases that we have been faced with, and speaks a lot to some of our intergovernmental flaws, as well as really highlights the things that we need to be focusing on as a city as we start to undertake some more robust planning efforts. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Michael Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One thing I maybe want to correct, R1 would still require a park per Mr. Esquivel's testimony earlier because of the way it's zoned and the planned out. So, but yeah, he said, yes, a park is required no matter what.
Well, go ahead. You have the floor, sir.
Yeah, point of order. You can't ask him because the public.
No, we're
hearing
not
is closed.
asking questions. He was simply making a statement. The question is whether it's an accurate statement, but it's his statement.
Well, I'll retract that bit. I had recalled that it was different, but anywho, should this move forward, I would like, given that this is being proposed to be developed in phases, and to have community members ensure that their community is safe, I would like for us to see conditions be put on this, to tests be conducted for every phase of development. I think it's a good gesture of goodwill, because again, as I mentioned earlier, folks invest in their community, and it's just a sign of goodwill that folks will know that their community is going to be safe. To me, this case is it's a failure of government keeping its word to its community. I know that what the county did in regards to selling the property and it's reinvesting in its means, but I wish that the county and the city could have collaboratively worked in the past to figure out how to move forward with this space. Because those actions weren't taken, the property was sold and a completely different scenario is in front of us. We are tasked with making our decision based off of, are the criterias met, based off of what we went over in our first meeting last week. And this is challenging. We can't, part of that criteria is were promises kept. That's not one of the criteria we have to base our judgment off. But what we can do is learn from this process. And as I mentioned earlier, really understand how we protect our space, whether it be developed parks, space planned for parks, or space that is open space parkland. These are community assets and the community relies heavily on them. And for a situation like this to be taken away from residents, it's unfair, it's unjust, and it should not be happening. So as I mentioned, I would like to see some conditions be put on the approval for this recommendation, should it be moved forward. Given the concerns of the potential hazardous exposure from the neighboring site. So those are my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. As I've stated before, when I was elected to office, I took an oath of office to represent the whole community. And, Councilor Rivera and I are obviously here to represent our district, and that is very important to us. My thoughts on this process, and I want to go back to the process of how did we get here? And it hasn't, in my opinion, been a nice process for our community. I go through my thought process on the development of this acreage, which is 22 acres. I mean, it's a beautiful piece of property. And the first inclination is to, man, what an opportunity to build something on that property. That's my economic development brain working. And then I go back to say, how can this property be an asset to our community? Well, housing is an asset to our community. That's definitely something that is important to me, especially for sale housing. And I've stated that before many times. Affordable for sale housing, because that's how our community can better themselves. I do drive the roads quite often, and I see the intersections in which I asked about in the public hearing in regards to their status. It concerns me that Airport Road and Meadows is passing, but barely. And what's it going to take for it not to pass? We know that Agua Fria and South Meadows is another intersection that we talked about, and it's failing. Yes, there is a proposed, we are in the process of fixing the Agua Fria side of the street, but the Meadows isn't fixed yet. And so, my concerns for traffic, I go back to density. And I think of how many houses are already in this area and up and down all of the district. And that's an airport road being a major artery into the city. And so we do see that people who will live here eventually will find the path of least resistance. But I don't think we're there yet. And so when we look at the numbers for the amount of people that are currently living in this area, we look at the numbers of how much more dense the community will become. To lose a piece of property such as this to development of any kind, unless it's really advantageous to the community, is disheartening to me. This is absolutely the right project, in my opinion, on the wrong piece of property. And I say that not lightly, but I really do believe that things could have happened differently. They didn't. And so that puts us where we're at today. And we're here to decide what we're going to do. I do respect the staff for the amount of work that you have all done on this, because seen how it's gone back and forth. Planning commission, retracted, denial. I mean, it's been messy. It's been all over the place. And so I commend everybody for their work on this. And it is a difficult decision tonight. So those are my comments. I'll yield the floor for right now. I do appreciate all the work that's been done on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Others? Counselor Lindell, Counselor Villarreal? Yeah, Councilwoman Villarreal, you have the
Thank you.
floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I just wanted to thank everyone for sharing your stories and experiences. And I think the part that makes me sad is that this judgment of people for their desires to keep their communities intact, and also other communities that want to be able to live and thrive in another, in this part of town. So I'm really disappointed how this kind of played out for us, and the judgment of people and pitting each other and saying, well, you're wrong. And it was gross, to be honest with you. The public hearing piece was not, it was hard to listen, because it's kind of a both and. We need both spaces for people to enjoy, and we also need people to affordable housing for people to thrive. So I think the balance here is just, I think for me, knowing someone, developer like HomeWise that has a good track record, that does provide great affordable housing, makes me feel better than somebody that would just come in and just do whatever they want and not care about the community needs, or the fact that we need that 50% of this development is going to be affordable. And I'm sorry that this county mess, I feel like it's a county mess. It's disappointing that we had to, as Councilor Cassett said, just make a decision on errors that happened before our time. So thank you all for sticking with us through the end, 2 a.m. here. So thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else? Counselor Lindell, you good? Counselor Cassie, you had an additional thought?
Yeah, I just did want to add, because it is such a difficult decision. I do also want to highlight that this, I mean, I know I said this is a good development, and it is what we need. And I mean, 50% affordable, 100% below market value. I mean, God, imagine if everything that came to us was with those kind of numbers. Like that is really something that I do not want to be lost on, the fact that this has been such a complicated, challenging, land use case, that this type of development, this is, really the things that we need in the city. Both can be true. Both can be true, that this was a really hard process, and that I think that there are a lot of things that do kind of that weren't fair. And this is a really good project for our community, and really helping to serve the needs that we are seeing, and the housing challenges that we're having. So I wanted to make sure that both of those aspects of this are represented. And as Councilor Garcia said, thank you to the staff, especially you guys have really pulled a couple marathons the last month, 2 months. So really, thank you all so much. I know it's been a lot, and just the way that you've been here presenting information, really laying things out for us. Dan, you have done an incredible job, really just laying out that information, and I cannot thank you enough, because that does help us with our job, which is not an easy one. So thank you so much. And thank you all to the members of the community. And I will stop talking because it is 2:02 a.m. So thanks.
Thank you. I want to reflect briefly on some of the things that we've been talking about, working on, voting on as a governing body over the last month or so. This is the third land use case we've had in a very short period of time. We had Old Pecos Trail. We were confronted by a very similar kind of a decision, where there were community folks feeling they had not been treated well, and a opportunity to get housing infill in a part of the city where the data say not enough housing has been built in that part of the town. We had Las Estrellas, where I think we were all very enthusiastic about this piece of land that the city owned that we were going to put on the market to be developed. And I think both Councilwoman Villarreal and Councilor Garcia said at the time, this is a really important statement about this governing body making a commitment to housing everywhere, housing of all kinds, housing that we help underwrite by virtue of using our assets to make a difference in the lives of people. And this is the third one. There'll be more. There'll be more because we are at a very serious inflection point as a city. I get emails every day from people saying, I'm tired of seeing our working families leave town, tired of seeing people who are lower income but historic residents of Santa Fe not be able to live here. I'm tired of seeing the diversity of our city gradually get eroded. The values that are implicit in a land use decision aren't always raised. Often we simply talk about, are the criteria met? But the key criteria in a lot of these votes revolves around what is the benefit to the community. And I think when we keep our eyes on that North Star, we will make consistently good choices on land use cases. The benefits have to do with our deep underlying values of equity, of inclusivity, of changing the dynamic where only wealthy people can afford to buy and live in Santa Fe or cities all over America. This is a serious challenge for every city in this country. How do we make sure that diversity, inclusivity, equity doesn't get washed out of the system by pure market economics? And so when you have an opportunity to get a both and solution, in spite of the painful process, we should celebrate that. This is a seriously underparked area of Santa Fe. It needs and deserves a first-class park. Most of the conditions that were placed on this, many of them revolve around the design and specifications for the park, because that is such a core part of the development. We need this part of Santa Fe to have a first-class park. We need it to be affordable. We need people to be able to work and live there. We've heard from community groups like Somos and Chain Breakers saying, we want to sign up to live in this community. We need to have a philosophy of development. I happen to believe that a park with housing near it is better than a park without housing near it. That eyes on the park keep everybody safe. And we all know we've had problems with the rail yard park because there aren't any houses right there. And so it becomes an attractive nuisance rather than an asset to the community. Integrating housing and a park becomes a benefit to the community because there are people 24/7 keeping an eye on that facility. I happen to believe that density is a good thing. I happen to think that when we have more density done well, we have more walkability, we have more features, we have more amenities, we've got community-based livability at the neighborhood level. And so part of the criticism, frankly, of Old Pecos Trail was it was not that it was too dense, it was that it wasn't dense enough, that it should have been more ambitious. I think Councilor Cassett made that point. So I believe we will continue to try to find our way to create the Santa Fe of the future that we want. And I think that Santa Fe of the future that we want is being decided on these land use cases by the criteria in the zoning code, but just as importantly, by the human values that we bring to this job. And those values really are hardwired into Santa Fe. They're the values of generations of people who have called this their home. people who want to work here and live here, not commute from far away, people who want equity and the ability to build wealth into their lives by owning a home. These are important community and civic values. And I think we are obligated as elected officials, not only to decide these on a case-by-case basis, but to see the canvas of our city as a whole as we try to make it a livable, inclusive city where anyone can work and live and have a good family life in Santa Fe. I think it's hard on those who don't like this development because I do think they have been poorly served by the process and has been said by the county not keeping its word. But sometimes out of a bad process can come a very good result if we work hard to maximize the benefits to everybody. I want to thank everybody for their patience. It's not only late, but it's our second bite at this apple. It comes after a triple hearing on a different project. There'll be more of these because these are hard, but they're hard because they're important. We are charting the future of Santa Fe, and we're doing our best with the tools that we have, but with values that I think are enduring. Staff, again, great job. Hard work, well done, giving us the information we need to be able to grapple with this decision. Any other comments from my colleagues? Madam Councillor Lindell, if you could repeat the motion. I'm not sure everybody got it the first time.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve case 2021-4648, 3600 South Meadows, general plan amendment. And direct staff to draft proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law reflecting the governing body's decision.
And there was a second to that motion. I think we've all spoken. I think, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett. Yes. Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
No.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
No.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Councillor Lindell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve case 2021-4649, 3740 South Meadows rezoning and direct staff to draft proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law reflecting the governing body's decision.
There a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. If there's no discussion, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett. Yes. Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
No.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
No.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Okay.
I move to approve case 2021-4650, 3740 South Meadows General Plan Amendment and direct staff to draft proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law reflecting the governing body's decision.
There a second?
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
No.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
No.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
I move to approve case 2021-4651, 3740 South Meadows rezoning and direct staff to draft proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law reflecting the governing body's decision.
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. Is there any discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
No.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera.
No.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you.
I move to approve case 2022-5618, 3600 and 3740 South Meadows Master Plan and direct staff to draft proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law reflecting the governing body's decision.
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. Is there discussion? I would put a note in our discussion that Counselor Garcia introduced, that additional safeguards be undertaken to make sure that anytime the development moves forward, there is careful monitoring and safe guards guaranteed, so that there is no exposure as a result of the neighboring property. I just put that on the record. Other discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Lee Garcia,
No.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera.
No.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. I believe that concludes our work this evening, and we are adjourned.